Transportation Safety Board and Chair of this Board of Inquiry. This is day 2 of our investigative hearing of the fatal mid-air collision involving a Sikorsky UH-60 Lima operated by the U.S. Army under the call sign PAT-25 and PSA Airlines Flight 5342, a CRJ 700, that occurred over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport at about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 29th, 2025. And again, I want to recognize for the families who are here today or those who are watching how sorry we are for your losses. And I imagine this is, again, a very difficult proceeding to watch, and our thoughts are with each of you. The first day of this hearing focused on the accident helicopter's air data systems and altimeters, the DCA Class B airspace and helicopter routes. You can view those proceedings on our YouTube channel. Today I'm joined by my fellow board members, Member Michael Graham and Member Todd Inman. Together we comprise the Board of Inquiry for this investigative hearing, the notice for which was published in the Federal Register on July 11th, 2025. I now recognize our hearing officer, Dr. Dan Bauer, for a safety briefing.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Before we get started with today's meeting, please silence your electronic devices if you have not already done so. Restrooms are in the lobby to the left as you are exiting the boardroom, and we will now share important safety information for those here in person. Please play the video.
Hello and welcome to the NTSB boardroom. Before we get started with today's meeting, I'd like to quickly walk you through our emergency procedures. First things first, please take a moment to silence your phones or other electronic devices. If you need the restrooms, they're just outside the boardroom on the left side of the lobby. Now, in case of an emergency, here's what you need to know. If someone experiences a medical emergency, our on-site Federal Protective Service officers are trained to respond. They'll call 911, perform CPR if needed, and use the automated external defibrillator device mounted in the lobby between the boardroom exit doors. They're also trained to provide first aid. There's a first aid kit at the security desk in the lobby. If we're asked to shelter in place, like during severe weather or a security incident, please stay seated and listen for instructions. Our security team will manage the situation and let us know when it's safe to leave. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow NTSB staff to the nearest exit. There are 2 main options. You can exit via the stairs next to the stage, or you can exit the same way you came in through the lobby. Please walk, don't run. Once outside, you'll be directed to an assembly area. Stay there until we're clear to come back inside. If there's a small fire, our security officers are trained to respond using one of the fire extinguishers. You'll find them in 3 locations: by the stairwells on either side of the stage at the front of the boardroom, mounted on the wall in the back of the boardroom, and near the security area in the lobby. For anyone who needs an accessible evacuation route, you can use the door to the left side of the lobby, which leads into the parking garage. From there, turn right and follow the walkway to the street level. NTSB staff will be available to assist anyone who needs help. And finally, safety is everyone's responsibility. If you see anything that seems off or concerning, please let a staff member or security officer know right away. Thank you for helping us maintain a safe and secure space.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. That concludes my remarks.
Thanks, Dr. Bauer. I'm now going to introduce the NTSB staff. Next to Dan in the front row, we have Mr. Bryce Banning, our investigator in charge, or IIC, for this investigation. Mr. Brian Soper, lead aviation accident investigator, air traffic control. Ms. Sarah Lewis, Aviation Accident Investigator, Air Traffic Control, Dr. Catherine Wilson, Senior Human Performance Investigator, and Captain Van McKinney, Aerospace Engineer, Helicopters. In the middle row, we have Mr. Chihoon Shin, Aerospace Engineer, Helicopters, Ms. Marie Moeller, Mechanical Engineer, Vehicle Performance, Mr. Michael Portman, Aerospace Engineer, Recorder Specialist, Dr. William Bramble, National Resource Specialist, Human Performance, Captain Rocky Stone, Aviation Accident Investigator, Air Carrier Operations, and Mr. Sean Payne, Branch Chief, Vehicle Recorders Division. In the back row, we have Mr. Brian Fuchs, Materials Engineer, who will operate the audio visuals, Mr. Anthony Lamb, Transportation Safety Specialist, who will operate the timer, Dr. Jana Price, Transportation Safety Specialist, Dr. Lauren Groff, Chief Data Scientist, Mr. John Flynn, Aerospace Engineer Systems, and Mr. Tim LeBaron, Director of our Office of Aviation Safety. Behind me is Mr. Daniel Baranovsky, who will provide legal support. For those in the room, several representatives from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division are here to provide support to anyone who need it. Can I have those representatives please stand up so people know where you're at? Thank you so much, Elias and Max. And I see Sarah at the back there. Once again, I want to thank the American Red Cross for being here. Volunteer mental health clinicians from the Red Cross will be available for the duration of this hearing to provide emotional support for anyone who's attending. Now, let's reintroduce the parties to the hearing. As I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. Please push the microphone button to talk and push it again when you're finished. Airline Pilots Association.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Captain Dana. I'm one with ALPA, party coordinator and spokesperson with me today. Chris Heck, Captain Matt Gorshey, Shea Boehm, Captain Mike Palazzolo, and Captain Russell Page.
Nice to see you, ALPA. In alphabetical order, Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chairwoman. I'm Todd Gentry. I'm the manager of the FAA's Accident Investigation Division. Beside me is Patrick Lush, my lead investigator and party coordinator. Beside him is Art Sheffield for ATO. He's my subject matter expert. Heidi Kemner is my hearing officer. And across from me is Chris Stevenson, which is my general counsel.
Wonderful. Good to see you, FAA. NADCA.
Good morning, Chair. John Murdoch, the party spokesman. To my right is Karina Marinas, Air Safety Investigator. To her right is Natalie Moffett, Legal Counselor for NACA. Across the table from me, Seth Myers, Aviation Safety Investigator. To his left, Cher Oxenberg, Safety Representative. And then to her left is Sandy Fulmer, Safety Representative.
Wonderful. PSA Airlines. I should not leave you out. Good to see you too, NACA. PSA Airlines.
Good morning. My name is Darren Hall. I'm the Vice President of Safety, Security, and Development for PSA Airlines. With me is our Director of Operations, Captain Lucas Bowden, and beside me is our Legal Counsel, Benjamin Allen.
Thank you so much, PSA. And Sikorsky.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dave Blair, the Chief Pilot for Safety with Sikorsky. Behind me is Jill Browning, our Chief Air Safety Investigator. To my right is Paul Bowles, our Counsel. To my other right is Kyle DeLong, our Director of Aviation Safety and Airworthiness, and Dan Cooper, who you met earlier, our Senior Technical Fellow with Lockheed Martin and Sikorsky.
Yes, thank you very much. And U.S. Army.
Good morning, Chair. Brigadier General Matt Brayman, I'm the Army spokesperson. With me is Colonel Matt Parker as our Army Party Coordinator. We've got Colonel Kevin Easter, our Deputy Director of Aviation. We've got Colonel Noah Fontenez, who is our Legal Counsel. We're joined today from yesterday with CBFI Robert Phillips, who's the Army Standardization Officer. And we've got Miss Sydney Tutine, who is an Air Traffic Specialist for the Army.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, only the designated party spokesperson may question the witnesses on behalf of their respective organization. I'd now like to provide a general overview of today's proceedings. You may wish to refer to the hearing agenda for more details. Please plan to be here until around 7 p.m. today. We obviously ran later than that last night, and we'll do that again today if we need to. We only have one opportunity for this hearing, and we want to make sure that everybody has time to ask their questions. At some point, we'll break for lunch, and as needed throughout, we'll take smaller breaks. Please remain flexible. I do not know what to tell you about the restroom situation or air conditioning. I'm going to have a call with GSA for the 50,000th time later today. It's not them, actually. So we are doing the best we can. For the parties and for the witnesses, we do have a key for restrooms down here. So if you need it, just come see one of us and we'll make sure that you all have what you need, because your presence here is needed in a more timely way. Not that others are not, but there are restrooms in the Hilton in the meantime, and also in L'Enfant Plaza around the food court. I apologize. We are doing the best that we can. So panel 3 will begin in a moment. Like I said, we want to make sure everyone is asking questions, and I alone I'm going to be honest, have 20 pages worth of questions from everything that I've looked at. The docket for air traffic control is very extensive. It is very lengthy, thousands of pages. It might be hundreds, but it seems like thousands of pages. Okay, it wasn't just me. Okay, and we read them all, we study them, and so it might take a while. It's very important to me, especially more important than I think, and I think the members would agree, that the technical panel be able to ask their questions. They are the investigators. I do not want them shortchanged at all. Parties also have questions. We have questions. So I'm going to warn you, if I do not want you or anyone else to feel like you're rushed, that you can't ask more questions. I've said this to our amazing staff. So that means this panel may go all day. If that happens and I start seeing it, that means panel 4 might move to tomorrow with panel 5. We just want to make sure that we're doing the best we can. Also, I know that means that witnesses are going to need breaks. I'll make sure that we keep track of that. FAA, Todd, if you feel like, or any of your party reps, if you feel like you're hearing from folks or you're seeing that they might need a break, communicate that to Dan and we'll make sure that everybody is accommodated, because I know it could be a long day. So panel 3's focus is training, guidance, and procedures applicable to DCA air traffic control. As I said, if we have time, we'll move on to panel 4. It might move to tomorrow, but that is going to be an overview of collision avoidance technology. We'll follow the same process on both panels. Dr. Bauer will introduce the topics to be addressed, as well as the technical panel members and witnesses. I will then swear in the witnesses, who will be questioned in the following order. First by the NTSB technical panel, next by the parties to the hearing, and finally the Board of Inquiry. We may go back to the technical panel and others just to make sure everybody has an opportunity to get their questions answered, especially because the technical panel will be doing the analysis independently, and they have to make sure that they have all the information that they need. A reminder, no electronics at the witness table. If you need a break, paper airplanes. I'm just kidding. On behalf of the board, just hold up a note. I'd like to thank the many witnesses testifying at this hearing in support of aviation safety. We ask that all witnesses be present as a reminder through the conclusion of this hearing, because you may be recalled at any time. I know we might have some recalled today. We'll see how that goes. So Dr. Bauer, please describe the exhibits.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support the testimony and questions you will hear today and tomorrow. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket. The docket number is SA-544. That's Sierra Alpha 544. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between the parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. The exhibits entered into the record and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website, ntsb.gov. The public docket opened yesterday morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified above. The docket is located on the investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways: by visiting ntsb.gov, or if you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. On the investigation page, you will find the link to the public docket on the right-hand side, just below the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Baranovsky will keep a list of any documents admitted during the hearing that are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket. These documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered in the docket. As a reminder, if a party to the hearing has a new exhibit to propose in accordance with 49 CFR Section 845.9, it will not be admitted unless the chairwoman determines that good cause has been shown. Chairwoman Hamady, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We're ready to begin panel 3. Will you please go over the panel topics and introduce the NTSB technical panel and witnesses?
Chairwoman Hamady, panel 3 is on training, guidance, and procedures applicable to DCA air traffic control. The panel will address DCA ATCT facility type, services, radar, visual, and expectations. Training and proficiency of controllers, from initial training of all controllers through individual training and certification at DCA ATCT. Initial classroom, certification, simulation, refresher, recurrent, in compliance with the National Training Initiative and applicable documentation. Training, guidance, and procedures applicable to DCA air traffic control. Resource management, staffing within the tower and combined positions. Separation standards, radar, visual, instrument flight rules, or IFR, visual flight rules, or VFR, and their application. Conflict alerting. An explanation, controller response expectations, nuisance alert prevalence, both in general across the National Airspace System, or the NAS, as well as specific to DCA, ATCT, and this accident. System safety, logic, and alerting, including design, adaptation, and human factors issues such as controller response. Night vision goggles, or aided pilot, the impact to air traffic control. Helicopter holding within the DCA airspace. Traffic flow management, including airport arrival rate, miles and trail, slot program, time-based flow management, and hourly rate fluctuations. The use of circling to runway 33 for offloading, traffic flow, and risk mitigation. ADSB in and out and the impact to air traffic control operations, and safety risk management panels. The NTSB technical panel, starting down on my right, is composed of Mr. Brian Soper, lead aviation accident investigator for air traffic control. Ms. Sarah Lewis, an aviation accident investigator for air traffic control. Dr. Catherine Wilson, senior human performance investigator. And Captain Van McKinney, aerospace engineer for helicopters. Witnesses for panel 3 are composed of the following individuals from my left nearest the board members. In the front row, we have Mr. Nick Fuller, the Acting Deputy Chief Operating Officer with the Air Traffic Organization of the Federal Aviation Administration. Ms. Mandy Chendi, Traffic Management Officer with the Washington District for the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Brian Lehman, Air Traffic Manager for the Potomac Consolidated TRACON with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Clark Allen, who is the Operations Manager of the DCA ATCT at the time of the accident with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. James Jarvis, an Air Traffic Control Specialist, formerly with the FAA Eastern Service Air Quality Control Group with LEDOS. Dr. Kenneth Allendorfer, Manager of Human Systems Integration Branch with the Federal Aviation Administration. In the second row, from left to right, we have Mr. Rick Dressler, Aviation Site Manager for MedStar Transport with Metro Aviation Incorporated. Mr. Eric Silverman, an Air Traffic Control and Airfield Operations Manager for the DC, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston Northeast region with American Airlines. And Command Chief Warrant Officer David Van Vechten, former standardization instructor pilot with the Army Aviation Brigade with the U.S. Army. Chairwoman Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. I'll now ask the witnesses to please stand. Please raise your right hand and please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you will remain under oath until the conclusion of this hearing. We ask that you answer the questions factually and avoid any analysis. If there are questions on whether something is speculation or analysis, your party reps may raise their hand with any sort of concerns, or you may ask me that question or state that you believe it's analysis or speculation. Finally, when you're speaking, please bring the microphone closer. Push the button when you're speaking, and don't forget to turn it off when you're done speaking. I am going to just two things for those who are watching or in the audience, and also the parties and for the panelists. We asked difficult questions yesterday, and we'll do so today. Our objective today is to thoroughly understand crew dynamics and air traffic control and operations. This is a complex and dynamic operating environment, and it is important for us to understand how workload and responsibilities are managed. Second, I asked this yesterday, and I'm going to specifically ask because we really don't, in the federal government, have jurisdiction over the private entities. I'm going to ask this from I guess I will ask Mr. Van Vechten and Mr. Fuller. Mr. Fuller on behalf of FAA and Mr. Van Vechten on behalf of the U.S. Army. Your whistleblower policy, I asked yesterday, do you protect your employees and contractors from retaliation, harassment, and intimidation?
For the FAA, yes.
Army?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to ensure it's employees and contractors for both.
That's correct.
Okay, great. If that occurs, I will be notified, and I will not hesitate to report that to any Inspector General, Office of Special Counsel, or Department of Justice. I just want you to be aware of that. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and start with Mr. Soper.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We'll start off with a softball for you. Mr. Allen, could you just give us a brief explanation of the type of facility DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower is, basically the primary services you provide, and what you're involved with there, and is there anything unique about that facility that you feel are important to be understood as we move into all these questions about the guidance and procedures at the tower?
Yes, good morning. DCA is a level 9 air traffic control tower only.
Sorry, can you stop for a second? The whistleblower status would apply for anything provided during testimony or participation in this hearing and participation in the investigation, correct? FAA?
Correct.
Army?
Yes, ma'am.
Start again, Mr. Soper.
Thank you. Do you need the question repeated, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, one more time.
Great. So could you just give us a brief explanation of the type facility DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower is, the primary services that you provide from that tower, or that tower provides, I should say, and is there anything unique about the DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower that you feel is important to be understood as we move into the questioning about the guidance and the procedures with DCA that you would just like to have at the head of that?
Yeah, good morning. DCA is a level 9 air traffic control tower only. It operates 3 runways in a north configuration and a south configuration. With that, we primarily are made up of airlines servicing the fixed wing traffic, and then law enforcement, medevac, and the various armed services for a significant helicopter operation. With our airspace, there are various prohibited areas adjoining additional level Class Bravo airspaces. It makes up the Washington Tri-Class Bravo. And with DCA towers, unique in the lack of real estate that the airfield has, in the amount of operations that we run. With our ground control, it's unique that they are also ramp control and service the gates and the alleyways. As far as the local control or helicopter control, or both of them actually, in the airspace, operating with the prohibited areas, there's significant VIP flights. There are special missions. There are a significant amount of flybys that occur, so there's a lot of coordination and special operations that occur in the DCA Class Bravo.
You mentioned flybys. For those that might not be aware, what do you mean when you say flybys?
Flybys, we have those for special events, most recently the 4th of July events that transpired, as well as there are flybys at Arlington National Cemetery for fallen soldiers.
Okay, great. Thank you. And do you provide radar services at this facility?
We do.
Okay. And in this facility, the tower is equipped with control tower radar displays that are there for the use and controllers in providing services. Can you explain to us the primary use of these displays and how they are to be used by air traffic controllers to include their benefits as well as the limitations of their use?
Yeah, so our certified tower radar display has a map of the general area, the adjacent facilities and prominent landmarks. It helps with situational awareness and workload. It is incorporated in what air traffic controllers have as part of their scan. They'll scan that, grab information from it. They'll scan, look out the window. They'll utilize their strips. We have the ASD, the Airport Surface Detection Equipment. It is one tool that comprises the overall scan and how we operate the facility.
Thank you. And one last one in this area, if you could explain for us the positions that you staff in this tower, or that this tower staffs for operating services in a normal configuration. If you could just kind of step us through what those positions are and basically their function in the tower.
Yep. So we'll start with local control. So they are operating the runways, clearing folks to land, clearing them to take off. There is assistant local control. They're an extra set of eyes for the local controller. They help provide sequencing for the departures and the arrivals, and they coordinate with the adjacent facilities or adjacent positions within the tower cab. The ground controller, like I said earlier, operates all the aircraft on the ground as well as provides ramp control for the airfield. There's the helicopter position that controls the helicopters in the Class Bravo airspace as well as the Delegated Security Services airspace. We have a clearance delivery flight data position that maintains the weather, assists with traffic management duties, as well as amending and providing clearances for IFR aircraft. Traffic management unit, they as it says in the title, they assist with anything traffic management related, whether it's getting release times for departures, initiating programs for DCA, and coordinating things of that nature. And then there would be a supervisor or controller in charge that would oversee the entire operation and provide oversight.
What is the basic difference between a supervisor or a controller in charge?
Supervisor would be a management personnel that is overseeing the operation. If one is not available, a controller can be placed as controller in charge to fill that position.
And I assume there's a qualification process to be a controller in charge. It's not just any controller could do that duty, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to shift into some separation standards and use of visual separation, which has been a hot topic through this entire investigation. I just want to remind, as we do ask these questions, I know a lot has went on. The FAA has done a lot to mitigate stuff in this airspace already, so there have been things implemented since the time of the accident. But we would like everybody to frame their responses as on the day of the event. What was in place on the day of that event? So the policies, the way things were done, the SOP, everything like that, we want it framed in that because we're still here trying to figure all of that out. Mr. Allen, or I'm sorry, Mr. Fuller, you gave a pretty good definition of this yesterday, so I'd like to ask you to do this for us again and remind us. We've heard a lot about visual separation in this event. Could you briefly explain what visual separation is, how it is applied, and the difference between pilot applied and tower applied visual separation for air traffic?
In Class B airspace, controllers are required to maintain 1.5 miles or 500 feet between fixed-wing aircraft over 19,500 pounds and VFR helicopters. Visual separation is a means by which separation responsibility can be transferred to the pilot after they report traffic in sight. Visual separation, you must ensure that you have Class B separation before and after the application of visual separation, and that's for pilot-applied visual separation. If it were tower-applied visual separation, the tower is still maintaining responsibility for separating the aircraft by visually observing them and providing directions to ensure they don't conflict. On the night of the accident, they were not using tower-applied visual separation. They were using pilot-applied visual separation. Again, the requirement is for the air traffic controller to have Class B separation before and after the application of visual separation.
Okay. And sorry, I lost my place there. Mr. Allen, How prevalent was the use of visual separation at DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower? Could you provide us some of the benefits and limitations to using visual separation?
Visual separation was used on a daily basis between the helicopter operators and the commercial traffic departing and landing at DCA. Visual separation was paramount to making the operation work efficiently for the amount of volume and complexity that the airspace has.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I wanted to bounce right back to Mr. Fuller just 1 second on the visual separation. On pilot-applied visual separation, you mentioned that that it puts the onus of separation on the pilot at that time to maintain the visual separation. Does it relieve the controller of their responsibility to ensure separation?
So I will tell you the responsibility at that point is on the pilot to separate themselves from the other aircraft, and that means to maneuver as necessary to avoid a collision. Now, as an air traffic control professional, we are always going to do the extra mile. If we see a conflict, even if we are applying visual separation, we will still provide additional traffic information and make sure that that pilot understands that they still have that responsibility. I believe in the night of the accident, you heard the controller reach out and provide an additional instruction to the PAT 25 helicopter to ensure they had traffic in sight and they verifying they were still maintaining visual separation. It's the pilot's responsibility, but air traffic controllers will go the extra mile to make sure that we're providing information as necessary.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, Mr. Allen. Was it your experience that the workforce had a clear understanding of the limitations as much as the benefits derived? Do you feel that the operators had a clear understanding of these as well from your experience working there?
From my experience, the controller workforce was well versed in utilizing visual separation, and the helicopter users were very aware of visual separation and what it entailed.
Okay. And Mr. Jarvis, for you, I know that you're on this panel. You conducted compliance verifications as part of the Eastern Service Area Quality Control Group at DCA. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what time frame was that again? From when to when did you do that at DCA?
From when did I?
What year to what year were you? Have you done that service at DCA?
At DCA.
Yeah.
From about 2017 till.
To that comment or what you observed while you were there?
Based on data that they had in their facility internal verification system, they followed up with visual separation, and it looked like they took care of it in that formality.
Okay. Mr. Allen, something that our team found unique when we were listening to audio and observing operations at DC Airport Traffic Control Tower was the pilots almost reflexively requesting pilot-applied visual separation immediately upon receiving an initial traffic advisory or check-in. Do you have a sense of why that is here? Was that something that they encouraged, or was it something that air traffic control offered to them at some point? It struck us as a little odd. I think all of us did, because in most other places I've been, it doesn't quite happen that way. It's usually given traffic, and then they may actually ask the pilot to apply visual separation. Kind of goes.
So with the way the airspace is constructed with the prohibited areas, the way the helicopter route structure and the airfield with the approaches and departures, the way it is all integrated, like I said in your previous question, that visual separation is paramount in order to expedite the flow of all traffic, whether it's the fixed-wing traffic or the helicopter traffic. So in my opinion, any helicopter operator that has been in the area for a length of time understands how the operation works and how it needs to work in order to efficiently move the aircraft. But I would defer to the gentlemen behind me that are the helicopter operators for their opinion.
That's great, and that's where I was going next. Mr. Van Vechten, would you like to speak to that, please?
Yes, sir. with night vision goggles on from Cabin John, I can visually see aircraft landing and departing runway 9 lining up at Wilson Bridge. So it is common practice to identify the aircraft and then call visual separation from a long distance away. As we descend, it can become challenging to maintain constant visual on that aircraft, but if they're landing runway 1, it's not a factor because I will be parallel with that traffic.
Okay, and we're going to get back to that a little bit later as well, so thank you. Mr. Dressler, would you like to speak to it, please?
I think here it is a reflexive comment because experienced operators are well aware of the traffic flow in and out of the airport. And I think it was encouraged by DCA Tower in our conversations last year to understand fully visual separation, and it does relieve the controller of some percentage of responsibility that they can then free up and put their attention elsewhere. Many of our members do not accept visual separation, certainly not pilot applied, where my understanding is both pilots need to accept. These would be the law enforcement members who don't have a predictable way to continue visual tracking of aircraft while they're in orbits, let's say, and they don't know where those orbits will end up going. So we do accept it when possible. We do accept it reflexively, but we do have plenty of operators who do not accept it.
So I'm going to remain with you. Have you experienced concern while operating here in the DCA airspace? Have you experienced concern with the application of visual separation, whether pilot applied or tower applied, just from your point of view within this airspace? And do the concerns lie more with one entity or the other? Like, is there one particular unit or a group of units or a type or a facility? You know, is there anything, or is it just all over the map?
Generally speaking, I think it works very well.
Okay.
It has enormous challenges in a night environment. Whether on goggles or off goggles, it's very simple to understand whether north ops or south ops are being used at DCA. It is, I mentioned yesterday, it's still remarkably hard to identify aircraft when you are flying, whether it's the background or a whole host of reasons. It can be very challenging, I think, as every pilot would say. We use traffic alerts and traffic monitoring systems in our helicopters, all the DC operators, the civilian and law enforcement side, and it is exceptionally challenging when you have particular units that don't broadcast using ADSB. Our systems are not TCAS 2, so we do not take in Mode S or Mode C transponders. We rely upon ADSB. And when you cannot see an aircraft and you've been asked if you can identify traffic and you can't see it, and in your visual scan and then scan your instruments and still can't find the aircraft, it can be very challenging.
So in your experience flying in the airspace here, do you feel more or less comfortable when you hear air traffic control or a pilot request visual separation and an air traffic controller approve that, and it could impact you? Do you get a feeling of comfort, discomfort? How does it affect you?
If I know right away the other operators. There are really only a dozen helicopter operators in this area, and know most of them either personally or by voice. I also know all the tower controllers by voice, and they know all of our voices. We have pilots who've been here and members of our group at 38 years, 28 years. I have several pilots at 28 years. My first trip to the DCA tower, one of the controllers who'd been there forever could imitate some of our voices to a T. She could mimic our voices, and we love them. So when I know the tower by voice, and I know the unit, the particular aircraft that on the other end is accepting visual separation from me, I think it works very, very well, and I have extreme confidence in it.
Is there any unit that when you hear it makes you feel uncomfortable?
Sadly, yes. And as I said yesterday, I don't like saying this. I'll say it again on the record. I'm a former Army aviator, and I'm a retired Air Force officer. And I don't like saying that first heli of the USAF from Andrews, and I don't like saying that 12th Aviation Battalion gives us all pause in the community. And I'm speaking for my group there. We are all very uncomfortable when those two units are operating.
Okay. Mr. Van Vechten, do you request visual separation often when operating in the Class B airspace here?
Yes, I did.
And were you, when you have agreed to provide visual separation, pilot applied, can you explain to me as a helicopter operator, what does that mean to you? What are you taking on, and how do you perform the taskings to ensure that? Like, could you just kind of step me through how that works inside the cockpit?
Sure. When a air traffic control calls on an aircraft, hey, Pat 17, do you have the aircraft 11 o'clock, 1 mile, 2,000 feet? I'll say traffic in sight requests visual separation. They'll say visual separation approved, and then I'll continue on route. So I'll maintain the visual separation, keeping myself clear of that aircraft, ensuring that we're not on converging paths.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, you were talking about it was very easy for you, especially under night vision goggles at night, to be able to acquire traffic inbound on runway 1 final and be able to request visual separation right away because you see them, you know where that's at, and they're going. So my question would be, and we've seen in the video in the opening presentation that Mr. Banning showed, when they have aircraft lined up on final out there, there's 6, 7 landing lights out there in that same general direction. We heard that when under NVGs, depth perception is compromised or could be compromised. And I'm trying to understand, how do you know which one to then maintain from the rest of the time? You've got 7.5 miles to fly. Do you literally keep track of the one aircraft? And do you, I mean, like, I just kind of curious how that plays out from there.
Sure. DCA Tower, in my experience, has been some of the best controllers I've worked with in my career. They're very good at pointing out the aircraft. And when I'm at Chain Bridge, I'm at 1,300 feet, so it's easy to silhouette the aircraft lined up for runway 1 against the dark sky. Okay. Like I said, as I descend into the tidal basin, it is more difficult, but as they're calling out that traffic, I can maintain separation with them both mainly laterally because they're going to runway 1.
Okay. And Mr. Dressler, in your experience operating the Class B airspace, would you say that visual separation is conservatively relied upon, or would you say that it is over-relied upon, or do you have no opinion?
I think it's a good balance here, actually.
Okay.
We try very hard to collaborate with our industry partners, including the airlines and including our controllers. And if this is the whole purpose of our meetings last year, was to hear concerns and how we can adapt our operations. We have enormous agility in our ability to do that on the civilian and law enforcement side. So if we hear a concern, last year a discussion came up about missed approaches and altitudes in the helicopter working group held at DC Tower, and we can discuss those things openly and come up with a way to mitigate risk. I think it's a very healthy balance here for those who are experienced enough with the DC traffic and the DC route structure.
Okay. And
can I chime in one second again? Mr. Van Vechten over here.
Yes.
We are also a dual pilot aircraft with at least one crew chief on board. So while one pilot is flying the aircraft, the other pilot is maintaining airspace surveillance and dealing with the radios. In this particular instance, there is no radio changes, so the pilot not in the controls will be scanning for traffic. So it's much easier for us to maintain visual separation because we're a dual pilot aircraft.
Do you still do verbal call-outs during that? Like, you know, if the other person is performing those duties of maintaining visual for you, is there an expectation of kind of verbal call-outs back and forth, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I heard that in the earlier audio of this flight back when they were up north of Cabin John. So, Mr. Dressler, how far away for you as an operator, because you have a different mission in the military now, what you're doing today, for you, how far away are you comfortable providing pilot-applied visual separation at night under the same conditions that would have existed basically on the night of the accident, which was basically a clear night with, you know, I mean, it was just generally a clear night with moderate to busier traffic. How far away?
Typically at night, with landing lights on commercial jet traffic, you can see them stacked up all the way south in the Potomac. So I would feel very comfortable with that. And the conversation is usually, as Mr. Van Vechten said, it's usually a conversation with Tower about the number of aircraft. I would handle visual separation in miles plus without a problem.
Okay. And Mr. Van Vechten, back to you in that same thread with picking them up on the north operation. If you knew that the aircraft called to you was a runway 33 arrival, how does that change things for the ability to keep visual if you were flying essentially the same basic route they were flying that day?
That would be much more difficult because runway 33, as I descend, it would be challenging to pick up that aircraft on the left turn as it's coming in, especially when I get down below 200 feet by Memorial Bridge.
Okay. All right, very well. We're going to shift to a little bit different area here, and we're going to start talking about staffing and resource management at the Airport Traffic Control Tower. Mr. Allen, while you were on site immediately after the accident, the overall facility staffing was being categorized as adequately staffed, meaning you had your number on board versus your number authorized under the staffing workbook was a close number. I think it was 28 on board or 26 on board and 30. Actually, it was 28 authorized at that time. Give me the numbers.
We were authorized 28 at that time.
Yeah, so you were authorized 28, and how many did you have on board? Do you remember, CPCs? It's okay if you don't. We have it in the document. These numbers changed a number of times over the course of the investigation.
They've changed.
But nonetheless, at that time, they were a very close number. However, that said, every person we spoke with cited staffing as a significant concern. And there was, and basically stated there was a lot more to staffing than authorized versus on board. Okay, so, and I think even you were explaining this to us. So can you help us understand the staffing concerns that you had at the time and tell us the why, if your authorized was 28 and your on board was 26, why did you feel that staffing was an issue? Could you explain to us how that plays out?
Yeah, there's many factors, variables that go into staffing. So we were authorized 28, and we had a number relatively close to that. I can't recall the exact number. But with that, folks can be on different types of leave, whether it's military leave. There could be release dates coming up, so we know that we have a person and we're going to lose that person. There is paid parental leave available as a benefit. And when you're looking at the staffing, you can kind of look into the future and see if, you know, this person counts towards the CPC number, but there are extra variables where they're part of the whole number, but yet they're unable to be in the operation on the daily schedule.
Okay. And in the most recent numbers we've received from the FAA for DCA, if I'm not mistaken, they're showing the authorized at 30. And Mr. Fuller, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm sure you're on top of these. So the authorized is 30, and the onboard is, I want to say 26. Is that right, Mr. Fuller? The problem that we see is that when we look at all those, they have 19 operational, which means that they have 19 that can actually plug in, work a position, and staff the schedule. How many shifts do you have to fill in a day, Mr. Allen, at DCA?
Including supervisors and TMU, you would want 9 people in the morning, 9 on the evening shift, and then you would have 2 for the mid, so that's a total of 20.
Yes, and I believe that in the actual documents that were given, just the CPC staffing was 16 shifts in a day. And so if you have 19 operational controllers and you're filling 16 shifts in a day, now we can start to see why probably controllers are saying staffing is a problem, right? Is that accurate? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That would be accurate.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Mr. Fuller, having a much larger view of the overall staffing picture for air traffic organization as a whole, how would you categorize the staffing at DCA as compared to other like-type facilities across the NAS? Is it similar and not much different, or is there a big variance? What do you see?
The staffing at DCA for a level 9 tower is commensurate with other facilities of like size.
Okay. Mr. Allen, shifting away from the staffing and onto resource management, which for everybody here, resource management, when we speak to that, we're talking about the actual use of available resources to staff the required positions over the course of a shift or day. And from your perspective, was the tower adequately staffed from a resource management standpoint on the night of the event?
On the night of the event, it was.
Okay. The OS had been, we noted in looking at the logs and stuff that the OS had been on position since about 1823 local that evening. And at the time of the event, that put him on position for about 186 minutes, or just over 3 hours. Is this routine for an OS staffing, or is there any concern about an OS being on position for that amount of time?
Can you, for
Operations supervisor,
Thank
I
you.
apologize. I tried to get them all. Operations supervisor.
For the operations supervisor, they are managing the shift, and they can, like we had described earlier, they could put a controller in charge and take breaks as they needed in order to be an effective supervisor and provide oversight.
So you would have categorized that as normal, or not out of the ordinary?
It was not out of the ordinary.
Okay. At the time of the accident, the helicopter and local control positions were combined, and they had been since 1540 local that day. And they had only been decombined for a total of about an hour and 20 minutes on that entire day. In your SOP, in the standard operating procedures, it states that helicopter control should normally be decombined between the hours of 10 o'clock a.m. and 21:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. It further stated that the operations supervisor or controller in charge has the discretion to combine or decombine helicopter and local control positions after considering a list of about 7 items that are listed in your SOP. One of the factors to consider in that is helicopter traffic volume within the DCA Class B airspace. Is there a particular threshold of helicopter traffic volume that would warrant combining or decombining the positions or combining the positions, or is that completely up to the discretion of the supervisor? How does that work?
For helicopter volume, it is subjective to the person providing the services. So I may be able to control 5 helicopters and it be no volume for me, and maybe you could only manage 2, or vice versa, whatever that may be. So it's subjective to each controller as to what volume is to them.
Okay. And when you read the SOP, your interpretation of its current writing of most, let me rephrase it again, should normally be decombined through those hours. How much liberty do you expect an operations supervisor to take with that? And what I mean is, are there particular things that you expect? Yes, I expect them to do it for training, or if it's required and they meet all the other guidelines. I guess I'm just struggling a little bit. Let me ask a different way. Did an hour and 20 minutes for the full day seem off to you? Would you expect that helicopters would have been staffed more on that over an entire day?
No, there's many variables that go into making those decisions.
Okay, such as?
The list that's referenced in the standard operating procedure throughout the day. So we just previously discussed staffing. So if staffing, if folks are out sick or whatever may be that we don't have the appropriate staffing that day, we may have to prioritize and adjust our resources in another direction. There could be weather. Multiple factors can occur at any time, and we have to adjust our priorities in order to continue to provide a safe and efficient operation.
Okay. And we read in the SOP, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe it states in there that when combining the positions, the operations supervisor or controller in charge will annotate this in the facility log with the time and reason when helicopters is combined during the normal helicopter hours. Was that still the policy on that day?
I don't believe it was on that day. It had been, that language had been removed sometime before.
Okay. All right. I might be mixing up two versions there, and we'll check to be sure. How do the local control and helicopter positions coordinate when they're decombined, when they are separate?
When they're decombined, they can coordinate utilizing point-out feature and scratch pad entries on the radar displays that they have, or verbal coordination.
Okay. Does a facility track how often positions are combined and decombined as a metric within the facility?
We have the ability to, and we do review staffing and resources.
Okay. Do you recall, I think that, historically up until around 2023's SOP change maybe, or something like that, or was it 24, when they actually went to should normally? Prior to that, it was a mandatory, I think immediately prior to that, it was mandatory unless it was IFR, the OM could approve, or the supervisor could approve combining during IFR operations or instrument flight rules when the weather is such. Since that was made, do you know, did the facility monitor that at all to see if we were opening the floodgates to just not having to staff a position, or were we still trying to staff it as often as possible? When I read that as should normally be staffed during those hours, that barring extenuating circumstances like the ability to conduct training or a staffing shortage on that day, or IFR conditions, which I don't have any helicopters, then I expect it to be staffed, right? That's the way I look at it. Others will view that as, well, it's my discretion. If I didn't feel like it was really needed that day, I just cannot do that. I'm just kind of wondering if the facility monitored that in any way or had discussions as they made that change to ensure that the understanding was that controllers, you still should be staffing that as much as possible outside of those exceptions.
The meetings that I conducted with the supervisors was they did have the discretion as it is written in the SOP, and that we discussed resource management and how to be dynamic in how you utilize your resources. Like we had discussed earlier, there's staffing concerns, there is weather moving in, there's a big push for training and folks to get trained so we can have more CPCs to alleviate these other concerns. So there's never just one factor that may not allow the position to be open or to allow it to be open. It's usually a multi-factor dynamic decision.
Okay.
Can you pause for a second?
Yes, absolutely.
OM is operations manager. CPC is certified professional controller. There was another one somewhere in there. Just a lot of people are very interested in this, particularly the families who may just not have aviation experience. And I know it's going to happen if we can try.
Yep.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
When the positions are combined, specifically local and helicopters positions, when they are combined, how does the operation change in the tower?
The operation changes in that the local controller with the combined position is now developing the whole plan for the airspace. They're not just looking at the runways, they are scanning further out and taking in more information and managing the operation accordingly.
So do the roles or even duties change for the other positions, like the assistant local controller?
No, it doesn't change.
No?
No.
Okay. And when positions are combined, in general, you can remember from working as a controller, how does there, if at all, and I know you can't speak for every controller, but in general, so let's just ask you then, how did your scan change? If you combined up positions and you went ahead and took on helicopters, how does your scan change, if at all, when you are combined?
For me personally, it wouldn't have changed.
Okay.
I scanned all traffic and my airspace.
Okay. And kind of run us through, what was your general scan? How did you have a method to your scanning, or was it it was ad hoc, or how did you do it?
No, so typically we'll work runways out. So you start at the airport, you're managing your traffic on the runway, preparing the next departure, whatever that may look like, and then you're looking back on final to see, are they maintaining the interval on final? Is there an overtake? What do the speeds look like? Are they too high on the approach? Could they be too low? If you have a helicopter that's integrated with them, how are they doing it? You're issuing traffic, and then you just continue to repeat the cycle. You scan the ASDI, your strips, the CTR, or the radar scope, and then back out the window again. So you get into a rhythm as you continue through while you're working.
Okay. So if, going back to the combined positions, if a controller comes in and they are taking over position, they're already combined, so the local and helicopter positions are combined, and the relief comes up and you're passing down the position, the release for the supervisor. If the supervisor comes up while the positions are combined. As the supervisor takes the watch, we know that in order to combine the positions, the supervisor must consider that list of things and assess whether or not they should or should not have it or can or cannot have it combined. Would you expect that a supervisor coming on duty when they're already combined would perform a reassessment of those 7 things? Would they go down the stuff themselves, or would the controller go and say, hey, this, got it, they're combined, see ya, and they would accept that? Or do you expect them to go through the process on their own as well and reassess?
They should reassess. It is now their operation to supervise.
Okay. The local controller had only been certified on local for between, I think, 6 and 8 months. It was May of 2024, so the end of May 2024, actually, on the 22nd. At DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, considering the complexity of traffic that exists there, as we've been talking about quite lengthy, what would you consider the average seasoning time for a new cert? So seasoning time, just so everybody knows what I'm talking about, is it's kind of a term used that when a person is first qualified, there's a time period in which they settle into that new certification and kind of season on the position, get used to working it on their own without somebody prompting them and stuff. They are certified, but we're a little, I think in general, there's a little bit of caution exercise during the early phases. So do you feel there is kind of, for the operation here and what they are getting certified on, is there any kind of rough seasoning time you look for, or is it completely controller dependent?
It would be controller dependent.
Okay. Without quoting, I'm not looking for quotes directly out of the SOP, Mr. Allen, what are the primary duties and responsibilities of the assistant local controller?
The assistant local controller responsibilities include setting the sequence for departures and managing the departure bay. They are to coordinate with the adjacent facilities, coordinate with TMU and the supervisor, manage, I already covered that, manage the flow of traffic. There are an extra set of eyes that are scanning the radar screen, looking out the windows, checking the runways, coordinating with it internally to the tower, to the other positions, to name a few.
Okay. So on the night of the event, while the ALC was working, there were a couple times of conflict alert going off. There were, even before, prior to this, to the accident. In interviews, we didn't glean that there was a lot of interaction between the two of them. That the assistant local controller, do you feel that, would you have expected more engagement from the assistant local controller in this as you, because you reviewed the events afterwards, and I know you can only assess things by reviewing the replays and talking to the controllers and finding out what went on. You weren't present or physically there. But would you have expected more engagement from the assistant load controller in this situation?
I did not review their interview that they had. I have not interviewed them. I don't know their level.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you were actually part of like the covered event review and stuff where you talk to the controllers.
No, I did
afterwards.
not interview them, so I have no.
Very good. I
information.
apologize. The well, let me ask you this then. So the assistant local controller is actually billeted there as a traffic management coordinator, correct?
Correct.
So as a traffic management coordinator, that person's primary duties is what?
To manage the flow of traffic out of the facility and into the facility, coordinating with the adjacent.
Do they staff the control positions at a equal level or a lesser level in general than the rest of the controllers on there?
They have a proficiency requirement that they need to meet each month.
Okay, so what's their minimum requirement for ALC and local control from the last you can recall?
1 hour minimum.
1 hour minimum. And would you say that it is common for them to get low side numbers of proficiency because they're doing TMC most of the time?
Compared to somebody that is just a controller,
Sure.
their time on position, control positions, is lower due to their other duties.
Okay. Sorry, I did another one. Traffic management coordinator. I thought I said it out though, but so. All right. So now I lost my train of thought. So my concern there is, so you have an individual, would you expect an operations supervisor or a controller in charge when they are staffing positions, determining whether to leave something combined based on traffic load, whatever it is they got, everything, would that be something that would be considered like, well, this person isn't probably as proficient as others because they don't do as much time on this position. They generally get their proficiency, but most of the time they're doing traffic management coordinator duties as assigned. Is that a consideration?
A consideration for what?
For like combining positions. Like, well, I would combine positions, but I've got so-and-so on assistant load control, and I need to make sure that everybody's engaged in where they're at, so I don't want to combine the positions yet. I mean, is that a consideration?
Yeah, you would consider.
Okay. And on the night of the event, on the week of the event, we learned that the assistant load controller in this case had just returned from a vacation. They were on a vacation for a little over a week, as I recall, and they were. This was their first shift back to work. Is that something that should be considered by a SUP, or that you would expect to be considered by the SUP? That, hey, they've been out of the operation for a week and they got to jump back in and get used to it real quick. Let's do whatever. I mean, would you kind of slowly in, or is it just kind of you're back to work, go to work?
It would be the person is certified on those positions, and returning back from work, getting on ALC would be, or assistant local control, would be a position where they're not actively working a control position. So it would be a way to, get back into the swing of working.
So in this
again.
case, it would be an appropriate measure to ease them back in
Correct.
your opinion. Okay, good. And overall, in general, did the operations supervisor meet your expectations as the operations manager on the night of the accident?
Repeat the question again.
On the night of the accident, did the operations supervisor meet your expectations as the operations manager during that night while he was on shift at the time of the accident. So I'm asking, like, considering all the things that person is responsible for, the combining of positions, the traffic management or the monitoring of traffic complexity, density, how much traffic was going on, getting people in and out, training, all these things, was he meeting the expectations that you have for the operations supervisor at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for right now, and I'm going to pass it along to Sarah.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning. Mr. Fuller, I wanted to ask a couple questions that Brian started to bring up about proficiency. Can you explain to me, how does the air traffic organization determine the amount of time needed as adequate for proficiency? And if you can just kind of explain to everyone, what is proficiency? What does that even mean?
So we have a minimum amount of time you need to work each month. We call it currency, and I believe it's 16 hours for a control position or a controller to work for 16 hours per month. If they're out for a month or they don't meet those currency requirements, they're required to recertify on each position before returning back to work. If they're out for an extended amount of time, a year or something like that, we put them back through the training program before they go back to work. Proficiency is not quite the same. Proficiency is, it doesn't really have a scale or a metric. It's about a comfort level. If you've been in one facility for 20 years, you could probably come back and in 30 minutes, you're back proficient because that's what you've done your entire career. If you're newly certified, obviously you're not going to be as proficient no matter how many hours you get that month. And so it's different. There's no real way to capture that.
Okay, thanks. And so in this instance, the person that was working assistant local control, do you know, are you familiar with what their primary duty was as assigned to DCA Tower by chance?
Yes.
Can you explain to us what were her, what were their duties as an ALC, and what would be their proficiency requirements?
So again, as previously stated, an assistant local control is almost exactly like it sounds. It's like a right seat, or excuse me, a left seat in an aircraft. They're the assistant, the local controller, with identifying traffic, coordinating handoffs, any of the duties that would primarily fall to the local control, they are there to assist with. They're not the primary person speaking the aircraft, but if they identify a conflict, it's pointing them out to the local control. Hey, watch those two. Requesting control for something, let me coordinate a heading, any of those kind of activities to assist the local control in maintaining their duties. Again, I believe as Mr. Allen spoke, you're required to get about an hour of that a month. I don't know exactly how many hours this particular controller got. Again, they had just returned from leave, but it's my understanding they had been certified at this facility for multiple years, and it wouldn't be unexpected for them to come back and be able to handle assistant local control.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Allen, are you aware, do you know how much time had the local controller worked the helicopter position and the local control positions combined during the training and qualification process? Is there a minimum expectation as part of that qualification that they would be able to train on it, combine a certain amount of hours before certification?
I'm not aware of his training records. I don't have the hours off the Dash 25s in front of me.
Not a problem. And so overall for the facility, do you guys have a minimum requirement of having that controller in training show that when they're training on both combined, is there a minimum, or how do they know when they're ready to take on the responsibility of being able to handle both at the same time?
So in the training process, there's a training team associated with each person in training, consisting of a supervisor and certified controllers. With that, there are routine and regular training team meetings, performance assessments, and when the training team would have a consensus that they're able to begin training on more complex or more volume in order to continue progressing in training, then that would be a discussion and occur at that time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jarvis, you were speaking to us earlier about your role with the quality, the Eastern Service Quality Control Group, and when you were assigned to DCA. Can you please add any of your observations that you had while you were there on the health of the DCA training?
Yes, good morning. And I do want to make it clear that I'm here on behalf of myself, not on behalf of my employer, Leidos. The health of the facility, as far as the certified professional controllers, that has always been on the lower number of staffing, not necessarily healthy. It's cost of living is high there, hard to attract those folks. Also, when the administrative staff was my biggest concern. I had been asked by a general manager at one point to look into see do they need a second operations manager? And I took a quick look, and the answer was yes, they do. No action was ever taken on that. They had a couple support staff folks at one point, and one I think retired, another one was we'll say relocated, and then they went without any staff specialists for approximately 3 years. Those duties fell to the operations manager and a support manager, as well as the air traffic manager. And that was a concern of mine. I brought that to many attention, every opportunity I had. And at one point I was told to quit bringing it up.
Mr. Jarvis, do you feel that that impacted the training program at DCA?
Absolutely. There was not enough folks to manage the training that needed to take place. Anytime a training package needed to be prepared, a support manager they had to do all that work with the help sometimes of the operations manager. And not only would they put it together, they'd have to brief it, and then they'd have to document that the training occurred. And it was a large tasking that took place. And there was also some simulation training that was required annually that the facility didn't have the resources, they didn't have the equipment at one point to do that. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I think we're going to come back to some of those reasons why in a little bit. But for right now, can you let me know why do you think that DCA needed two
people movements around the region. any flybys at Arlington. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, and especially in many instances, you may have several in one day. And so we'll just say with that comes, that needs to be briefed to the workforce. That's a lot of work. And to do all that coordination, and the Pentagon's right next door to the airport. They have a lot of needs and wants as well. All this communication coordination distracts from the ability to coach the younger supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen, I would like to ask you, other than the other metropolitan Washington, D.C. airports, can you think of any other facility in the country that would have the unique challenges that DCA has with being located exactly where it is?
There's none that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can you explain to us some of the complexities that you faced as an operations manager with kind of expand on what Mr. Jarvis said, and also keeping in mind that how many hours did you spend a day typically in the tower overseeing the management?
Yeah, so the operation is the #1 priority. I would oversee daily the operations supervisors as well as the control staff working either the day or the evening shift. There are many challenges throughout a day, whether it's a staffing challenge, whether there's an airport construction project that needs to happen, or there's an issue with gates or the airlines, weather, priority movements, flybys. There's multiple items occur each day that you have to assist and manage. In addition to that, you're trying to meet with your supervisors, provide coaching, provide a direction in how we're going to run this operation and move forward. And then with that, you're also looking at short-term goals, long-term goals, whether there are, during my time, we had a large runway rehabilitation project. It occurred over 2 years, and MWA, the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, rehabbed all of their runways. So that was a project that continued, and we would have to work through daily while it was going on, the long-term goals of it, what are the impacts of it, how we have to adjust the operation and really be dynamic. So as the operations manager, there's not just, I don't think there's, I'm sure there's in HR, there's a list of duties and responsibilities, but being at DCA and the various lines of business and entities that you touch, it's more than just those duties. It's beyond that. There's just a lot going on with DCA.
Would it be fair to say that those responsibilities and unique challenges also flow down to an operations supervisor, traffic management coordinator, and individual controllers?
Yeah, 100%.
How do you prepare controllers with training to be able to manage the complexity of working this specific spot in the NAS?
So the trainings that we have the in-house training program that they work through that consists of classroom, simulation, and then on-the-job training. In addition to that, we provide familiarization opportunities where whenever it's time for a trainee to train on ground control, we take them down to the airport authority. They hop in a Suburban and go out and drive the airfield and get the perspective of the airfield, what it looks like to a pilot, take a look at the hot spots, common crossing points, and just get a real feel of how the airfield operates. Whenever a trainee gets to local helicopter and assistant local control, we're fortunate enough that we coordinate with the U.S. Coast Guard that is based at DCA, and we coordinate FAM flights for them so they can get up and fly the helicopter routes, see the perspective from the helicopter users, and how that integrates into the entire system. In addition to that, even the folks that are certified, like our traffic management folks, whenever we are approaching winter for winter weather and de-icing, we do a good job. I coordinate with Mandy, and we have the folks go out and meet their counterparts at Washington Center or Potomac and make that connection and have those discussions. And then prior to coming into the summertime, whenever we have the significant lines of weather that move through, we conduct briefings and, again, have the controllers, the traffic management specialists, meet with their counterparts at the adjacent facilities to discuss those challenges, to, make those connections, and to make the operation that much better.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I appreciate it. I'm going to pass along to my colleague, Dr. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson, if you could pause for a second, just to let everyone know, we do have working bathrooms for everyone up here. Now we've moved on to the air conditioning. So, I do want to say I tried to tell you all that you could wear polo shirts with logo gear, but you didn't listen. I knew the Army wouldn't, but I mean that respectfully. If the witnesses, if you want to take your jackets off, it's hot. I get it. It's fine. Don't feel like you have to be so formal. Go ahead, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to follow up on some of the training questions that we've been talking about. The assistant local control position, is that always staffed, Mr. Allen?
Yes, in accordance with the point 3 and the DCA SOP.
Okay. And so you mentioned that their purpose, they coordinate with the local controller. Is there specific training on how to coordinate?
The on-the-job training, I mean, they sit right next to each other.
Okay. Do they receive any sort of classroom training on, teamwork or how to communicate, the basics of that, so that when they get to on-the-job training, they can apply what they've learned?
It's covered in classroom training on how to coordinate with the adjacent facilities, and within the tower, everyone can just talk freely. So.
And in simulator, there are some simulations that you do as well, correct?
Correct.
Is the assistant local control and local controller paired up in those simulations as well?
We don't simulate for assistant local control.
Okay. Do the controllers receive training on how to manage their workload?
We go through, in the simulation training, we go through various percentages and build up so they can gauge how traffic volume and complexities increase. And then as they do the actual on-the-job training on the position, they begin at lower hours of volume and complexity and then build off of that. So the training team, like I stated, there's a training team associated with them. They meet routinely, they have discussions, and they know where the person in training is at, what they need to work on as they continue to work up to a certified controller.
And if a controller became overwhelmed on shift, the workload just got beyond what they were comfortable with, what would they do?
If there was too much workload, they should notify the supervisor or controller in charge, and we can recall additional staff back that are on break or perhaps other duties to come and relieve them.
Is there simulated scenario where you push a controller to need to ask for that relief?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are the supervisors trained to recognize if one of their controllers is becoming overwhelmed?
We have discussions about it.
It's not a formal training or a part of their training?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If the local control and helicopter control positions needed to be decombined, was there staffing to do that on the night of the event?
Yes.
And is that the local controller's responsibility or the supervisor's responsibility to recognize that that's needed?
It would be both.
You had mentioned, Mr. Soper had asked you about the time that the supervisor had been on position, and you had mentioned that if needed, a controller in charge could have stepped in to offer them some relief. Were there any controllers, and you said that the controller in charge had some additional training to be able to fulfill that role. Were any of the controllers on duty that night able to step in as controller in charge if needed?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Soper also asked you about the helicopter control and local control positions being combined. Do you know, you said it could be tracked how often it is combined. Do you know how often the positions are combined versus decombined?
No, we would have to get that data for you, depending on whatever time frame you would like.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any sort of sense? Is it 50% of the time? Is it open more than it's combined, or?
And you're referring to at that time?
Just in general, I mean, let's go back. Unexpected situations, unexpected events, conflict alerts. How are controllers trained to these accidents to be included in training? And the FAA responded that in 2017 that all controllers were provided this integrated safety training workshop, which talked about threat and error management. And in our interviews with some of the controllers, we asked them if they knew what threat and error management was, and nobody did. So does that concern you that a training that was offered to all controllers isn't remembered by the controllers?
Sometimes controllers may not recognize the course name or what's specifically being discussed. I recall the NTSB safety recommendations. I was in air traffic safety at the time as an investigator. We have since built into our annual recovery training that Mr. Allen is specifically speaking to as part of unusual situations, traffic alerts, safety advisories, recovery again, and ensuring positive separation. So while those specific accidents from Charleston and San Diego are not included directly, those similar type scenarios are built into the training.
So in the training that you're saying is being developed or has been developed, it's already in place?
It already has been developed as part of our 3120.4 training manual.
And is there training that includes threat and error management, or you feel like covers those topics?
I honestly can't recall what the threat and error management training delivered in 2016 was focused on.
Well, I mean, the training that you're talking about, that...
The training that I'm talking about has a different title now. It's just part of our recurrent training, and we have specific topics. I believe there are 8 specific topics we go over annually, and then the facility has an initial 4 topics I think they can pick as it's germane to their operation.
And does that training include threat and error management or similar topics in terms of recognizing unexpected events and how to respond to them, how to mitigate the risks?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, can I jump in on an exhibit level? Could you provide that for the hearing record? The specific training, and if it's by video, can FAA provide that so our staff can see the video as well as any corresponding materials?
The 3120 is already included in the exhibits. If you want the specific scenarios, they're built into the simulation systems for all those facilities that have simulators. They're required to develop problems in their simulation that focus on each of those areas. So it might be a little difficult. If you'd like a copy of DCA's specific training syllabus, happy to provide that.
I leave it up to you to, I know that nothing was provided earlier in the documentation back and forth between FAA, so I just want to make sure.
We do have some training documents, but let's go ahead and request it again to make sure that we've got the most up-to-date one. I think that that would be appropriate.
We'll make sure to provide that.
Thank you.
And I'll just chime in, sorry. I think the problem is it doesn't, whatever we have doesn't seem to specifically address this. So maybe you guys can talk and figure out what that is.
What happens is we provide topics and we direct every facility to build a simulation problem on these specific topics. And so it's built into their problem at their facility. You have to be in their simulator to run it, and it has to cover those specific topics. So the documentation would just direct them to build problems here. To get the actual problems on video or something that's similar, we would have to go into the lab and manually record it.
The DCA SOP lists the responsibilities for the assistant local control, and the first responsibility listed is alert local control of any unusual situations or traffic conflicts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Allen, I believe you said they don't do any simulator. The ALC, the assistant local control, is not trained in a simulator, correct?
The ALC position is not specifically trained in the simulator. However, when they are certified on it, they are certified on the on local control as well. So they would have received simulation there and training there that would then directly correlate with the assistant position.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if I'm the assistant local control, and I'm supposed to alert the local control of any unusual situations or traffic conflicts, how would I know how to do that?
Because you're already a certified local controller. So you're already aware, and you've already been trained on that.
But I do think there's an additional coordination piece that's needed because you're not the local control, and so I'm trying to understand how do they know how to do that coordination piece, when to jump in, and maybe it's just from the experience of being a local controller, but is there any sort of teamwork training that happens Sure, Mr. Fuller.
Yes, Dr. Wilson. We do teach the tower team concept, but I think what Mr. Allen is specifically speaking to, it's almost like the best analogy is a backseat driver. Once you have your driver's license, you know how to drive, and when you're sitting in the passenger seat, if you recognize a conflict or a traffic, you alert the person that is operating the specific control position. In our assistant local control, while they don't do direct simulation there, they've done the simulation as a local controller. We teach the tower team concept. We instruct our supervisors, everybody in the tower cab, if you see something, say something, point out those specifics. If the local controller needs a coordination, they're free to just reach over to the ALC and say, do this for me, or provide specific instruction. The more experience they have there, the assistant local controller will recognize what assistance the local controller will need. And each local controller has differences in how they like to receive assistance. Some don't want you touching any of their devices or operating their memory aids or their data block manipulation. And so you have that working relationship that just over time you understand the duties for the assistant.
And then in addition to that, they do receive on-the-job training. So they are actively working the position with a certified on-the-job training instructor. So they learn those nuances real time.
Okay, thank you. So let me be a little more direct on the night of the event. Did the assistant local control meet the expectation of the #1 responsibility in the DCA SOP?
I don't know what coordination that may or may not have occurred, so I can't speak to whether that person met my expectations or not. I wasn't there.
Mr. Allen, based on your experience, is there any additional training that you think would be good for controllers to have?
Let me get back to you on that one.
Okay. Switching gears, I thought I was going to give you a break, Mr. Allen, but I just have 2 questions, and then I'll switch to someone else. The conflict alert system, we mentioned that. Can you just explain that system, what its purpose is, how it works from a controller's perspective?
Yeah, the conflict alert system has parameters built into the software of when it'll alarm and at what interval. With that, we get, if it does alarm, we get an audible alarm, and then on the data tag, we would get a CA for the conflict alert and a flashing red letters.
So what does that mean to a controller when that happens?
It draws attention to it. If you already haven't resolved, the system doesn't know that we may, as controllers, have already resolved the situation via separation standards or by other means. So if you've already resolved it, you just take another look at it and ensure that everyone is complying with instructions that you may have issued. If it's something maybe that you didn't see, then you take appropriate corrective action.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you a break for a few minutes. Thanks for your answers. Dr. Allendorfer, switching to you and the conflict alert system. Are there certain algorithms that trigger a conflict alert that you're aware of?
Yes, conflict alert actually includes multiple algorithms. Some of the algorithms look into the future and predict where the aircraft are going to be in a certain period of time. Other sub-algorithms, let's call them, they look where the aircraft are currently, and if the criteria for that algorithm are met, then the alert activates. So there's, within conflict alert, there's multiple algorithms operating simultaneously. They could all be met, one of them could be met, and then the alert activates.
And the presentation to the controller, is it different depending upon which algorithm is activated?
No, it's not.
Okay, so just so that my understanding, based on what Mr. Allen said, it's an oral alert and a red flashing alert on the display?
Correct, yep. There is one other indicator. There's what's called the CA, Comp Alert List, which provides the call signs of the two aircraft that are involved. It's like a window on the display in addition to the data blocks, which are turning red, flashing, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any research conducted on controller response time to conflict alerts?
Yes, there has. In a variety of circumstances, the response times can vary depending upon what the response is. If the alert is urgent, the controllers will respond right away. Other times, if the alert is maybe on the margins, they may wait a bit to look to see what happens. They also may know that something is about to happen. For example, an aircraft may be alerting, but the controller knows when it reaches this fix, it's going to turn. So they may wait to respond until that turn happens or doesn't. And then if it doesn't, then they respond. Or if it does happen as they expected, then they may not make the call. Controller has already addressed the situation or has used other means like visual separation or divergent course separation to address the alert in some other way, and the alert system is not able to, doesn't know that that action has been taken. And so that alert in some sense it's not false, but we consider it falling into the nuisance category. It's not a great term for it, but that is what we call it. The false alarm rate is very, very low, especially at a big airport that has good surveillance, good radar. There's almost no radar error. The alerts in a false sense are very, very uncommon. A nuisance alert depends on the position of the aircraft, how busy that sector may be, the procedures, how close the aircraft are normally coming. And so the nuisance alert rate will vary very much by the sector specific or the facility. The tracking it requires very deep analysis of whether that alert, what was going on at that time of that alert. Very resource intensive kinds of analysis. So the tracking that you could do is more the numbers of alerts that occur rather than whether those alerts were nuisances or not.
If I recall from the interviews with the controllers, they do get alerts on a daily basis. And assuming they do have these nuisance alerts, what does that do to controllers' response time to these alerts? How do nuisance alerts impact their response?
Anytime there is any sort of alert, what's called desensitization is a concern. The trick is to make you never want the alert system to miss a real one. So we tend to err on the side of alerting even when maybe we don't need to. We would much rather take a nuisance alert or a false alert than a miss. So the system is designed to provide some number of alerts that might qualify as a nuisance. That does have an effect potentially on controllers' trust in the system, their response times. The effect would be in the nature of waiting to see if the situation can be resolved organically or without action. If the situation is urgent, the controller response times are very quick. They'll issue traffic, they'll issue a maneuver, they will coordinate with their other sectors. Over time, if there were a lot of nuisance alerts, that would be a big concern on on response times and also the accuracy of the response, what response they take. That is a concern that is not just in air traffic or in aviation, but in all sorts of life-critical alert situations in medicine, in the military. It's something that human factors people like myself, we spend a lot of our energy to make sure that that is not, the alert rate, the nuisance alert rate is kept as low as possible.
Great, thank you. Is this a new system, this conflict alerting? Is this a fairly old system?
The system that was used at DCA and at Potomac Tracon uses what's called the STARS, the Standard Terminal Automation Replacement System. STARS was designed in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was deployed in that time period across the NAS. So it is not new. It is 20 years old or so. The alert algorithms are based on the previous system, which is called ARTS, Automated Radar Terminal System. That existed from the 70s. The alert algorithms have been developed over time and evolved. So no, they're not new.
Is there new technology available that could sort of prevent these nuisance alerts that controllers are getting?
There are techniques that exist. They're not necessarily using new technology, but there would be additional enhancements to algorithms or additional parameters that systems in other domains have utilized. En route air traffic control has a system called Conflict Probe, which is more sophisticated. It is more of a strategic conflict alert, but it has more sophisticated algorithms where it can look into the future and consider more factors when it decides whether to alert or not. Those would be software changes to STARS. There are a variety of parameters inside of STARS that can be adjusted either at the local level or the national level. And there are ways for air traffic to adjust those parameters to help optimize the system.
And is that facility specific?
There are national parameters that are set. The facilities do have an ability to adjust parameters on a local level to an extent.
Bring in fans, and then everyone's going to move the NTSB to another location. I will remind everyone, you're welcome to ditch your jackets. Looking at you, Army. Nope, the boss is watching. You can't do it. I'm sorry about the heat. We're trying. So we will get started again with the technical panel.
We're going to start again with Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. Just a few more questions for you, Dr. Allendorfer. We were talking about the conflict alerting system and the different algorithms and the age of the system, how long this system has been around. So are there any changes that can be made to the current system?
Work with the vendor and do that, but there are improvements that could be made, yes.
Is that a fairly easy fix, or?
Not easy, probably no.
Okay.
Expensive, probably yes.
Cheaper than replacing the whole system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Has the FAA explored other technologies that could replace the current system, the conflict alerting system? Is that even possible?
Not that I'm aware of.
From your perspective and the research that you've done, can you say what the reliability or the accuracy is of conflict alerts? Is that even something that we can measure?
The accuracy, in the sense that is it false or not, is very, very high. It is almost never false. The reliability, in the sense that how reliable it would be in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen, from a controller's perspective, do you have a sense of how often is a controller having to respond to a conflict alert?
Naturally, you respond every time.
Well, but I mean from the sense, is it a nuisance alert where, you know, as you said, well, you know that it's not really a conflict versus this is a conflict that I have to actually take action with one or both of the aircraft?
I would say approximately 40 to 50% of the time, the alert is not relevant.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears a little bit, still for Dr. Allendorfer, we heard in panel 2 that transmissions may be blocked or stepped on, particularly when the helicopter and fixed wing traffic are on separate frequencies. And I believe it was stated that there was no way for the controller to know if a transmission was stepped on, correct, Mr. Allen? I think you said that yesterday. There's nothing that tells you that one of the transmissions made was stepped on.
No, there's nothing that indicates that.
So, Dr. Allendorfer, is there any technology available that would alert a controller, that could be used to alert a controller that a transmission's been stepped on? Are you aware of anything?
There were voice technology systems, one called Nexcom from many years ago, 20 years ago or so, that were under development that would address, to an extent, step-ons. Basically, the controller would have basically a block. Their transmissions would essentially make the channel busy, and other transmissions would be blocked. That is not the system that we currently have, but that technology does exist in the world, but not in the NAS.
Are you able to speak, Dr. Allendorfer, to normalization of deviance? Or are you able to explain that sort of concept and what that means?
From a human factors perspective?
Yes.
Yes. So normalization of deviance, is that what you're asking. So,
Correct.
So deviance would be doing something that is different than the norm, outside the rules, doing something that's not allowed. If that is done repeatedly and becomes sort of culturally what is commonly done, people don't get in trouble for doing so, then the deviance becomes the norm of the people who are in that situation. They learn to start not paying attention to it, to do it as a commonplace thing. It's the kind of everybody does it, what's the big deal kind of situation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen, you mentioned in your previous interviews, you talked about the controllers having to do these squeeze plays and making it work at DCA. Do you think that controllers are becoming comfortable with having to, make it work? Is that something that you would say controllers have to do with the amount of traffic, having to offload traffic, having to manage the helicopter control, local control positions being combined? Are they constantly having to make it work in the tower?
A majority of the time, yes.
Yeah. This question I have for, anyone on the tech panel who would like to answer, or I'm sorry, on the witness panel who would like to answer, but, I mean, is the DCA airspace safe to fly in?
I'd like to answer that question.
That'd be great, thanks.
Absolutely, it's safe to fly in. I flew out myself this weekend, round trip. I plan to do so in another few weeks. The U.S. is one of 193 countries in the world, but we operate and maintain and safely provide air traffic services to about 28 to 36% on any given day of the world aviation traffic. The controllers at DCA are responsible, well-trained, and I would have no problem leaving out on a flight in or out of that airport at any given day.
Thank you. Mr. Dressler?
The airspace system since 1986, the helicopter routes, were very successful. Obviously, that success ended quite tragically on January 29. To answer your question, today, the airspace is the least safe it's ever been, thanks to the changes that have been implemented after January 29.
Mr. Van Vechten, do you have any thoughts on the airspace?
Yes, I've always felt that the airspace was safe. I don't think safety has decreased since the accident.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Okay, I have a couple clarifying questions and some tag-ons from earlier. First of all, we asked a question regarding the assistant local controller's expectations. Mr. Fuller, I know you've had an opportunity. You've reviewed this event correctly in some way, shape, or form, had looked at the SRT and all of that?
Correct.
Okay. From your standpoint in ATO, did the assistant local controller meet the expectations of the air traffic organization that day?
From a perspective, again, without knowing what conversations took place in the tower, the only thing I've known is the interview notes. And from the interview notes, I think the assistant local controller didn't detect the conflict. Our expectation, if they had, is to alert the local. But again, not having been in the tower, I don't know if they were busy with other duties. So if they were providing other assistance, then yes, they met my expectations. But if they were merely just not working, then again, it's really unfair for me to Monday morning quarterback and knowing the result.
That's okay. And how about the tower team concept? You mentioned that earlier. Do you think the tower team concept, as outlined in 7110 or 7210, do you think that met the expectations on that evening as a whole?
Ideally, the helicopter position would have been split from the local control. And my
I'd agree with Mr. Fuller in not knowing what other duties were their efforts being made. So I wouldn't be able to qualify that answer.
And how about the tower team concept?
It failed.
Okay. And do you have any feelings one way or the other? You spent some time in that facility, I know, so you're familiar with their requirements they had, at least at the time, for the helicopter position, staffing, and all of that. Do you feel, based on the traffic that you observed in this event and everything you know about the event, that the positions being decombined was consistent with the SOP and would have met your expectations?
I did review the event and went back quite a bit, and there just wasn't enough helicopter traffic in the vicinity. Now I'll say, as the event developed, the number were there, the number of helicopters was there, but there was little complexity, from what I recall, to that helicopter traffic.
Okay. And there's a clarification from yesterday that we have our colleagues at NACA and our group member that joined us in our investigation brought to our attention yesterday, which is just relevant and I think good to bring out here, which was we were talking about the helicopter route charts and the altitude requirements and that they were suggestive and what the concept was. It just so happens that the DCA LOA with the 12th Aviation Battalion actually outlines that they will follow the helicopter route chart when they request a transition through there to include the altitudes. As a matter of fact, reading right from the LOA, which of course I can't do. Yeah, I can't do it. Okay, so anyway, it does say that they will comply. So for DCA, there is an expectation that they would be at or below 200 feet as published on the helicopter route chart by agreement with the local, the LOA.
Mr. Soper, may
yes.
I make one clarifying statement about, it's Rick Dressler, by the way. May I make a statement about that as well?
Yes.
There's a specific note on the chart that I looked at after yesterday's session, and it specifically states that acceptance into the Class B is as depicted, and it does constitute a clearance that you cannot deviate from. There should be no confusion on this point.
Great. Even further clarification, so that's awesome.
If I may add some context, again, yes. When you talk about the specific helicopter routes, and the discussion was not meant to say that helicopter operators don't need to follow the routes and can just go willy-nilly around the Class Bravo. But again, there are no defined widths on the helicopter routes. The altitudes, even on the different helicopter charts as published, if you look at the, say, the Dallas-Fort Worth helicopter charts, the language on the altitude says should be 1,300. It's a gap we've identified. We are working to close that with our National Helicopter Work Group. We therefore, if an aircraft drifts off the bank of the river and drifts toward the center of the river, how could we therefore violate that pilot for doing something to remain clear of clouds or avoiding traffic? It's not to say that these helicopter routes shouldn't be followed, but it's just to say that as an air traffic controller, if you are depending on that route width definition for separation or the altitude for separation, you need to take positive control and provide clear, consistent instructions, consistent with the phraseology in the Class Bravo airspace that says, via route, maintain altitude while in Bravo airspace.
Okay.
Mr. Fuller, just for those, can you describe what positive control means?
Yes, Madam Chairman. Positive control is ensuring that you know specifically exactly what route, altitude, or heading that an aircraft will maintain. And what I mean by that, Mr. Soper, I'm certain you can relate to this, is if you have an aircraft check on at 8,500 requesting flight follow, and you ready to identify that aircraft, clearment of the Bravo, you expect them to maintain at 8,500. But if for some reason that aircraft starts descending to avoid clouds or buildup or something, they have that prerogative unless you specifically assign them that altitude of 8,500. And if that's what you're dependent on for safety, for separation from an IFR aircraft, you need to assign it. And that's the relevant example I can provide for the helicopter routes.
Understand. So, Mr. Fuller, this question is actually for you. We continually heard through the interviews there's been a longstanding contentious subject of miles and trail being provided from Potomac to DCA. Can you explain to us what miles and trail are, what we're referring to when we say that term?
Miles and trail is typically a term referred to as the separation standard from subsequent aircraft, and normally it's in an arrival stream or a final approach stream.
Okay. And having experience working at multiple facilities and in roles and oversight and whatnot, and including high-capacity demand airports, would you find it normal for miles and trail criteria to be agreed upon through LOAs between the towers and the overarching TRACONs?
Typically, miles and trail are dynamic and on demand. They're based on weather conditions, traffic volume. Obviously, you have a normal standard, but a mile and trail, depending on the winds or the weather conditions, if aircraft are deviating, is going to change every day.
Okay. Are you aware of any facilities that do have miles and trail actually agreed upon in their LOA?
There are some.
To assist with flow?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Allen, we noticed in the LOA with Potomac TRACON, there is no prescribed miles and trail there. Do you know why that is?
To my knowledge, the facilities could never come to an agreement on it.
Okay. Have you been part of any discussions with that facility to attempt to get a miles and trail agreement at all that you're aware of or that you can recall?
I know it was a part of one that occurred many years ago, but I can't recall the substance of it.
Okay. And Mr. Lehman, so being the overarching TRACON for DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower, do you remember any conversations of that over the years regarding miles and trail or attempts to get an established miles and trail agreement between the two?
Yes, but they were on a dynamic basis, not on a every day, every hour basis. So we have actually put them in on a dynamic basis as they were that night.
Okay. I've noticed some facilities they approach it one of two ways. I mean, I understand what you're saying about the dynamics because it's ever changing. And I've seen some facilities, they say that we want the miles and trail because that's what we need to execute departures. And if you want to tighten it up, you can request that. And if workload permits, we can go ahead and let you bring them in tighter. This facility seems to do the opposite, which is Potomac basically sets the miles and trail, and if DCA needs more space, they call in a restriction through the traffic management, put it into the NTML to ask for 4 miles. Is that an accurate categorization of that?
Yeah, so we're sharing, 96% of the time we're sharing one runway. So we have it set up as protocol is if they need 4 miles because we have a significant amount of departures, they will ask for it. More in an arrival time. If we have no arrivals, we don't need that. But DCA many times of the day has a mixture of arrivals and departures.
Mr. Allen, I noted in a number of people we spoke to that it is pretty common to have to put in restrictions during different periods of the day, especially during the periods of high demand. Does Potomac, do they historically, have they been traditionally or more often, are they more often meeting the miles and trail that is requested, or are they missing the miles and trail when you have a restriction in?
Historically, I would say it varies. There will be times of a stretch of period of time where there is greater compliance, and then there will be stretches of time where there is not.
And are you able to get that? Are supervisors able to get that corrected on site? What's their avenue if they put in a restriction and then they're still not getting the miles and trail?
The avenue is the TMU and the tower would talk to the Potomac TMU, and the operations supervisor could call out to Mount Vernon as the sector overlying at Potomac that overlies DCA and provides radar services for us. The supervisors could talk and have a discussion about what the impediments are and the best path forward.
Okay. Do you recall during post-event reviews whether or not there was a restriction in leading up to the time of this accident?
There was.
And were they meeting that 4 miles and trail, or were they not meeting the 4 miles and trail, or are you unaware?
From my recollection, I believe they complied a majority of the time.
Okay. On that evening, the load controller was soliciting arriving air crews to accept a runway 33 arrival in order to get departures out. And can you explain to us, first of all, what we mean when we say offloading to 33? What does that mean?
Offloading to 33 is if there's a heavy arrival demand and spacing is tighter, you would take the aircraft to 33. I think that evening the winds were heavy out of the northwest, 320, gusting to some number. So aircraft arriving directly into the wind, they don't have that crosswind component. And that may have been another factor, is he was providing service for performance for them, but I have not interviewed him and can't speak as to why he was doing those things.
All right. During discussions afterward with anybody about the event, I know you said you didn't interview him or anything, was there any indication that miles and trail that evening played any role in the local controller's decision to attempt offloading aircraft to 33 for those departures, or was it strictly coincidental?
No, prior to the accident, there was demand on the airport, and you could easily infer that he was using it to offload aircraft.
Okay. Ms. Chendi, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick, or Mr. Fuller.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to add in, there are additional avenues and the pilot does not have to accept the circle of 33. And so they can solicit it, they can slow the aircraft when they check out on final. I don't want the misconception to be that the solution is always to offset to 33. They can do S-turns on final. There are various avenues to control that flow, and in addition to demanding that the TRACON provide a certain mile and trail if they need it. And so I just don't want that to get lost in the conversation.
Understand. Ms. Chendi, one day after the accident, there was a systemic issue review conducted to look at the miles and trail issue, actually. There was I believe the title on the the systems review was that Potomac not meeting the 4 miles and trail, whatever, during exceptions. So do you recall, were you a part of that systemic issue review?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you recall for us the findings that came out of that review?
Certainly. Overall, well, the review was done starting sometime in September of 2024 through January, well, through the incident itself. And basically, we were doing a review of the mile and trail that the TRACON was providing the tower, and when they made the request for 4 miles. And in that review, we realized that 90% of the time, the TRACON provided 4 miles in trail to the transfer control point, or to the final approach fix. However, the tower is requesting for 4 miles in trail to the runway threshold. Now, when we went to review the percentage for the TRACON providing the in-trail to the tower, that was more around 60% of the time.
Okay. And do you remember what the recommendations of that review was? I think it was classified under a certain classification. Do you remember what that was? Concur and elevate. That's what it was. What does that mean?
Well, the review was done at tower level. So certainly they need the next facility or another facility to actually solve the issue that they discovered during the review.
So on that one, do you remember what was recommended in that review?
I do. It was, the consensus was TRACON should provide 5 miles in trail to the transfer control point. And I'm just going to paraphrase.
Yes.
Okay. And the request is 5 miles in trail to the transfer control point, which will then provide 4 miles in trail to the runway threshold. And as such, there needs to be a review of the airport arrival rate.
Okay, and I believe that we got a response from the FAA that said this review is still in progress. Mr. Fuller, can you speak to that? Like, where is it at in the process?
So, concur and elevate, typically those events go to the service center for resolution. This particular one went to the service center quality control group, which they don't normally manage traffic management disputes. So where it was turned over to is for the district, the TMO, the DDSO, and the Director of Air Traffic Operations to determine what's most appropriate. I believe it's still currently open because it hasn't been resolved.
Okay.
The challenge is one facility made a recommendation that affects multiple facilities. And it's to be quite honest, to alleviate the amount of work that they may or may not have to do. And so it's going to be a complicated issue to resolve. Yes, 4 miles at the transfer control point, that's typically where most approach controllers provide separation. They don't provide separation all the way to the runway threshold because it's well outside their area of control. Some air transfer control points are anywhere from between 5 to 7 miles from the runway threshold. It's almost impossible for the TRACON to run a 4 or 5 mile final all the way to the threshold when that would be well within the tower controller's airspace. And so it's not an easy to solve answer.
Well, and that's actually my next question for Mr. Lehman. What are the challenges presented by Potomac TRACON in providing 4 miles in trail or 5 miles in trail for that matter, if you were privy to that?
There are multiple challenges. Sometimes we actually did, there are multiple challenges. Sometimes we actually did make the mistake of not giving them the right separation. Sometimes Washington Center, who feeds us, is not giving us the miles in trail that we're supposed to get. We actually have 5 feeds that come into Potomac to feed DCA. Normally, in a busy arrival bank, we only get 20 miles in trail over each feed. So we have to do other air traffic maneuvers inside of Potomac's airspace in order to get that 4 miles. Lastly, at times, the tower is required by our LOA to let us know when they slow aircraft or S-turn aircraft inside of their airspace, and normally they do not let us know. So every time they slow one, it's an accordion effect. It affects the next one and probably the next 3 after. So there's multiple issues of why it's not accomplished, and like Nick said, it is much harder to get to the threshold than it is to the transfer of control point, which is 5 miles.
Okay. And Ms. Chindy, back to the review again, are you the one that forwarded the review beyond, or did that go from the facility and you were just part of the review panel team, or what group?
No, it was the facility doing that. I was simply part of the review.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Allen, do you know where that was forwarded to when you forwarded it? Did you get any feedback from the service area that they were forwarding it elsewhere?
Once we had electronically submitted it, Concur and Elevate, it goes to the Eastern Service Area, and that was the last that I personally had heard about it.
All right. Mr. Allen, going back to the practice of offloading traffic to runway 33, this is a non-standard operation that in discussions with pilots while we were on site, and even controllers, increases workload on the part of both sides, the flight crew as well as air traffic control to some extent. And what is the #1 reason that you find that controllers elect to offload arrivals to 33 as the mitigation?
To supplement for the spacing on final.
So why would they choose
Sorry, we didn't hear that.
Oh, to supplement for the space on final.
Right. So you're building space. But what about what? One second. So what I'm asking is, why is it that they choose that mitigation over others? That seems to be their favored mitigation.
Because with that mitigation, you can continue to the arrivals and departures. If you utilized another mitigation, something's going to back up.
Give me an example of two. Compare the two.
If you just slowed aircraft on final, then the volume of arrivals is just going to build up onto Potomac, and the volume of arrivals is now extended out beyond what it was ever going to be.
So how does offloading to 33 build space? Can you just kind of tell us how that works?
Yeah, so at approximately the Wilson Bridge, aircraft begin circling out wider to then turn final for runway 33. So as they're conducting that maneuver, it builds more space in between the previous arrival. And while they're doing that, you're able to have another aircraft on position on runway 1. And whenever the 33 arrival lands and rolls through the runway intersection, you don't have to wait for that plane to exit the runway like you would if they landed on runway 1. So you can immediately say clear for takeoff and continue working.
Okay. When we were on site conducting interviews, we heard the term repeatedly, "We just make it work." And we heard this from air traffic controllers, we heard it from air traffic control staff, and we heard it even from pilots operating in and around the airport. That term turned up in many of our interviews. And what does that term mean to you? When you're saying that, what are you saying?
As far as a controller perspective and my own personal perspective, is making it work is utilizing all available tools to you to compensate for the compacted volume. Whether it's utilizing off runways, I previously, when I was current on position, I would, if I had aircraft in the block holding short of a runway, and I knew I needed to get the departure out, I would tell them there, prepare for an immediate departure after the next arrival.
And how often do you think you're in this mode of operation where we just have to make it work? Is it a daily thing that exists at that facility throughout days, or is it something that just happens occasionally, or?
Pre-accident, it was routine.
Routine. And how do you believe that affects the facility's safety culture as a whole, or impacts the safety culture? If you're operating routinely in a we just got to make it work environment.
It can be taxing on a person, constantly have to give, or push in order to efficiently move traffic.
Okay. We noted that each controller we spoke to, when asked if they felt pressure to offload to runway 33 when they had traffic building up like that or needed to make a hole for departures, none of them believed that they felt pressure to utilize that. However, all of them were doing it routinely in order to make it work. So in that mode of operation, something that was kind of communicated to us, and you can tell me your feel on this, but that essentially the controller, the pilot, everybody had to be 100% all the time because of the make it work. Everything came with an exception or an addendum. Every clearance was keep your engine spooled up, be ready to go, your number one traffic 2-mile final. And then they're telling the traffic 2-mile final, traffic will be departing ahead of you, blah, blah, blah. When they land, it's no delay on the runway, traffic is this. That is a routine thing. We listen to a lot of communication from the facility. So is that a correct categorization that it's kind of a mode where everybody has to be 100% all the time for that to continue to work correctly?
So the controllers at DCA are going to provide a safe and efficient service. They are a very hardworking group, and they are going to use all available tools to expedite the flow of traffic in a safe manner.
Okay. Do you believe that the we just make it work mentality has been normalized at DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
There's various factors with the compacted demand that occurs, whether when weather gets involved, when spacing isn't being given, when there's miles in trail requested on departures that creates a volume back up on ground. Like I testified yesterday, there's a limited real estate for the airport and where to put aircraft, and that can back up very easily. So being a high volume, high complex airport with not a lot of real estate, you have to keep things moving in order to provide a safe and efficient service.
Mr. Fuller.
I think the characterization of we just make it work is not to say that it's pressure based on the airport. Controllers are public servants, and most of the controllers that I know take pride in making sure everyone gets out to their destination or on their flight on time safely. And so whether it's we've got a lot of demand or a piece of equipment out or 5 people called in sick for the shift or there's a thunderstorm to the west of the field, we just make it work means we're going to get you where you're going as safely as possible. It's not to say that we are going to work in a constrained environment. Our job is to get people where they're going. And so when we say we'll just make it work, it's just give me the airplane, I'll make it work.
So, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. What does everyone else think? We just make it work. The people who actually work in the tower. What does that mean?
At Potomac, we have similar issues that DCA Tower has. We have many non-standard tools that we use in order to be able to bring a significant amount of airplanes into DCA. One of them is nicknamed a trombone. They come off of one of our feeds. We take them down like this, then take them back up the same way that they came. We trombone them in order to build in space. Not too many facilities do such a thing. There is a second one called cross-feeding that we do every day. Tromboning is not as much, but it's probably done once a day or twice a day. So these are non-standard air traffic maneuvers that we do on a daily basis to make it work. And I agree with Nick, we take pride in it, but I will say that at a certain point it's too much.
Yes. I think an issue is we have efficiency, being challenged with safety. And it's a fine line, and that demand is pretty high. The controllers do a remarkable job there. But it's at a pretty high threshold right now.
All right. So as pertaining to the making it work spirit, there are tons of constraints in the NAS, and depending on what's going on, we do our best, of course, to not only safely move traffic, but do it efficiently. So at the tower, in a way, they've built the culture with making it work, right? If you go to another tower, they may call it something else. But even at facilities, at the center, they will talk about the constraints they have working next to another facility, New York Center, of the fact that they have to do things to, I said do things, where they have to sometimes compensate for work that they believe should be done by New York Center. So I believe each facility is sort of different in what they do to move traffic and just get flights or get passengers to their destinations.
So I think I need to differentiate here, because I think that we might be mixing up apples and oranges when we talk about we just make it work from the go get 'em initiative and spirit mode. I agree. Air traffic controllers are very much that type of person, regardless, across the NAS. That's always been my experience. This is a little different. This is we just make it work because we don't have another choice. There is airplanes coming, and everything was related to the capacity, the demand, or the amount of traffic that was coming in and having to meet that demand. And there was, this is actually a good lead-in, actually, to Mr. Lehman. Can you explain to me what our airport arrival rate is?
It is the arrival rate to a runway, specifically. In this case, it would be 1 and 19 at DCA. And it is how many arrivals we can land in an hour. And
Okay.
there is a formula in our 7210.3. It's 10-7-4 and 10-7-5. And it speaks directly of how you're supposed to address issues and what the math formula is for coming up with an arrival rate.
Okay, so Mr. Fuller, we've attempted to get this information a number of times, and maybe there's a disconnect in how we're communicating the request. However, we did receive a partially responsive response, which was we were provided the actual arrival rates that were in place at the time of the event, what their established arrival rates were. And just to bounce back to Mr. Lehman, do you recall how long those arrival rates have been in place leading up to the time of the accident?
What I know for a fact is I've been the ATM since February of 2022. They have been in that long. They were in when I took over. I do not know the last time they were reviewed.
Okay. So my question, Mr. Fuller, is do we know yet when the last time those rates were established prior to the event?
So I think just to clarify, those rates were established in 2014 is the best of knowledge I can find.
Okay.
I was not in this position at that time, so I don't have any of those relevant documents.
Okay.
I may actually be your best bet to answer the question as far as your arrival rates are concerned for DCI.
Great. Absolutely.
And doing so because I've been CMO since 2017. Okay. So the last review we did for DCA as far as the rates were, well, when I say last review, we do the review every year. Okay. However, the last change we made to the rates for DCA were in 2019, where the rates in the North configuration were actually raised. When you go on the OIS page, you see, oh, okay. Well, that was the last time we made the change.
Okay, are you the person that conducts the annual review? Is it a group of people? Does it go through several channels, that review, annual review?
Well, there's myself in collaboration, of course, with NADCA and others within the TRACON, and of course in discussions too with the tower.
I believe the 7210 states in there that the TRACON sets the arrival rate. Does that sound like a right
That's
statement out of
correct.
there? So essentially, they're the driving force in setting the arrival rate. Mr. Lehman, in May of 2023, you drafted a memo to the DDSO with a request to reduce the arrival rate, the airport arrival rate, into DCA. Can you explain to me how you went through that process, who you forwarded it to, and what response you received to that request?
Yes, well, in 2022, we realized that there was a lot of compacted demand at certain times of the day, 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, 5:30 to 6:30 in the evening. That's an example. I went to my AGM and I was speaking to him about how to deal with this issue. And he stated to me that it was our job as FAA to regulate the amount of traffic that went in there, and I needed to get into the 7210, read those two, 10-7-4 and 10-7-5, which there's not a lot in there. It's you know, a page worth or two, and make the request to change the arrival rate if I thought that's what should happen. So we followed the math. There's a table in 10-7-5. And we followed the 130 knots final approach speed, and we followed the 4-mile final, because when we're in compacted demand, that's what we were getting. And we came up with an arrival rate that 32 is where you would sit without any of, there's 9 factors that you have to look at to see if then you would go below 32 or possibly go above 32. I can't tell you. But we looked at those 9 factors and decided that in a south operation, we needed to go lower than 28. I mean, lower than 32. We went to 28, and so we put that in. And then in the north operation, we went to 32. Both of them going down 4 operations for 4 arrivals an hour. And I put that in a memo, and I sent it to my district. Although it says in the 7210 I'm supposed to collaborate with the Deputy Director of Systems Operations, it is protocol that I would go to my boss first. And I sent it to my boss, and about 10 days later, she got back to all of us, including Clark. We were on a telcon and told us that we were not going to go in that direction.
Did they say why?
They brought up the reauthorization bill. That was happening at the time. She said it was not a good time to address this. That is the main tenets of what she got back to us, and we weren't going in this direction at this time.
Do you know if the request ever made it to the Deputy Director of System Operations?
I do not. I do know that I had an email from her saying that she was going to speak to the Deputy Director of Systems Operations and the Traffic Management Officer, but I do not know if she ever had those conversations.
Mr. Fuller, do they document a decision on a request such as that through written documentation of some sort, or is it acceptable to, like, let's say, make a phone call, we've reviewed your request and we're not doing this?
No, if they follow the process as it's defined in the 7210 and send a written request to the DDSO, a written response will be provided. In this particular case, and again, speaking because I was not in this position at that time, I could not find any records and no emails could be produced that showed that that information was sent to the DDSO for the Eastern Service Area.
Yeah, the memo has his name on the to line, but we couldn't verify that either. We were trying in every way that we could. So you followed...
Mr. Soper,
Go
I
ahead.
think Ms. Chendi has something to add.
So I was made aware of that memo.
Okay.
The memo did not make it to the DDSO. However, the information that was provided on the memo, we got that information, and from it, we realized there were a few things. Now, there are secondary runways or other runways there, but from that memo, we also realized that runway 33 was not being utilized. Now, there's a talk of change in fleet and the North Terminal being an issue or a hindrance now. After I personally read the memo, we reached out to the airlines regarding the use of runway 33 because that's one of the things that was brought up. And of course, that is capacity that's not being used. In reaching out to the airlines, they then made a review and realized they could actually utilize runway 33. And they just needed to go through training. That was done. And we got increased use of runway 33. One of the things that was mentioned that was not being used in the memo, if that makes sense.
Okay, when you say using 3.3, you're soliciting them to request the use of 3.3, or or accepting it if they're set up to it.
So, one thing that was brought up in the memo is the fact that runway 33 was not being utilized. Now, it is an available runway. It is capacity to be used. And so we reached out to the airlines. And the airlines, of course, if we have capacity, let's use it.
Okay. I think I understand where you're going now. So, Mr. Allen, did you see, were you seeing an uptick in that? Were they starting to utilize 3.3 more in order to improve capacity?
There was outreach to the airlines to communicate with the pilot workforce to run the numbers for 3.3 as you were, before you departed your airport destined for DCA or in flight, however that occurs for them, just to have it as an option should they want to request it or that the tower requested them to use 3.3.
Okay. Did you conduct any training or briefing items within the tower to prepare people to attempt to start trying to utilize 3.3 to manage the arrival rate and capacity?
3.3 was already being utilized.
Okay.
They were proficient.
Okay.
If I may add, it was actually the fact that you had the airlines not using it when the request was made. They just chose to utilize runway 1. So the outreach opened things up for them to use it, if that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lehman, we'll move to another subject. Time-based flow management, often referred to as metering. Can you provide a brief explanation as to what that is?
Honestly, it is a concept that is used at multiple other Core 30 airports. It has not been used at DCA or Dulles or Baltimore. Potomac is ready to use it, has always been ready to use it. It has been facilities outside of us that are not prepared to, and this is the way I understand it, and Mandy can give you more information, and Nick probably can too, but are not prepared or were not prepared in the past to be able to use the technology because of the very tight quarters of how you get to Potomac. Very small center sectors is the reason that I was given that it can't be used at DCA, Baltimore, and Dulles.
Ms. Chendi, can you expand upon that?
Okay, unfortunately, that reason was not shared with me as far as why DCA did not have TBFM at the time. But we have made the request for TBFM to be utilized, and of course, like any other program, there has been like a line or a wait, and issues that were brought up initially when we made the request for it. Sometimes it's even within the en route environment where there is some pushback with that, but that has been the case. However, we are getting TBFM and can't wait for it.
Okay, great. What is it going to do for you? What is it going to do for DCA when they get it?
All right. So the thing that keeps coming up, which we hear all the time, is the compacted demand. And what TBFM will help us do is spread the volume out. We will be able to set our timelines up where aircraft coming in from the surrounding centers into Washington Center will actually be released or coming in at a certain time where it should just be a smooth flow of traffic heading into the TRACON and for the tower. So in a way, it would work like a ground delay program. I know I'm throwing in another term.
That's okay. And so will that also, Mr. Lehman, do you think does that benefit your facility's ability to provide a more consistent miles and trail?
In theory, yes, and I'm an advocate for TBFM, so I believe it will help. We have not seen it yet, and it is supposed to come in March of 2026, but I can only say that I believe it will.
I'm glad that there's finally some traction on it actually coming in. It sounded like it was there a number of years and hadn't been able to be implemented, so good. Mr. Silverman, another area that figures into the traffic management picture is of course the slot program. And while I understand this is a very protected program and highly proprietary, could you give us a very brief description of what the slot program is?
Yeah, so within my role at American, I don't have direct connectivity to the slot program. It's FAA ran through the FAA slot office. Essentially, it is applied to airports that have capacity constraints, so they put kind of a cap at a certain limit. But that is coordinated through our network planning team and ultimately the FAA slot office.
Okay, and is it a correct characterization to say that the scheduling is done in compliance with the slot program if there's one at an airport?
That is correct. Yes, industry is expected to follow the slot portfolio that is implemented by the FAA.
Okay, and are you familiar with the scheduling program in use by American Airlines out here at DCA specifically?
Well, can you expand on that when you say scheduling program?
Yeah, let me rephrase a little bit with where I'm going, which is we heard a lot while we were in post-accident interviews that American Airlines likes to front load and back load the schedule. So let me get the clarification on that. Mr. Allen, can you explain what that means when they say they're front loading or back loading a schedule?
Utilizing the back half of an hour and then utilizing the first half of the next hour.
And so basically what I believe what they're saying is that essentially if you look at the hours from 9 to 10 and 10 to 11 and 11 to 12, they're meeting a rate of 32, 31, 33, let's say, which is the appropriate rate. But if I were to pull the time from 9:30 to 10:30 and 10:30 to 11:30, I'll see numbers that range from 40-something all the way up to above 70. And is that a concern for air traffic control, Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had discussions with anybody from American Airlines that can affect change in that area, and what have been the results of those discussions if you have?
Previously, we've had discussions with their scheduling team that had actually came to the tower and visited on 3 separate occasions. They were able to see the operation real time. They were in the tower. They took back a lot of feedback and data, and there was a test run of where they shifted a schedule, I believe between 8 and 10 minutes, in order to help alleviate some of the overlap of arrivals and departures.
Okay. Mr. Silverman, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on. So Mr. Allen is correct. We had a lot of focus coming out of COVID. I think everyone's aware that all airports across the NAS had a significant drop in traffic for about a year and a half. Coming out of COVID, at the same time, our regional terminal was being built. We had a working group established at DCA with the tower, with our ops folks, and also MWA to prepare for the opening of the terminal, and then also the schedule increase coming out of COVID. That schedule increase, I believe, approximately occurred in early 2022. And then, as Mr. Allen stated, we observed the operation. We brought our network planning team in, our ops performance team, the DCA tower. We actually had them up in the tower cab a few times to observe the operation. And then we made changes where we could within the FAA mandated slot program.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, up until the time, I know you're not physically working at DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower at this time. Up until the time that you had left there, were there still, were they still having routine or regular events where this was occurring, where you were having that real big uptick over a certain period of time and then coming back down due to front and back loading of scheduling, or did it appear that way?
The compacted demand still occurred at the around the same times. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Mr. Lehman, I know we talked when we were out there to Potomac about this very thing, and you had some information to shed some light on this as well and an understanding, and I know it affects your facility. Can you explain to me, I know that there's been some discussion about what other places are doing, such as LaGuardia, and I think you're versed on that a little bit. If you could walk me through that.
So there is a CFR 93.123 and 125 that talks very specifically about 4 airports. One of them is LaGuardia, O'Hare, Reagan. I can't think of what the fourth one is. JFK. And so in that, we are allowed to have 60 operations an hour by CFR. So what my concern was is that we're not following this CFR because from 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, and that's one of our specific examples, we may have 70 operations, even more than 70 operations, not every day, but enough of the time. So the CFR reads from 9 to 10, from 10 to 11, from 11 to 12. So industry is following what they're supposed to do. What we needed to do was regulate more. That's why I wrote the arrival rate memo, to make sure that no matter how they filed, we still only got that amount, the correct amount of airplanes into DCA.
As I understand, LaGuardia was essentially in a similar situation, and they made a change to CFR and based on how they do their scheduling. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes. I don't know how it happened, and I don't know how long ago it happened, but theirs is in 30-minute increments instead of 1-hour increments. And it's a note in the CFR. So my request was, one of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to change the arrival rate. I wanted to amend the CFR to mimic LaGuardia's, and I wanted TBFM. So I wanted to mimic LaGuardia's so that it had to be in 30-minute increments that we were looking at. So it would be harder to get that many in a 30-minute increment than it would be in a 60-minute time frame.
And Ms. Chendi, because you're the TMO, I assume you're in contact with other TMOs, obviously, especially in the area, maybe in the Eastern Service area. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Has this change that is, I shouldn't say change, but what's been implemented for LaGuardia, has that relieved them of the issue that they had there, similar to what is happening here with the capacity demand of those fluctuations of going higher than the actual CFR numbers?
I mean, at LaGuardia, you still get some time frames that you have compacted demand. However, DCA's scheduling, if the CFR was written for DCA the way it was for LaGuardia as far as how the slots were used, we certainly will have a better product at DCA.
Mr. Silverman, do you know of a reason that may not be viable?
I do not. Oh, just to clarify, reference going toward LaGuardia's model? Yeah, I do not.
Okay. All right, very well. All right. That is actually all I have for right now. So I will go ahead and pass it along to Mr. McKinney.
All right, I'm going to be focusing on the use of NVGs in the National Capital Region and the impact on air traffic control. Yesterday, we heard we established that the pilots using NVGs have some limitations inherent to the NVG technology. Field of view is restricted to 40 degrees. Color limits are monochrome, where particular colors like red, green, and white are not equally represented on the NVG display. Reduced visual acuity. Aircraft silhouettes are often difficult to discern. Depth perception using the monocular depth cues are difficult. And ground and airborne lights can appear similar. So knowing that type of limitation of the technology, Mr. Allen, and this is also from Mr. Fuller, with the letters of agreement between the military and ATC, is there any requirement for the air crews to inform ATC that they are utilizing NVGs?
No.
No.
Mr. Fuller, Mr. Allen, is there any FAA training available to controllers to understand human factors for pilots utilizing NVGs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And is there any training at all in the FAA at all regarding NVGs for controllers? Management level or?
No, there's no training on that particular aspect. There's also no requirement for the military to notify us that they're using NVGs. There's no solicitation for us to ask. I think, I'm trying to roll back to the last time I keyed a mic, the only communication they would, or unusual operation they would communicate to us if they were doing celestial navigation or something of that nature. But as far as NVGs and what equipment they're using on the aircraft, they wouldn't tell us that.
So knowing these limitations that we listed and established yesterday, Mr. Fuller and Mr. Allen, actually any of the FAA people on board, any of the people on the panel here, do you feel that if controllers were trained and informed with the knowledge of these type of limitations that the air crews are working with, would that affect how the controllers manage the traffic if they knew the pilots were on NVGs?
Again, it would be highly speculative of each controller. I will tell you that controllers, if they have awareness of, say, a student pilot, yes, they will take additional precautions. If they're aware of someone on a solo flight or an aircraft with one engine, they take additional precautions. But I do not want to see us have to start soliciting for what kind of equipage, or asking pilots if they're wearing glasses, if they're doing NVGs. If the pilot accepts visual separation, it's incumbent upon the pilot to know those conditions in which they can safely maintain and apply visual separation. They can refuse the clearance, they can notify air traffic they lost sight of the aircraft, and we can provide positive control at that point. But I don't want a responsibility transferred over to air traffic controllers where they're responsible for what's going on in the cockpit.
Any other thoughts from the panel? Witnesses? Okay. From an operator's point of view, Mr. Van Vechten, you've flown routes 1 and 4 quite often. And could you describe the cultural lighting along those routes?
Yes, there's a significant amount of cultural lighting on the east side of the bank by JBAB, and as you cross through the wharf. On the west side, crossing the Pentagon area, there's a substantial amount of lights. Obviously, DCA is lit up pretty well, so there's a lot of lights there. As you transition south towards Wilson Bridge, the lights kind of die off a little bit.
Okay. So, in your opinion, would it be advantageous in aircrew to be not on NVGs while flying that segment of the route?
No, I don't believe so. I would always carry goggles on the helo routes, even if I was specifically out there to log night unaided time, which is a requirement. I would still have my goggles on my helmet flipped up, so if I needed to, I could flip them down. And that would be in the case of an emergency, or if I need to pick out an obstacle or something. But it is always safer to fly with goggles than without.
I think my question is more along the lines of not necessarily that you don't have them with you, but for a segment of the route, maybe it's better visually if you're not on goggles versus being on goggles because of maybe the cultural lighting.
I don't necessarily think so. The technique that is taught, like I spoke to yesterday, is to kind of look with the naked eye, kind of turning your head as you look around or under the goggles as you're flying. And that's how we look at our instruments. We kind of look under the goggles. The goggles are not pressed up directly against the eye like a lot of people think. It's away a little bit. So that is called scanning with the naked eye. So I would still fly with goggles because I can pick up aircraft obstacles at greater distances, and then I can look with the naked eye to confirm if they're a factor or not.
Okay, thank you. And this question is regarding the LOA between ATC, the Air Force, and the National Guard. This is for Mr. Fuller and Mr. Allen. Does the letter agreement make any distinctions between training flights and mission-critical flights for the military?
I don't have particular knowledge of each letter of agreement, so I would have to defer to Mr. Allen on this one.
From my recollection, I don't believe it does.
And if it did, would that warrant different levels of priority when going through the DCA area?
What were the two types again?
Like training flights and mission-critical flights.
If it was mission critical in accordance with like the .65 for like Homeland Security missions or something like that,
I would say so.
There might be a different priority established in accordance with the .65, but other than that, it would be a standard flight.
Okay, thank you.
If we're strictly speaking about the night of the accident, then mission critical and training flights would have had equal access to the airspace. If you're speaking about current day, there would be no training flights going through that airspace.
All right, understood. I'm going to transition my questioning now to VFR holding within the National Capital Region. Mr. Allen, can you describe what VFR holding is and how it's used?
There has been technique taught at DCA of two locations that you could hold aircraft if they were utilizing Route 4 to hold them to allow traffic to either depart or land runway 15 or 33. One of them is at in the vicinity of Haynes Point, and the other is the golf balls, which is down by the water sewage plant. And there's a Navy research site there, and they have the like radar domes on top of the buildings that are very prominent and noticeable.
And the holding pattern, is that at the discretion of the pilot?
There's no defined pattern. There's no defined procedure whatsoever with it. It is merely technique.
Is there any specific guidance or rules provided to aircraft controllers when providing holding instructions, VFR holding instructions?
Can you repeat the question?
Are there any specific rules or guidance provided to air traffic controllers when providing VFR holding instructions?
Not that I'm aware of off the top of my head.
So we would, if we wanted an aircraft to hold in a specific vicinity, maybe at or below an altitude, we could do that to ensure separation from traffic, but we would not provide turns or things of that nature based on obstruction clearance, things of that nature. We wouldn't have that information available to us, and that's not I don't know the MVA or MIA in that area, but typically we wouldn't provide vectors for a VFR aircraft to hold. It's at their discretion.
Mr. Allen or Mr. Fuller, can VFR holding be initiated by the pilot?
Yes, pilot can request to hold it at any time.
What about location? Can they hold at any location that they request?
If they make a request, then we can approve it, certainly.
Is VFR holding a useful tool, or does it complicate traffic management for the controller? This is for Mr. Fuller and Mr. Allen.
I think DCA specific, I think it's twofold, and I think it's situational. Is it a single helicopter? Is it a flight of helicopters? What is your runway configuration? Which runways are you using? Where are the arrivals? Where are the departures? I think it's very dependent, and each individual controller would assess that situation as it developed.
And I would throw in, it just depends, like he said, on the location. If you're requesting to hold at Haynes Point, when there's probably not a lot of traffic there. If you're requesting to hold at the Key Bridge while we're in the South Flow, it's going to be very impactful. And so those are two totally different scenarios using the same operation.
All right. For a scenario, if a helicopter checks in, say at Cabin John, would you ever issue a expect hold clearance, like expect to hold at Haynes Point or expect to hold at Golf Balls type of clearance when they check in? If your traffic flow is such that maybe you suspect you might have a conflict when they get down to Haynes Point?
Personally, I would not. Being that far away, a lot of things change.
Mr. Fuller, anything?
I've never keyed a mic at DCA,
Okay.
so I have no experience on exactly controlling traffic there.
Mr. Van Vechten, do you have a sense of how often the Army helicopters are instructed to VFR hold while operating in the Class B DCA airspace?
It doesn't happen a lot, but it has happened occasionally. I can give you a couple examples if you would like.
How about mostly on routes 1 and 4?
Routes 1 and 4 specifically, yes. Haynes Point, Golf Ball. Haynes Point less frequently, just in my experience. So the one or two times that I had to hold there, I really slowed back my airspeed because there's no good place to hold. If I executed a left-hand orbit, I'd be over Fort McNair. The right-hand orbit would be over the golf course. So I just kind of slowed back in the tidal basin there. The south by the golf balls, the common procedure for us was to pick up a right-hand orbit over the sewage treatment plant and not a left-hand orbit into the approach path of runway 1.
And is VFR holding something that's trained within the unit to be proficient at?
It's not specifically trained, but it is taught during the local area orientation. We'll go over these typical spots where we are told to hold. The other one is on Route 5 at Glebe Road.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is if there's a formation of multiple helicopters. Is that a problem?
Specifically, that's what I was talking about at Glebe Road. So the Pentagon helipad has 2 aircraft. We occasionally operate with more than 2 aircraft, so we will hold at Glebe Road. However, we won't hold at Glebe Road because that's 400 feet. Pilots would request Chalk 3 to hold Zone 5, and then I can come up to 1,000 feet and maintain clearance and for noise abatement as well.
Okay, so you'd split up the flight then for the holding?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Dressler, can you talk about VFR holding with the non-military operations?
Sure, it's a standard helicopter piloting maneuver. Whether it's commercial flight standards that are turns around a point or orbiting, a VFR hold would be perfectly normal for all of our operators.
And is this something that the pilots request or usually only execute when given clearance to do so by ATC?
I've never heard of a pilot request it. In the medevac case, it would be very abnormal for us to do so unless Tower requested some kind of sequencing and spacing. Yeah, it's not normal in any airspace, but it's a normal flight maneuver that is a standard flight maneuver, not even a non-standard flight maneuver.
All right, thank you. That concludes my line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. I'd like to piggyback on a couple of questions that were already asked, including the holding here. Mr. Allen, would holding a helicopter at Haines Point possibly have an effect on a runway 4 departure?
Yes.
And if you added multiple aircraft helicopters holding at Haines Point with no distinct holding pattern, could that affect it even more?
Yes.
Okay. Could holding at Haines Point increase controller workload?
Yes.
Why?
Not only depending on what the configuration and your departure and arrival sequence is at the airport, adjacent to it there is Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, there is the Eagle's Nest, and there is South Capitol Street Heliport in that immediate vicinity, as well as there potentially is at time helicopters that have landed at Fort McNair, which is just north of Haines Point. So if any, well, as you can tell, there's, 4 or 5 different heliports in that immediate vicinity, as well as an airport.
Thank you. And is DCA Airspace set up to hold aircraft or helicopters?
No, there's nothing divine.
Okay. Would it be fair to say if you were holding helicopters or aircraft, it could increase risk to your operation?
That's a fair assumption.
Okay, and if you did have to hold a helicopter, would it be fair to say holding outside of the airspace or outside of that 5-mile ring may be more efficient for the safety of the holding, but not necessarily more efficient for your operation of getting them through the airspace?
What was the question with that?
So
associated with
during post-accident interviews, we talked to a couple controllers about holding, specifically the helicopters, and they indicated to us that if they did want to hold, that sometimes they would hold them out further. But you were talking to Mr. McKinney about if that is the case, that the helicopters, the timing may be different. Can you expand on that a little bit? Like, how would holding them further away help the operation, or would it not help the operation?
I mean, depending on what the volume and complexities are in the immediate vicinity of the airport, holding them further away, you know, while the volume's still there, you reduce the complexity. I mean, the other option to keep, you know, traffic moving is offer an alternative route.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chendi, I wanted to go back on something that we were talking about with TBFM, the traffic-based flow management system that you guys are hoping to implement soon. Do you know if your arrival rate will have to be reassessed for TBFM to be successful?
Yes, and yes, we are in the works to reassess the arrival rate.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to switch to the facility level. So DCA is a level 9. Mr. Fuller, can you explain to us what is a facility level?
Excuse me. A facility level takes into account complexity, traffic volume, things of that nature, and it primarily sets the pay level for that facility.
Okay, thank you. And can you elaborate on how facility level determination is made?
We have a national validation team as part of our CBA with the National Air Traffic Controllers Association that monitors traffic levels on a rolling, I believe it's a rolling 12-month period every month, and facilities that dip below a sustained traffic level for a certain amount of time. And again, I would have to break out the contract to look through those specific times, would then be downgraded or upgraded based on that continuous level of traffic.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Fuller, is strictly numbers of operations, is that the only thing that is taken into consideration when
No, there's a complexity formula, and it's way too complicated, to be quite honest, for me to repeat, but it is a documented formula for how they determine a facility level.
Okay, very good. Mr. Jarvis, would you be able to speak to us about your understanding of the history of the DCA airport traffic control towers downgrade from a level 10 to a level 9, as well as their appeal to the downgrade?
Yes. It's my understanding that the helicopter traffic was reassigned to be counted into the Potomac Tracon count, which then allowed them to be upgraded. And that being the case, then the numbers for DCA were now much lower. And after a period of time, probably 1 year or so, they then were downgraded. And that's kind of how the process works. And it is the validation team that works together and verifies and validates those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen, can you expand on your knowledge of the situation and what occurred?
On this topic, I actually don't have a lot of knowledge on it. I was not in management or in a union role, and I was just aware of the hearsay, and I had no direct knowledge other than its occurrence.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lehman, did you want to speak to this at all?
Yeah, I really haven't been involved too much. I do know some of the things that went into it that we actually helped DCA.
Mr. Lehman, can you pull your mic closer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some of the things that we did in the past to help DCA with their traffic count was to start tracking the putting full data blocks on their helicopter traffic so that they would get a count for this. I can't remember how many years ago. That was about 5 years ago or so. But the actual traffic validation formula has been around for a long time, somewhere around the year 1998 or 2000.
Okay, thank you. Can anybody on the panel speak to the appeal that DCA made on this topic?
The only thing I can say is that, from my understanding, they were below the traffic count for a level 10 facility for about 25 months before they were actually downgraded. Once they got downgraded, they filed an appeal based on their perception of the helicopter traffic count. The appeal board heard their input and unilaterally decided that that information was known, accounted for when they did the validation, and rejected their appeal. That's the process, and again, that's in our CBA.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Fuller, in our request to the FAA regarding facility level changes, it was stated that the only difference was pay, and there was no difference in staffing between a level 9 and a level 10, and therefore it was not considered germane. But isn't it true that it would change the number of support staff that would be authorized for the facility?
No, it would not. So our staffing for support staff, they're district resources. We have what you call an other than controller workforce. In the past, support specialists or support managers were assigned to a specific facility. That was all they would do. They would only work for that facility. And what we found is all of our larger facilities had all of the support staff, and our smaller facilities had no support, no assistance. In 2018, we realigned those resources to be district support managers and district support specialists. And there are 9 support managers, and they're authorized 36 currently staffed with 35 for the Washington district. The district general manager or assistant general manager can assign those specialists to support whatever facility they need. And so if DCA needed a specific level of support, they would assign those resources there. It could be Dulles tomorrow or Manassas the following day.
Mr. Jarvis, I know we're going to be talking about external compliance verification and internal compliance verification tomorrow. But do you have something that, when you were at DCA in the capacity that you were, do you have information about the district shared services that could be available for DCA and how they were or were not assigned to DCA?
Yes. There was a change in general managers. There was a general manager, I could say a name if you'd like, it doesn't matter, that retired, and a new general manager came on board. That general manager came from a smaller district, kind of a smaller, tight district, where things were working quite well, from what I understand. And also, in their move to the Washington district, a quality control manager was put in place. And just from my perspective, they lacked quality control knowledge, and therefore would be ineffective to that district. There were a couple of staff specialists that were assigned at Potomac. There were no those staff specialists were never relocated to any other facility that I'm aware of on any type of regular basis. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen, would you like to expand on that?
Pre-accident, the shared services concept existed, and I would say it was utilized to an extent, but it was, for DCA specifically, I don't know that it was very fruitful in the concept, or the intent wasn't being met. I can say post-accident, the shared services model has greatly changed in a positive light.
Thank you. We appreciate that. So we were talking a little bit earlier about the pay, that the pay, there is a difference in pay between a level 9 and a level 10. Mr. Allen, can you explain a little bit why the pay disparity between a level 9 and a 10 is a significant impact to the tower beyond the personal financial type reasons?
The difference between a level 9 and a 10, I believe, in the pay scale chart is the greatest difference that exists. Whenever, the facility has vacancies to fill, being at a lower pay band or a lower pay rate is something that everyone considers when they're moving to a location. DC, obviously, historically, and the general area is quite expensive to live in. So that is one thing that, controllers, whenever they're requesting reassignment or if there's a bid open or what have you, is one thing that they, consider is what is their quality of life going to be like when they arrive.
Were you at the DCA Airport Traffic Control Tower when the downgrade occurred?
Yes, I was.
Can you please explain what were the greatest impacts to the facility as the result of the downgrade?
The immediate impact was any controller or person arriving after the downgrade went into effect was at a lower pay band than the staff that had remained at the facility. So they were doing the exact same work, it just at a lower pay scale because our pay was retained.
Since the downgrade, has there been a notable difference in the ability to recruit air traffic controllers? Obviously, you just said with the pay, but what has happened to the level of experience of the controllers that are now accepting that bid versus what you had as a level 10?
Yeah, previously, prior to the downgrade, we would get folks at a same level facility, maybe even a higher level facility that could still retain their pay within the same pay band. And you bring that experience level that they have working higher volume, higher complexity operations, and they can bring that to the table in that capacity. Post downgrade, there has been challenges with the NSEP process and the available candidates that are on the list that can come to DCA. Typically, they're from lower level facilities trying to make their way up if they want to select DCA as an option just due to the cost of living here and the difference in pay.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller, can you describe or explain what NSEP is, please?
It's the process we have for employees that would like to move to another facility, as per the CBA, to voluntarily request a move. And by CBA, they can move up to 3 facility levels above where they currently are. Of course, you can always do a downgrade. So for a level 9 facility, the lowest you can be an ERR into that facility would be a level 6. If you were a level 10, of course, the lowest would be a 7. I will tell you that from our studies, we found no difference in the amount of candidates between a level 9 or a level 10 facility. Like Mr. Allen said, it's about quality of life, the area you want to live in. If you're coming back home, Dulles Tower is a level 9, Teterboro Tower is a level 9, DCA is a level 9.
And you used a couple terms that we need to define as well. What is CBA?
I'm sorry, it's a collective bargaining agreement, and an ERR is an employee reassignment request.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Allen, what was your minimum number of staffing required on the night of the event?
You're referring to the shift guidelines?
Yes.
7.
Thank you. Yes, on the basic watch schedule. Thank you. Do you know if you were in compliance at the time of the accident?
Yes, that shift was at guidelines, at or
Okay.
above.
Thank you. What are the minimum required shifts? The minimum required positions to be open in the tower at the time of the event?
Local control, assistant local control, ground control, clearance delivery flight data, and OS slant, or operations supervisor or controller in charge.
Okay, perfect. And do you recall if the supervisor had needed to open helicopter position that night? Were there enough staffing to do so?
Yes, we, earlier in that shift, we had conducted training and they were debriefing at that time. So those resources could have been reallocated from debriefing and training to operating the position if needed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fuller, a few years back, the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Air Traffic Controllers Association introduced the National Training Initiative. Can you explain what that is and how it is implemented?
So the National Training Initiative is exactly what it's an initiative to increase the amount of OJT, on-the-job training hours for developmental controllers. It's a goal that's set based on where they are and what particular phase of training they are to ensure that we don't have employees that are in a training phase, to be quite honest, just sitting around the facility and not actually getting productive training time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen, can you explain to us how the NTI has changed the process of training at the tower?
Pre-accident, there was a push by our district management to meet or exceed the NTI goals.
Okay, can you explain to us what exactly were or are the NTI goals? What does that mean?
Yeah, if you're not certified on a position, the goal for the week is 15 to 18 hours of training, and then if you are certified, the goal is to get to 12 to 15 hours of training per week.
Mr. Fuller, is there guidance provided to the general manager on how to implement the requirement for the NTI hours per week across the board? Or does each district have the ability to change the way that they implement them?
So the NTI is like it's national. The goals are the same for every facility around the country, and it's not general manager or facility manager specific. We have a process by if there's a facility that for some reason can't make their goal because they had a number of employees out on leave, or they've sent employees away from the facility that would normally be training, they sent to a course in Oklahoma City, what they call impediments. They can enter those impediments for tracking, and it explains why they didn't meet their NTI goal for that particular week.
Mr. Allen, could you explain to us the way that your former general manager asked you to use the implements per week?
While the written policy was that it was a goal or a goal to hit those hours, there was pressure to meet or exceed the NTI numbers whether there was impediments or not.
It was stated by several we interviewed that as a rule, the impediments were not accepted at DCA Air Traffic Control Tower, meaning that though being on leave for 2 days of one of the weeks, they may have, even though that is an impediment to be on leave, and it would be accepted as the way that the NTI is designed to be, that the Washington District did not accept these. And they said that you need to make up the hours on the other days of the week. Again, this is coming from the interviews. This caused the trainees and even on-the-job training instructors to become strained to the point that you've had training withdrawals from the facilities. Some of these withdrawals were from controllers that had been certified journeymen at other control towers, if I am understanding that correctly. Is that accurate?
Yes, we did have multiple people withdraw from training.
Can you please explain to us the difference between your training and that occurred prior to the NTI? Give us a brief synopsis of how long did it take to train? Were you able to get the trainees through in a different amount of time than what the National Training Initiative in its current form, how it works at DCA?
I can speak to my training program at DCA. I arrived at DCA in 2013, and during that time, I was able to be certified in just over a year, even with being furloughed at that time, and there was sequestration at that time for government employees. There was never an inability to train. I could train 3, 4, 5 hours, as much as I wanted every day. The facility was fully staffed. I could go as fast as I wanted to go in the training, and I did so.
So I'm not sure if it was you, Mr. Allen, or one of the others that we talked to after the accident, but there was a discussion about how the mandated weekly training hours for all those in training status had caused total training hours to rise, which sounds good at first, but can be another deceiving metric in some cases. The bigger question here is, did it increase the number of meaningful value-added training hours overall?
At DCA, we did adjust some of our target times for training, in particular ground control.
If I may, just add a little data to the conversation. So prior to the National Training Initiative, DCA took 1.37 years on average for a certification. Post-NTI implementation, it's down to 1.24 years. Now, while that may not seem like a significant amount, that is also not taking out the time from the COVID pandemic where we didn't conduct any OJT. If we excluded that time, they're less than a year for certification now. DCA also has an 89% success rate for trainees there, which is significantly higher than most facilities around the NAS.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, due to the requirement of having the 12 to 15 hours per week implemented on the building for the trainees, do you feel that the hours that they're getting per week are meaningful hours? Meaning, do you have the ability to not train for a certain amount of days because that trainee, or not days, but sessions, or, you know, say somebody has already gone through this basic level of traffic that's available to them on this hour of the workday, and you guys need to wait for a certain amount of traffic to have meaningful training for that trainee so that they don't essentially waste that hour of training, which adds to the overall hour.
There is an impediment that, you know, staff or not staffing, the volume of traffic is not commensurate to their level of training that can be input as an impediment.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit about the pushes and the requirements for the trainees and the demands of the trainees to learn how to do the pushes and what pushes are?
Yeah, so pushes, I guess, is a slang term that we use whenever there's compacted volume, heavy arrival demand, departure demand, or a combination of both. They occur multiple times throughout the day. There's one in the morning. There's a couple in the morning, couple in the afternoon, couple in the evening. They all vary in what the demand is. And with that, whenever a person is training, you initially should build them up to being able to work the push, and then you get to a point where they work the push with less input, less guidance to where they're working it to their own, and then they can operate that position under that volume of traffic.
As stated previously, pre-accident, the impediments were not accepted by the Washington District, and that is correct?
It's not that they weren't accepted. You can put them in. But you would receive a discussion on meeting the hours.
And with that, what were your observations of what having to meet those impediments did to to controllers, both trainees and on-the-job instructors, with such things as fatigue, morale, etc.?
Yeah, there would be times where the supervisors and stuff would continue training. They would do they would have a trainee work a busy session, come back, work another busy session, come back. Stuff like that may have occurred depending on the trainees' RDOs. The bulk of DCA's traffic is Monday through Friday. And if a person in training has days off during the week, we'll say Monday, Tuesday, for example, then they only have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to see busy traffic, but you still need to meet the hour requirements. So then on Saturday or Sunday, they may be beyond working a slower level of traffic, but the intent was to get to at least the minimum hours, so then they would just be working those hours where traffic was not at their level of training.
So I understand what the intent of the NTI is, and that's just making sure that we're utilizing every available time slot for training and that it doesn't get a situation where a trainee is left behind. Prior to the NTI, how do you feel your controllers were coming out of the training? Do you feel that they were able to see as much as possible? I understand that you can never see everything, but how was your comfort level of trainees coming out of training pre-NTI?
To be honest, I'm not sure when pre-NTI was.
Right. Okay, so before the NTI was implemented by the FAA and NATCA.
I don't even know when that was. I can't recall. We've been doing NTI forever, I think.
Okay,
feel like.
but okay, that's fine. Do you find that with the NTI, you are having to go to training review boards more often? And can you explain what a training review board is?
A training review board is when a person in training has not successfully completed the program, whether they've reached their allotted target hours, or the training team feels that with the remaining hours they can no longer, or they will not be able to certify. And a training, so the supervisor will suspend that person's training And in accordance with the training order, that triggers the training review board, where an independent panel from that training team will review, ensure that the FAA provided every opportunity to that trainee to be successful. If not, they will provide a recommendation on what can be done better and potentially offer additional hours, or they can say the training team did everything possible and recommend suspending the training altogether. I know during the NTI, in particular on ground control, we ran into scenarios where I believe it was 7 out of 8 trainees went to a training review board. I'm sorry, during NTI. Did I word that wrong?
Why?
There were various reasons associated with it. The volume of traffic had changed. They weren't being as exposed to as many things. We were meeting the NTI, and therefore we were utilizing the hours at a more rapid rate than we had previously. So we were just getting to the end of hours, and they were not proficient enough to operate the position on their own. And we would attempt, if applicable, to give them supplemental hours in accordance with the training order. And if that was not successful, then we went to a training review board.
You mentioned there were certain things they weren't exposed to. What does that mean?
For instance, if you begin training on ground control, let's say in spring, and it goes into the summer, then you've never trained on de-icing. If you trained on ground control in the fall and went into the winter, then you've never seen swap season. You may have never seen an emergency where an aircraft is, a landing alert 1 or 2, and all the fire trucks have to come out and stage and stuff. Now we can talk about that. We can review it, but you want your folks in training to experience firsthand the most amount of things that they can experience to get that level of proficiency even higher.
Okay. Others indicated during the interviews that due to the way that they felt the impediments were utilized at DCA with direction from the general manager, that it caused meaning that they had to get the hours pretty much no matter what. That was the goal, was to meet the hours. Has this caused the facility to potentially certify controllers at a lesser level of readiness because you're reaching your max hours? You're confident that they will certify, so you certify them and say, well, we'll just keep an extra eye on them for a while. And in retrospect, do you feel this may have happened with either the local controller or the assistant local controller in this case?
We would not certify anybody that could not operate the position.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I add just some information? I think it's relevant. So the NTI officially kicked off in 2019. It was suspended from 2020 through 2022-ish for the COVID pandemic. Re-kicked off in 2023 as an initiative. All of the controllers involved in this particular event, I believe, had been certified prior to the resumption of the NTI, or had been previously certified at DCA and returned to the facility. So I just want you to have that information when we're discussing the potential impact on NTI.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, what was the success rate of the controller what was the success rate of the controller certification? Has it increased, decreased, or remained the same at the tower since the NTI implementation?
You said the success rate?
Yes.
Like I previously
and
stated.
Mr. Fuller may have already answered this, so if you wanted to add anything or no.
Yeah, the success rate is 89%. It's been pretty constant for the years that since we've been tracking this.
I couldn't tell you a percentage prior to NTI.
Okay. Are you aware of the reasoning why there were trainees that decided not to continue training or withdrew from training at DCA, and why?
They did not withdraw training to me. They did that with the air traffic manager. So I'm not 100% sure of their specific reasons.
Thank you. What is the average level of experience of a controller in training at DCA? What level facility are they typically coming from?
I think it varies. I mean, recently DCA has received people from facilities that have a higher level than DCA's 9. Typically, though, it's folks from lower level facilities.
Was that different than when you were a level 10?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
Thank you. I will pass it along to Dr. Wilson.
So I do have another line of questioning, but I believe we're going to save that for after lunch. I have a few follow-ups related
I
to
was
the
okay.
current.
How much long? It was like 10, 15 minutes, right?
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you go ahead on your follow-ups? We'll break for lunch and then come back.
Okay.
Okay? Thanks.
Yep.
I think it's fair to say, though, panel 4 is now being moved to tomorrow. Okay.
Just a few follow-ups on some of the things. It might seem like I'm jumping around, but these were just some holes that I had, so I appreciate you hanging in there with me. Mr. Lehman mentioned that in the DC region, there's these non-standard techniques that are used, and Mr. Soper clarified, what we're talking about with the make it work. And I was thinking about what Dr. Allendorfer said when he described normalization of deviance. And so I'll ask Mr. Allen about, as I asked, Mr. Fuller had, and Mr. Dressler and Mr. Van Vechten had answered the question about whether the airspace was safe. But do you feel that making it work at the DCA tower are we chipping away at safety? Are we becoming, are we at risk for other errors because of this normalization of these non-standard techniques and making it work?
Whenever the controllers at DCA just make it work, they are going above and beyond to approach the limit of the rules and regulations. They're approaching their limits of what can be done to safely and efficiently move the aircraft and or helicopters at DCA. Was there a second part?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do you feel that we're chipping away at safety by making it work?
You're pushing the line.
Okay. Dr. Allendorfer, from the human factors side and maybe the organizational culture side, do you have any thoughts on that or input on that?
Just to say that, to reiterate the one point that controllers take great pride in getting things done. My concern would be how long that's sustainable. If they are doing things that get through the shift, get through the day, but then you're doing that for weeks or months, that would be a human factors concern, and it would potentially lead to what we were talking about of the normalization of doing something that you're kind of doing in the moment to get out of a situation that is emergent. But if that becomes the norm, that is a potential problem.
Mm-hmm. And I think, we're looking at this from the, was it sustainable? But we unfortunately had this really tragic accident, and so maybe we reached that limit. In terms of, Mr. Allen, you mentioned when we were talking about conflict alerts, you thought that about 40 to 50% of the time the conflict alerts were irrelevant. Could you just explain what are some of the reasons as to why they're irrelevant?
I mean, one example would be that the conflict alert may have gone off and corrective action was taken, whether, we'll say, a helicopter passed behind a fixed-wing aircraft, but it will still proceed that there is a potential, it'll still fall in the parameters to activate the alarm a second time. And then that second one, obviously, action's already been taken. They're going to pass behind the traffic safely. It appears that way out the window or on the radar display, and that's occurring. So that second one would be potentially not relevant, for an example.
When you say that it happens a second time, can the controller silence it if they feel like they've resolved it and then it might reactivate, or it just goes off until the conflict no longer meets that algorithm?
I believe they can click on it and inhibit it for that one time.
Okay, thanks. And one more question, I believe it will be for you, Mr. Allen. Actually, two, because I have a follow-up. How long are helicopters typically in the Class B airspace?
That varies. I mean, it could be a medevac, just transitioning a couple miles to the next hospital. It could be law enforcement all over the city chasing a carjacking person. There could be the military out training and flying all the routes and doing a training. It can vary a lot.
Okay.
Between users.
So my question is, I'm assuming that, I don't want to make an assumption. Explain to me the process if the volume is changing. The helicopter volume is going to change. You might have somebody just transitioning through. You might have somebody who's in there a longer time. So how does that transition take place to decide if you're going to combine or decombine? Because the helicopter volume is changing. So can you really anticipate helicopter volume? And do you have enough time to combine or decombine before that volume may change?
Yeah, the volume changing. So if starting out, if it's combined and the local controller feels that, hey, I'm approaching my own personal limit, they can say to the supervisor, hey, I need helicopter split off. And the supervisor can recall somebody from break. Or if, say, traffic management is there and it's a beautiful day and there's no traffic management initiatives, we can say, hey, can you grab helicopters and work helicopters? Those would be some readily available options that were utilized.
So it can occur pretty quickly then, is what you're saying, I think?
Yeah, a volume of helicopters can occur pretty quickly.
Well, I meant from the combining or decombining, making that decision and having somebody on position to be able to
Yeah, I mean, the
fill that
decision
role.
could be made immediately, and then you take action to decombine the position.
And it could take a few minutes. Like if somebody's on break, they would need to come up into the tower and...
Potentially.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a break, but first thing, my understanding, Mr. Fuller, is that Administrator Bedford told staff to be fully transparent. Is that correct?
We always are fully transparent, but I received no specific instruction this morning. That's just something we do. But yes.
Mr. Gentry, do you want to comment on that?
No, ma'am. We are always going to be fully transparent, and I reminded the witnesses to be that way today.
Sorry, did you tell Member Inman and I that the administrator gave those instructions?
Yes, ma'am. He gave
Okay.
those instructions to us, not specifically this morning, but we are always
Okay,
going to
all
be.
right. Just whatever day.
Yes, we are always going to be transparent fully.
Okay, great. We're going to do a change in the seating. I had noticed that not just me, members in the audience, NTSB staff, and members watching virtually had all reported that one of the supervisors had elbowed an FAA employee mid-sentence. I'm not going to make an assumption about that, but that person had stopped speaking as a result. We want people to be fully transparent and feel safe in providing us answers. So we're going to switch the panelists. I'm not going to put up with that. Okay, we'll be back in, not switch panels, switch seating. We'll be back in, we're going to do 45 minutes, 2:15.
Test one, test one, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're going to get started, and we will go back to the technical panel for additional questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. We'll start with Dr. Wilson again.
Thank you. Switching gears from the accident itself and the events leading up to it, I'd like to switch to the post-accident drug and alcohol testing. So, Mr. Fuller, these questions will be for you. Mr. Fuchs, could you please pull up 3A, Table 9? What was the... page 69. Thank you. So this is a timeline of from when the accident occurred until the decision to conduct drug and alcohol testing until the controllers were actually tested. According to the DOT order 3910.1 Delta, post-accident or post-incident testing determination, the post-accident or post-incident testing must be conducted as soon as possible following an accident or incident that involves one or more of the following covered events. The first item in that list is a fatality. So we ultimately know that it was determined that the local controller, the assistant local controller, and the supervisor on duty at the time would be required to undergo post-accident testing. Who is responsible for making that determination?
The Director of Air Traffic Operations for the Eastern Service Area.
Okay, and is that a documented? Is that documented that person will be the one to make that determination?
It's in it's in our 1030.3 order, FAA order, as the normal person.
Okay. Do you know the process that they go through for making that determination? Can you speak to that?
Typically what we do is what you call a drug test determination, where we listen to the audio of the events, discuss the immediate facts, and then the director will determine whether testing is warranted or not.
Okay. Could we put the timeline back up, please? So the determination to drug and alcohol test was made approximately 4 hours after the event. And when we queried the FAA about the delay, or the amount of time that it took, we were told that the services rendered telecon happened and then the determination was made after that. So the regulation suggests it's recommended that the alcohol testing take place within 2 hours of an event, but can occur up to 8 hours after an event. We know in this case that it didn't occur. The decision wasn't even made for 4 hours. So that 2 hour window, that's the recommended time, is totally out the window. And the controllers weren't even notified until the next day that they even had to have some testing. So we were beyond that 8 hour window. So can you walk me through the process of how the FAA determined that these controllers would not be tested for alcohol?
Sure, and trying to be as sensitive as I can to the family members that are here. Again, sorry for your loss. But at the immediate outset of the accident, although it can be assumed, we were still holding out hopes it was a rescue operation, and there was not a confirmed fatality. And so until we get the first fatality, that's when we would make that decision to do the services rendered telecon based on that portion. At the time, most of the controllers had been there. Some as early as 1 in the afternoon had been on duty over 10 hours, 11 hours in some cases. In consultation with the Vice President of Air Traffic Operations, the Director of Operations in the Eastern Service Area, and the facility FAC rep discussed releasing those employees at midnight, giving them a letter of abstain, which basically means don't do any drug or alcohol because you probably are going to be tested. And those employees, again, since we had missed the 2 hour alcohol testing, it was determined to forego alcohol testing and do drug testing only the following day. And so that morning, I believe they were all scheduled for drug testing.
So the regulation or the DOT order actually says that it can occur up to 8 hours after the event. Was there an attempt to bring the controllers back to have them tested for alcohol?
Again, no, and that they made the decision not to have them come back at that time.
So as a part of that as well, I can pull up the order if you need me to, but Chapter 11 of the DOT guidance, item number C, post-accident or post-incident reporting requirements. If testing is not accomplished within the appropriate time frame, a memorandum is to be prepared with an explanation as to why the test was not accomplished in a timely manner. The memorandum must be addressed to the Office of the Secretary, Assistant Secretary for Administration, and sent to the DDO. The memorandum must be provided to the DDO within 72 hours. Was this memorandum prepared?
I don't believe that it was.
Do you know why it wasn't prepared per the DOT order?
Again, I think just my assumption is that there was a lack of knowledge from the director's office that he knew he was required to do that. We have since subsequently had conversations about that, but at the time, I don't believe he knew a memo was required. This is not a normal experience for most of the folks, and most of the people in those positions, this is their first major accident. In addition, because it occurred so late in the day, we didn't have any staff support specialists on hand at the facility, and just the experience to guide them through those particular steps.
There is a DPC, is that a designated program coordinator?
I believe that's what that acronym stands for.
Would that be this person's responsibility? I would assume there should be somebody who knows the order and would be the one to guide them as to what the rules are and how to follow it.
Absolutely.
Has there been discussions with this DPC to understand if they correctly understood the order and to make sure that they understand the order for the next time?
Yeah, we've had several conversations, myself and the regional flight surgeon, and definitely have some lessons learned for this particular accident.
So what are some of those lessons learned? Because we've had these concerns in other events that have maybe been incidents, and so we've missed that 8-hour window to have alcohol testing before. I feel like of all events, I understand that maybe there could have been some survivors, let's say, and you were holding out hope, but the potential for serious injuries is also a reason to drug and alcohol test. So I feel like of all the possible events, it was so obvious so quickly that we had a major event that I'm wondering, when would we get to the process where we can actually drug and alcohol test within the 2-hour requirement?
I don't disagree with you at all. You're absolutely correct in everything you said, and hopefully we never have to exercise it, but I can assure you we will provide direction and guidance that they would comply with those expectations and unforeseen circumstances happen again.
Do you have any specifics of what has been done to expedite this process should another event occur?
So we're revising the standard operating procedures and the 1030.3 order that governs our SRT process, our drug and alcohol coordination process. Is currently under revision right now. I've had direct conversations with the Vice President of Air Traffic Services and the Director and Deputy Director of the Eastern Service Area, relaying my expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. That's all the questions I have in that area.
Mr. Jarvis, this is a good time to touch on these other areas. ECVs and ICVs. Could you tell us which are external compliance verifications and internal compliance verifications? Could you tell us what these are and what the purpose is of each and how often they're conducted and by whom?
Sure. A internal compliance verification is conducted by an air traffic control facility. These are conducted annually, and they go from October 1st through September 30th each fiscal year. The reason for these, we call them evaluations, they're compliance verifications. The reasons for these, each facility based on its type has a checklist of items, and each item may represent a certain topic. We'll say, I'm just going to throw one out there, call sign usage. And the facility is going to look at that topic and see how their controllers are doing when it comes to call sign usage. And there's a description of what specifically is the item is looking for, and also a reference to where the regulation is located, so they can go to that location and pull it up. So a facility like DCA would have approximately 108 items, just guess. And they would rate those. Normally what each facility does is each quarter they break that down into about 25%. Some items might be looked at throughout the whole year, but they try to accomplish approximately 25% per quarter. And at any time, if they find non-compliance, an item that's sticking out that they're having problems with, at that point they can rate that item as non-compliant and start a mitigation plan to help try to bring that item back into compliance. Sometimes these can be fixed in that calendar year. Other times it's carried over to the following year. An external compliance verification, ECV, is conducted by the Eastern Service Center. In this, we have 3 different service centers. This being the Eastern Service Center Quality Control Group, which is part of Mission Support. They're located at the regional office in Atlanta. Our group, one of our responsibilities is to conduct these evaluations, the ECVs. We conduct approximately 60 per year in all types of different facilities, whether it's an en route, a large TRACON, control towers, some small towers out in the middle of, could be Athens, Georgia, all different types. We may ensure that they become compliant. Our checklist is normally pretty much in line with what theirs is. We also will have some emphasis items that come down from sometimes the director of air traffic operations. They might have, hey, normally it's been like the air traffic organization top 5 items, such as traffic advisories and safety alerts, wrong surface landings, things like that. We'll give special emphasis to those items and have to report back up to them. So when we conduct our evaluations, we're a little bit more savvy on how we rate those items compared to the facility, because we have more experience. When our evaluation team is made up of specialists from my office, as well as hopefully somebody from the facility, a person or two, and or a person from the district, if they're able to do so. Some facilities, their staffing levels are such that they can't provide anybody, and the same for the district. duties are so busy that they can't accommodate it. So that evaluation is done only by my team, or not my team, my office's team. As we go through these, we rate them: compliant, non-compliant. There's a category for exemplary, which goes way up there. You really have to be doing something special for us to rate that. There's non-compliance, and we have three different types of non-compliant: a low, medium, and a high. There's not observed, and we have a informational. An item that might be informational is we don't see a problem here, but we just want to bring it to the attention of the facilities, something sticking out to us.
Let me go ahead and stop you right there, just because I don't want to go too far down the road of that definition and stuff. So I think we capture now what it is generally that you're doing. You're verifying compliance based on a scale and utilizing a group of experts to do so. That said, you were the assigned specialist to DCA as you went to the service center. I believe it was 2017 to 2023 you were assigned DCA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you communicated with us that you had entered the facility to conduct a regularly scheduled external compliance verification, but I do believe it was coming out of COVID, maybe, did you say? There was a long span before, since they had an actual external?
Yes, our office went to DCA in June of 2022. I recall that around May of 21 is when our office kind of felt that most facilities are back to working the way they should be working. Not necessarily the traffic has come back to where it was, but everybody's back working in a normal capacity.
And you said when you entered for that compliance verification that it did not go well. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so what did your team do? Tell me a little. Well, tell us just how that experience. You started it. What happened, and when did you assess this is not going well? And then what was your follow on from that?
So the evaluations began on a Tuesday morning. We fly up there on a Monday and take a tour. Tuesday's when the evaluation starts. Some of us go into training or some types of administrative work. Others go up into the operation. I went up into the operation. I came down about lunchtime, and the lead of the team took us all together and said, "There's been a change of plans." I'm like, "What's going on?" He said, "Everywhere we look, there's non-compliance." And he said that he met with the quality control team managers and group managers, and a determination was made that we're going to change this up to assist the facility conduct an internal compliance verification.
Okay, so now you've made a decision to do that, and the purpose, or just to make sure I have it right, it's because they were so far out of compliance on everything that they had looked at so far. It was going to take a deeper dive.
That is correct. We rated, with their assistance, over 33 items non-compliant.
Okay. And that would be high for a facility. Have you seen anything like that in another facility that you've been involved in conducting a compliance verification on?
Not that high.
Have you ever stopped a compliance verification at a facility because they were so far out in order to do that outside of DCA?
No.
Okay. And after this, if I understand correctly, just to bring you forward a little bit, you were embedded with the facility for some period of time. Is that right?
That is correct.
So what was the decision to do that, or who made the decision to do that, and what was your purpose?
Well, the purpose was to assist the facility in becoming compliant with the identified items. The determination was made by the director, who communicated that through the group manager, the quality control group manager, and team managers. Myself and one other individual were paired up to go there and put together a plan and execute it.
Okay, so after you'd been working there for a bit and you got the lay of the land and were figuring out what was going on, did any thread come to the service or any actual commonality to anything that you were able to identify? Clearly, this is why they've been so far out of compliance. I mean, was there anything that stood out?
Yes, there were a few things that stood out. One, they had a one second. There was a management program analyst, an MPA. I didn't know what that stood for.
Okay.
That was assigned, and it's similar duties to a secretary. They never showed up in the building, ever. They had no staff specialists. They hadn't had one and wasn't going to get one.
So let's break those two apart. The administrative, the MPA you called it, that person not showing up, how did that affect their non-compliance? Was that an air traffic controller?
That was not an air traffic controller.
So how did that affect their being out of compliance? What's the relationship?
The manager or ops manager or support manager would have to do things like get mail, these just a lot of smaller administrative things. Their duties were reduced. They couldn't focus on a lot of things because they had to take care of a lot of other things.
So general administrative duties that would have been done by an administrative professional were having to be covered by air traffic control staffers?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the other side, you mentioned, what was it, staff support? What was it about staff support?
They did not have a staff specialist.
What does a staff specialist do?
Staff specialist would probably manage the internal compliance verification checklist or help ensure it's in order and help those that are going to be working with it understand each item and work through checklists. Also, any event that happens, and they happen daily, they'll look into it and they'll document accordingly. There's a lot of required, as an event occurs, it's got to get categorized. They have to do a lot of support activities for that.
I think I capture where you're going with that. So how did they have no support specialists there at that time?
That's correct. It was that way for over 3 years.
No admin, so it had been that way for over 3 years leading up to that?
Not up to that point. It had been about 1 year at that point.
Okay. So was shared services a thing at that time?
Yes.
And did they offer to provide shared services, or was shared services requested by either your team or the facility?
Shared services, when we conducted the ECV/ICV, there were representatives from the district there, but we'll say the quality control manager for the district had no experience in quality control. He didn't know what we were doing. He never had no idea what we were doing, so he was learning. And we were, you know, the other part about this job is there's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing, and it's our job to help educate them, and we do that on a regular basis.
Okay. So you were embedded in the facility for how long?
9 months.
You went there on a regular work schedule. Did you go back and work at your QC offices some part of the weeks, or were you that was your place of employment?
That was not my place of employment. I went back about 4 times, and there may have been another time in there I'm uncertain of. I was also part of teams that would go out and conduct evaluations, these ECVs, elsewhere. Anytime I flew in, every time I fly up here, I always fly in and out of DCA, most of the time anyway, I should say. And I would stop by and speak with the air traffic manager just to find out, hey, how are things going? Where are we at today? And some of those information it'd give me was the current status on CPCs and supervisors, things like that.
So aside from not having staff support specialists, at the time that you were there, how would you have categorized the staffing at the facility at that time? I'm certain you must have looked at that. If you didn't, let me know.
I did look at that. The support manager at the time was a very capable person, retired Air Force, hard worker, but not FAA. And we coached them up very well, and they caught on very well.
Okay. And what was the result of your time that you spent there? Did it culminate into some sort of finalized report or action items? I mean, how did it all come to a close?
So each time me and my colleague went up there, we had a list of things that we were going to do. The first trip, we were trying to come to terms with, we'll say, the district in what kind of progress sheet are we going to look like, you know? And they threw out something, and I didn't like it. I created one, and we just ran with that. And we just needed something to show 33 items, compliant, non-compliant, what's the rationale for each one, and what's the status for each one. And we wanted to keep track of that. And I would color code them, green being they've been completed, red meaning they need some work. And that went on, and we shared that with the district. There was an assistant general manager that was part of, we'll say, the follow-up meetings, and we would keep them apprised of the status. Let me see here. So there would always be, we'll say, some tasking that the facility needed to do, and then a timeline by when they needed to do it by. So we normally would come back 30 to 45 days later. That would be the plan, after coordinating with my management folks. But in the meantime, the district was responsible to keep an eye on that progress. So we come back 30 or 45 days later. How are you guys doing? We're doing great. Okay, let's see. And half of what they said isn't reality. That got to be disappointing. Kind of, all right, you know, everybody's learning. Let's kind of re-educate you all. This is where we're going. Let's keep going. But there was progress being made here. And the other part about this is you're building relationships, and in this business, that's important. You're building relationships, having trust in one another, and what I say is golden, and for them to tell me that they're making progress, that's fine, and we can ask the hard questions with each other. After the second visit, there was really clear understanding of where we are and what's needed, and we're getting to a really good place now. I do want to pause and say, after each trip, I did write a report and gave that to my team manager and group manager. The third visit, we showed up on a Monday, and on the Friday, the district general manager called a meeting and reestablished timelines without our concurrence, without our knowledge. So let's just say that date was October 1st. She moved it, or they moved it to November 15th. Well, we show up on Monday expecting all the timelines to be completed and the work to be done. Now we're going to go over the data together and determine compliance. And only for us to find out that the timelines were moved, our trust in the district was dissolved, and we let the director know that, sorry, this is the way it went down. If you want to know how things are going, you should ask us, not the general manager from the district.
Okay. So I want to kind of get to another piece of this. So in that time that you spent there, in the initial evaluation, the visits that you made, did your team what were the findings with regard to significant safety concerns or systemic safety issues that would be relatable to the things that you've heard us talk about here? For instance, miles and trail, the effect of facility level changes on the facility there, the training program. Were those things affected or impacted, and how? And did you assess those or give them any improvement work to do on those?
There was the communication between the two facilities, Potomac Tracon and DCA, was not a good relationship. It did not seem like it from my perspective. There were things that I thought were easy items to do, such as a standard operating procedure to be entered into an information display system, an IDS. It's pretty simple. And yet, you know, we went a couple years at DCA without that happening. And we were able to effect that change, and in a phone call, it was fixed within an hour. And we also have somebody that went to Potomac to learn how to do it, so they can come back and be the subject matter expert on that fix.
Do you see any of the same issues that you had then present in this related to this event as you looked through all the replay and everything else there? Do you see anything that seems reminiscent of your findings at that time of problematic areas? Understanding you haven't actually done another review there. I just meant, you know.
Right. A couple things. One is an area of concern that I voiced back in 2016, 2017 timeframe, dealing with the routes. And one of the routes, there's two different ones I speak to. One is, I don't know if it's Route 1 or 6 that goes over the top of the airport, east to west, west to east. It goes at 1,000 feet. It may have been moved up to 1,200, I'm not sure. But in the event of any go-around, that airplane on the go is going to climb up to 1,500 feet, and they're going to have a problem. The other issue was traffic coming down Route 4 around Haynes Point. It appeared that controllers did not, they felt as though it was procedurally it was okay, but we never saw the identical situation occur to where we could say they're non-compliant here. It just gave that appearance, and we didn't have a warm fuzzy about that. So, you know, and these types of concerns are only shared with the facility, and then they either, you know, do something about it or they don't. And in this case, I believe they did something with it as part of some mitigations dealing with visual separation. It might have been around the 2019 area.
Okay, so when you say voiced, who did you voice it to? The facility?
The facility, the air traffic manager and the operations manager, and my team manager, who would have communicated that to the group manager.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, I have a couple follow-up questions here. Mr. Fuller, I know this was mentioned yesterday, but just for the record, what is the distance requirements for an aircraft that is applying their own applied visual separation from the other traffic?
You mean before and after or during?
No, during the pilot applied visual separation, is there any distance requirements that they maintain from that other traffic?
No, the pilot is responsible for determining the safe distance to maintain.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Van Vechten, you mentioned that traffic landing on runway 1 was parallel to Route 4, and that it may not be as much of a concern to you on Route 4, traffic landing on Route 1. That being the case, if your mental model of the traffic is that traffic is inbound for runway 1 and it is pointed out to you, how does that affect your scan?
My scan would be focused from Wilson Bridge down and to the right to the approach end of runway 1.
And if you were under the understanding that traffic was circling for 3-3, how would that affect your scan?
I would look from Wilson Bridge and begin to scan to the left. I'm at a low altitude, so I should be able to silhouette the aircraft on the horizon.
And can you mentioned this earlier, I believe, you touched resource management. Can you briefly talk about what inter-cockpit communications look like when traffic is pointed out by air traffic control?
You broke up there a little bit in the beginning. Did you say crew resource management?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What those inter-cockpit communications look like per Army policy when traffic is pointed out?
So our crew coordination, we would identify the traffic and point it out to the rest of the crew. There would be a confirmation, traffic observed or traffic in sight, visual on the traffic, something to that nature once it's seen.
Is that required per Army policy every time that traffic is pointed out by air traffic control?
Not specifically, but announce actions, acknowledge actions, provide traffic and advisories is all part of our crew coordination essential elements.
Thank you. And then I know we've talked about this, but I would like to go back to it just very briefly. It seems like there's some confusion or disagreement about Route 4 or the helicopter routes in general. If we can pull up Exhibit 2, Hilo Juliet. This is a helicopter route chart for Baltimore, Washington. And we're looking at the legend. And the red boxes are not in the exhibit. We added those for clarity for this question. Mr. Fuller, we see that in the legend we have recommended route altitudes, and then we have another indication in the legend where it says the route altitudes are maximum. From the FAA standpoint, what's the FAA expect of the pilot, how they would interpret this?
Again, our interpretation is that would be the maximum altitude. We understand the confusion. We are working internally. That's part of what this National Helicopter Working Group is, because like you said, our own documentation here is not clear. It says recommended in the box, then it has maximum, then it has another box that says recommended. We recognize that we need to do work on this so that everyone has a clear expectation and understanding of what's being applied here.
And you mentioned that there are some changes you're working on this chart. Is that one of the things that sounds like that you plan to clear up in the legend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Van Vechten, if you as a pilot looked at that chart, what is your interpretation as a pilot of that legend?
Yes, that is confusing with conflicting information, but the 12th Aviation Battalion pilots were trained to fly as close to the maximum altitude as charted in accordance with AP, the Area Planning Guide 1, and the DoD FLIP, the Flight Information Publication, trying to maintain that altitude as best you can.
So to be clear, your interpretation of that legend is that 200 feet is a maximum altitude, and that's what Army pilots would fly.
Yes, however, we were never under the assumption that it was 200 plus or minus 0. I mean, we would try not to go over the altitude, obviously, but nobody is perfect, and there are certain situations where you would go above or below it.
Understood. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. McKinney's got one question.
Yes, Mr. Van Vechten, following up on the crew coordination discussion, when pointing out traffic and pointing out traffic to the crew, you wouldn't necessarily need a verbal confirmation that the other crew member sees it. Is that correct? You could get a gesture or some other type of confirmation.
Under goggles, that would be difficult. If I'm on the controls and I'm flying the aircraft and my co-pilot says traffic 11 o'clock, 1 mile, no factor, I may give a quick thumbs up if I'm busy, but under goggles, that would be difficult to see. So I would expect a verbal confirmation.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, the tech panel is done for the moment.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move to the parties, and I'm going to, yesterday I started with airline pilots, then I went to the opposite end here alphabetically. I went with the U.S. Army, so I'm going to start in the middle and go with the National Air Traffic Controllers Association.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, witnesses. I know it's been a long day. We just have some questions that mainly clarify or expand on some of the testimony during the day. So I'd like to start with Mr. Allen, and we appreciate all the insight and the information about the operation, how it operates in the tower. One question is, would you feel it is too restrictive to take the ability of an operational supervisor or a controller in charge, take the decision making away from them to dynamically, I think we used that word earlier, manage the operation, so to determine if they need a position open and closed, where to staff the controllers for the day, traffic level, and complexity?
Yeah, that would be overly restrictive. They need to be able to, they're in the operation real time, working with the controllers, the rotation of the shift, and the various items that occur during a shift. They're your go-to person, and they need to be able to manage that shift effectively.
Okay, thank you. And then just on a training question, at times, do you feel that the training is meaningful, or at times does it feel like we're just checking a box?
There's been times of both.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to move a little bit on to the conflict alerting, and anyone on the panel, but I think Mr. Allen, you'll have the most insight on this. But so we talked a little bit about conflict alerting and what that looks like in the radar, on the radar display for the controller in the tower cab. I'm just curious if you're familiar with what the requirements are of the controller for the controller handbook or the 7110.65. What actions is the controller required to take in the event that conflict alert goes off?
To evaluate the situation between aircraft and take action if necessary.
Okay, thank you. So are there times when conflict alert goes off that no action is required from the controller?
Yes.
Okay. And then are there times that we would expect conflict to go off or indicate when pilot applied visual separation is being used?
Yes, it can go off when you've already mitigated the alarm.
Okay, thank you. On the evening of the accident, when pilot applied visual separation was applied the first time, would you expect conflict alerting to be going off at that time?
The first time that it went off, that he issued traffic, no, I believe there was a significant distance between those aircraft.
Okay, thank you. And then, so working in the tower, reference conflict alerting on the radar scope, and then also safety alerting that's in the airport surface detection equipment, or also known as the ASDE. Could you explain the differences when a controller receives an alert on either the ASDE versus the radar and the expectations?
Yeah, so to stick with the conflict alert, when the parameters in the software dictate, it will alarm audible and the visual alarm, and the controller will evaluate the situation and take appropriate action if necessary if they haven't already mitigated the situation. It could still occur after they've mitigated the situation. The radar system has no way of knowing that we're applying a different rule or a different form of separation. As far as the ASDE, the air surface detection equipment, that equipment evaluates aircraft as they're arriving, departing runways, or potentially aligning with the taxiway. And it will give an instruction if the runway is occupied, and if there was an aircraft landing and it alarmed, it'll say, runway 19 occupied, go around. And it'll make an audible alarm, it'll give you an instruction, and there will be a visual alarm on the ASDE screen.
And then when the ASDE alarms for the instance that you described, what actions would the controller take?
The controller has to comply with what the ASDE's direction is.
Okay, thank you. So when sorry, I don't remember your last name and I can't see it, but Kenneth, I believe. So I think earlier in the testimony today, you mentioned that about 50% of the conflict alerts that are displayed either audibly and visually to a controller, 50% are considered nuisance alerts. Do I have that correct?
I think Mr. Allen said that. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But that is that conforms to what I believe too.
And so, Mr. Allen, going back, if 50% of the ASDE alerts were nuisance alerts, how do you think controllers would handle that?
We have had ASDE issues in the past where it does create nuisance alerts, and we have a different set of procedures that we go into effect with, where we place the ASDE in limited mode and change how we clear aircraft to land and to take off to build in a different safety mechanism, since we don't have the safety logic system, the ASDE system running, while our tech ops personnel repair the equipment.
Okay, thank you. And since I think I'm out of time, if I could just ask one more question, follow up. Regarding conflict alert on the radar scope and the local controller, was there any indication or evidence that shows that the local controller did not evaluate the conflict alert when it indicated the night of the accident?
There's nothing that I'm aware of.
Thank you, that's all.
All right, PSA Airlines.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry. Mr. Allen, I'm going to kind of stay along those same line of questions real quick for you. When are controllers supposed to alert the aircraft to a proximity conflict traffic?
I'm sorry, it came in
one more time. When are controllers supposed to alert an aircraft to potential conflicting traffic?
When in their opinion, there appears to be a conflict.
Sorry, can you both pull your, we didn't hear the.
Sorry.
We heard part of the question and did not hear the response, if you don't mind.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Is that better? Sorry. Yeah. Under what circumstances would ATC only give traffic alerts to one potential conflicting aircraft but not the other?
The traffic alert? Traffic should be issued to both aircraft.
Okay, so why would they not give conflicting traffic to the other aircraft?
I can't explain why somebody would admit that portion.
Okay.
I think that probably calls for speculation on
Yeah.
why they wouldn't do that.
I got you. Sorry. The NTSB interviewed a number of controllers that said they believe PAT missions required more security and oversight by ATC. What additional steps did controllers take to working with PAT missions?
I can't speak for what the other controllers.
Do you have any knowledge of it at all? Nothing?
Knowledge of what?
Of any extra work that was provided from the controllers? Aren't you their supervisor?
The controllers, there's been instances where maybe they didn't have radio communication and they would have to call multiple times, and they would share that with the supervisor. So if you, and it goes for any helicopter operator, as we, I think, previously discussed yesterday, there's multiple different missions and multiple different types of helicopters, and some are equipped differently than others, and there's various units that if you run into trouble where they're not complying or you're not able to readily have two-way radio communication with them, you're going to put extra emphasis and eyes on them and their operation.
Yeah, was any of this memorialized in the tower? Any operational procedures or anything memorialized?
No.
Nothing? Was anybody higher up in the chain of command, the FAA, made aware of that than yourself?
The facility management was aware.
Good. All right. Sorry, let me get down to my next question. I got that one already, sorry. Yeah. The local controllers of told the NTSB they're aware of potential conflicts and New Belief Streak was in a critical phase of flight. What does critical phase of flight mean to a controller?
A critical phase of flight would be when the aircraft is in final approach, the flare, touching down, rolling out.
Would that start at the bridge when you start the visual approach to 3-3? Or would that start, where would that start at? I'm sorry.
It would start when they're in close proximity to the runway.
To the what? I'm sorry?
To the runway.
Okay. So during this time, why would talking to pilots during this phase of flight cause problems for the pilots?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Talking to the pilots at this time when they're in the critical phase of flight, why would that cause issues to the pilots right then?
Talking to pilots in a critical phase of flight, you know, they're short final, they're preparing to land, they're doing last-minute checklists, there's a variety of items going on in the cockpit, and that could potentially become a distraction.
You think that's the reason why the pilot didn't issue the controller didn't issue a traffic alert to the crew?
I can't answer why
5342?
I can't answer why the controller did not issue.
My time's up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to go to FAA.
Thank you, ma'am. Just have one question. Mr. Fuller, regarding pilot-applied visual separations, do both aircraft have to agree and confirm that they have acquisition with each other?
It's not required for both aircraft to report each other in sight. Only one has to have the other aircraft in sight, but both have to be told that pilot-applied visual separation is.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Sikorsky.
No questions at this time, ma'am.
Airline Pilots Association.
Thank you. First question is for Mr. Allen. You previously just stated that no specific controller action is required in response to a conflict alert, but they are required to mitigate the situation. Can you state again what the tools are that a controller can use to mitigate that situation?
For a conflict alert, when the alarm would go off, they're required to evaluate it. If they see that there is a potential for converging courses, they would take appropriate action, and that would be situationally dependent, whether it's 2 fixed-wing aircraft or 2 helicopters or a helicopter. It's situational dependent.
In specific types of, is it headings and altitudes type? What are those actual instructions that they could issue?
They could utilize a form of visual separation. They could use diverging headings. They could do a number of things.
Okay, thank you. So the 710.65 specifically talks about heading and altitude changes that are being potentially issued if there is some sort of conflicting. If visual separation actually appears to be inadequate, it states that you can use headings and altitudes and the word immediately. Does it make sense to use that in a converging situation to immediately diverge aircraft into safe paths instead of a conflicting?
It's very situational. I can't say yes that you would definitely do that or no. It's very situational.
Okay, understood. So this conflict alert indicated that the separation was potentially inadequate. That is what a conflict alert means, correct?
They're on converging courses.
Yes.
Yes.
So in that case, a visual separation, if it's originally what the issued clearance was, and then it's proving to be inadequate, is there a point at which reissuing the original clearance that was given that caused the issue is then a form of bad judgment and something else should be issued?
No, so there was the initial visual separation that was applied.
Yes.
And then the conflict alert went off. Mm-hmm. That's just the software saying that there is a potential for converging courses, but appropriate action was already taken prior to the alarm going off.
And is there a point?
So it mitigated.
So understood. So is there a point at which if you recognize that that corrective action is not actually correcting the issue, you would apply a new and alternate means of diverging those aircraft?
Not necessarily. You can confirm that the previous instructions that you had given to rectify the situation are actually being followed. If they are not being followed, you could take additional steps if you felt that was necessary.
So at what point within like your training SOPs, is there a point at which you can recognize in terms of maybe a lateral or a heading or something that those initial instructions were not adequate and something else must be done instead of just reapplying the same instructions that initiated the problem?
That would be a situational real-time analysis of what's going on.
So there's no type of lateral proximity that you all use, or the fact that they're within a certain amount of distance from each other, and that's decreasing, that you realize, hey, the original thing that we issued, it's not working. It's time to pursue a different path.
Well, you have your standard separation initially. Then if you chose to utilize visual separation,
Can you state those again, just that visual, what those parameters are for everyone?
Pilot applied visual separation and tower applied visual separation.
And for the pilot, can you specify what that are there any lateral bounds that go with that separation?
No, there are not.
Okay, understood. If possible, can we bring up, we're going to skip ahead a little bit, but bring up Exhibit 3 Triple Romeo. And perfect, that's exactly what we're looking for. Are you all familiar with this exhibit? Have you seen this before?
Yes, but I've seen a lot of exhibits. So.
Okay. This is a bit more for Mr. Allen, Mr. Fuller. What does this indicate from what you see here, reflexivity and or expectation bias of tower controllers when it comes to issuing visual clearances?
Yes, to me it does. It certainly does. I just want to add on to something I believe Mr. Allen was trying to speak to. When you're talking about visual separation, there is a provision where to instruct the two aircraft that targets appear likely to merge. And it doesn't also, even if they aren't going to merge, you can still issue a traffic alert if the two aircraft you deem are in unsafe proximity. There's no specific parameter, but yes, we do have those tools available to us if we see that the previous instruction of maintaining visual separation is, there's some doubt. You can certainly issue another traffic alert, much like if we gave a pilot a whole short instruction, but we see them proceeding toward the runway still at a high rate of speed, we can certainly step in and just advise, hey, verify holding short of XYZ. But there's no specific limit where we would have to do that. It's controller judgment.
But in controller judgment, that is still your standard operating practices. If you see a clearance not being adhered to, you will issue an alternate means or something in order to deconflict.
The primary purpose of air traffic control is to prevent a collision. It's not a fault thing at that point. It's if you see something, say something.
Perfect. And I see it's my time.
Yeah, we'll come back for another round. Let's see, U.S. Army.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to continue on that line of questioning. Clearly, Route 4 defined on the map, and Pat 25 had been approved to proceed on Route 4. Is there any point on Route 4 to do that where it does not cross over the approach end of runway 33, the extended center line of runway 33?
You're asking if someone can...
Can you follow Route 4 south and not cross over the center line of runway 33?
No, they intersect.
And so to follow on the question is I understand the pilot's obligation to maintain visual separation. They've inherited that responsibility. But when you've got a route, two routes that both aircraft have been cleared to perform on, there's a conflict. That's an induced conflict. It's a physical conflict that's induced. And although there's responsibility to maintain separation, I don't know the physical means of not saying that's not converging traffic, in which case why there wasn't. I just want to be clear that there was never a call to Flight 5342 that there was converging traffic. Despite the routes had to cross. There's no way to proceed down Route 4 and not cross the center line of 33 with approaching traffic, and that call did not occur. Is that a
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. It was talked about a little bit by PSA, and we talked about speculation. That's the only question there. Actually, one follow-up on that. How often, and can you characterize, are helicopters cleared to proceed down Route 4, and then subsequently aircraft are then cleared to approach runway 33? Is that the norm, or is that an anomaly when we're working both of those flight routes and arriving traffic offloaded to 33? That's common. And if it's common, wouldn't you say that we're inducing a converging traffic routinely? This goes back to a discussion we had yesterday. Our understanding is, how are we not holding traffic or allowing aircraft to physically cross paths with just visual separation without additionally alerting the secondary aircraft that there's a conflict?
Well,
Is that not a policy or procedure?
Traffic should be exchanged to both aircraft.
Okay.
It's utilizing Route 4 and arriving to runway 33 is dependent on the location of both aircraft and how they need to perform in order for that operation to work. For example, if a helicopter is told to maintain visual separation, they're not assigned a speed, they could slow down to easily pass behind an aircraft.
I have no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. And we will go back to NADCA.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you. Just wanted to maybe follow up on a couple of things. Maybe a couple of hairs got crossed during the conversation. So is it the FAA's testimony that a traffic alert or traffic advisory was required from the controller?
So when you're applying visual separation, a traffic advisory is required. But again, the traffic alert is if you observe an aircraft in unsafe proximity, you would issue that no matter what the separation requirements were at that point.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And could you explain the difference between essentially a safety alert or a traffic alert and a traffic advisory?
A traffic advisory in one particular case is, again, you have approved a separation, but the aircrafter, you still inform aircraft about traffic in their vicinity. Say if, the pad had been stopped 500 feet above the helicopter, but the targets were still going to merge, you would issue a traffic advisory at that particular point. But if you have two VFR helicopters in the opposite direction at the same altitude, even though they're both VFR, at that point it would be appropriate to issue a traffic alert.
Thank you. And Mr. Allen, when the controller resolved the conflict, what they believe twice the night of the accident, where the second time that they pilot applied visual separation, was that appropriate in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to move on, if I have any, I don't know how much time I have, but 3 minutes. Thank you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the ECVs. Mr. Jarvis, we talked about compliance reviews, or some reviews you've done multiple times, and I tried to establish a timeline. Your initial testimony earlier in the day talked about going to the facility and not finding any non-compliance items, but you didn't. Somebody didn't like the scan, or weren't happy with the way the scan was happening. Something along those lines. What time frame was that?
I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, so earlier in the day, you had talked about being at the facility, looking at items for compliance, but you found no non-compliance items, but the scan wasn't happening as you thought it should. And so that's trying to circle back and understand when that was.
I don't remember what that was in the context of.
Okay, no problem. So of the ECV that was turned into an ICV, I think you talked to, there was 33 non-compliant items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So of those non-compliant items, how many of those items would have been operational versus administrative?
I'd have to look at the list itself, but I'd say at least 14.
14 were?
That's a guess. 14 were operational.
14 operational, okay. So the majority were administrative non-compliances?
Correct.
Thank you. And then reference the exhibit that was up on the ECV, the statement about a few items, and it was about controllers anticipating separation. It's back on the board now. Is this a finding of the ECV, or is this just the informational for review?
The ECV team identified this item as informational. And it's kind of underlined up top. And then
So then it's not considered non-compliant, nor does it have a rating, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. PSA.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, the local controller interview estimated when helicopters say they have traffic in sight, about 85% of the time they actually do, which implies 15% of the time they do not. In your experience, do you agree with this estimate?
They're estimating that helicopters report traffic in sight?
That they don't actually have the traffic in sight when they say they do. That was what was in the interview notes.
I'm not in the cockpit. I can't.
The local controller estimated that. I didn't know if you had the same experience, what you thought. I'm just looking for your experience.
I wouldn't carry an opinion on that. I'm not in the cockpit to know what they do or do not see.
Yeah, I know. The controller also has said he did not think the paths would cross, and that the 5342 would be on the ground by the time Pat 25 crossed the extended center line. Was Pat 25 moving faster than expected? Normal rate? Anything? When you looked at the...
In my opinion, from watching the replay, they maintained an average speed throughout.
Okay. 13, here's what I was looking at. And then, going back to it, and Mr. Liam, I was just wondering if you knew what the arrival rate was, the hours prior to the accident.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The arrival rate for DCA, what was the arrival rate?
I am not positive. For runway 1, though, on a normal night, it would have been 36.
Do you have any idea, Mr. Clark? Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
It was, I believe it would to be 36 that evening.
Okay. That night? Okay. And then, sorry to follow up on my further question there. When I was asking about the insight and the traffic having insight, Mr. Allen, I wasn't talking about from the pilot's perspective. I was talking about from the controller's perspective, thinking whether they actually did have the traffic insight when they're calling it insight. And that's what I'm asking for from the cab of the ATC.
Are you saying that in the interview with the controller that when they issue traffic, 85% of the time, pilots reported insight, and then when they issue traffic, 15% of the time they do not?
No, he was saying that he felt whenever the helicopter pilots would say they have the traffic in sight, only 85% of the time they had it in sight. 15% of the time they really didn't. That was it. Yeah,
I can't speak to how he felt about that.
I'm not asking how he felt. I'm asking how you feel.
If a pilot tells me they have somebody in sight, I hold that true and fast.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you. FAA.
No more questions, ma'am.
Sikorsky.
No questions this time.
ALPA.
Thank you, madam. This one's going to be for Mr. Allen again. Airport surface detection equipment and TCAS RAs. These both require immediate controller and pilot action, respectively. Why does the language pertaining to conflict alerts, why is that different and it's not requiring immediate corrective action?
The order requires you to evaluate it and take action if appropriate.
But there's no actual requirement to immediately deconflict, correct? In the sense of...
If in your opinion, in the controller's opinion, the targets appear likely to merge, then they are to take action.
Is it correct to say that the wording that says it's if feasible to offer to the pilot? I believe that's exactly what it says in the DOT 65.
What is the
it's if feasible, you can offer a heading and an altitude, and you'll state the word immediate.
Okay.
So my question to you then is, does it make sense to you? We have ground systems that are immediate action required, RAs, immediate action by the pilots, but then there isn't an immediate language. It's an if feasible language instead of an immediate language for conflict alerts in the air. If Mr. Fuller, if you'd like to.
Perhaps I can help explain a little bit of the difference. So if an aircraft is at 3,000 feet and I have another aircraft at 5,000 feet that I've descended to 4,000 feet, conflict alert will start to see that aircraft and descend and may still alert, even though I have that aircraft stopped 1,000 feet above. And that's where you can't trick the logic there. In the en route environment, I can put in an interim altitude, which is why it says if feasible. I can put in an interim altitude, which will let the conflict alert know this aircraft is actually stopping at 4,000, and that will stop the alerting. So I think that's where the if feasible language.
Understood, but those are large margins that you are talking about 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
My question is simply, should it be reassessed possibly in if feasible language, maybe changed to something slightly different?
We're willing to entertain anything if you have some suggestions.
Perfect. We're just raising the point, but yeah. I'll move on. Ms. Chendi, you just described that the memo discussing the use of runway 33 was at an available capacity that you guys could potentially use, and you were coordinating with airliners and other commercial traffic to see if that would be a viable way to increase traffic in a DCA. We just were wondering if there was a actual risk assessment done that was included with the use of runway 33.
Runway 33 has always been used for the entire time.
So we mean specifically in increasing operations by utilizing that runway, which means there would be an increased amount of traffic circling to that runway in order to use the available, I believe you said, increase the available capacity.
Again, runway 33 has always been used for arrivals. So what my colleague brought up was the fact that with the change in fleet, back when I moved to the area, we had more props, CRJ-2s, landing and departing at DCA. So runway 33 is or was an available runway.
Okay, understood. We'll move on.
Okay.
Mr. Allen, sorry to come back to you. In the transcribed ATC communications for 30 minutes prior to the actual moment of the accident, if you count, there's 18 different transmissions within which a conflict alert is actually going off. Would this be a normal rate within the DC tower for a 30-minute period around that time frame?
I just want to confirm that I heard. You said 30 minutes, 18 conflict alerts.
Yes, 18 separate transmissions in which an audible conflict alert is going off in the background and is in the transcript. Is that normal for DCA operations at that time in the tower?
I wouldn't say consistently it's normal, but I would say it does occur.
Okay. For Mr. Fuller, really quick, for letters of agreement in place between the military and DCA Tower, do air carriers have any input in their development?
I don't believe we work the letters of agreement out with military installations out with air carriers. The vast majority of the letters of agreement and DCA specific, again, not having to work there, so I don't have them memorized.
Do you think air carriers, though, would bring some quality to the table in understanding what's going on between the military and DCA? Would there be an extra perspective that might bring benefit from the air carrier side?
The letters that we have in place are for handling special VFR aircraft with the military and the separation and the coordination for special VFR. Those rules are already established in the 7110. So I don't know for certain that the air carriers would have any in that particular case.
I mean, we fly in the same airspace.
Understood, but those separation standards are established by the 7110. There are other instances where we have military that provide approach control, and air carriers may use that airspace. Yes, it would be wholly appropriate for them to provide input.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. And just so you're aware, after this round, we'll go to the Board of Inquiry, we'll go back to technical panel, we'll come back to you, we'll come back to whatever has to happen. So it's not like that was your last time. I heard you trying to throw everything in 14 seconds there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. U.S. Army.
All right, thanks, Chair. I'm going to change directions just a minute. Mr. Dressler, just want to follow up on a couple things you talked about today. You mentioned earlier a significant difference in experience between your operation and at least that of Pat 2 or of the 12th Aviation Battalion and also the Air Force. Is that true?
That is true.
And certainly, you said I took heart to this. You said it pained you to talk about your perception of the conduct of those other DoD entities that you were once a part of. Is that correct?
That is absolutely true.
And is there are there other differences between the experience level that your crews have and you have that between you and that of Pat 2.5?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think that most EMS pilots speak mostly for that, but even law enforcement pilots are graduated from other positions, so they might be retired, they might come out of the military. 98% of my pilots are former military, retired military, including one who was assigned to 12th Aviation Battalion years ago.
And but there's also some differences in the way we operate. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Like, as example, you characterize most of your operations as single pilot operations. Is that correct?
Correct. We're single pilot IFR operations, so even more complex.
Sure. And 12th Aviation Battalion is what? What do they do in their normal configuration?
You're a dual pilot operation.
Dual pilot, right. We
That's
both
right.
fly night vision goggles. That's probably a commonality. Although
It is.
There's probably some differences in company procedures of what we can do.
Absolutely. However, I'm not certain that those differences pertain, other than what I've mentioned about this particular route, and that my company opted not to be able to fly that route because it was 200 feet. So, but otherwise, operating within the Class B airspace, I would say our operational flight performance or the way we do business should be the same.
Okay.
I think some other differences. I'd say because of the years of experience that we have in the system, and I've mentioned some pilots, our leading pilot in the area has 38 years just on this route system and 7,000 flight hours. But when we're talking about graduated pilots to join EMS, generally speaking, it's 2,000 hours and up. Some companies are even 2,500 or 3,000 flight hours. So having been a flight school graduate from the Army, I know exactly what it's like to transition to an advanced aircraft and really not know how to fly per se in that way. And I think that's a huge difference professionally.
And there's also, but there are some differences in how we operate. Like, do you run a dedicated crew chief in an EMS aircraft, or do you generally have a single pilot with caregivers in the back?
If we're carrying a patient, the caregivers are in the back. If we are not carrying a patient, we have a crew member up in the front left seat, also on goggles, doing that mission. No, absolutely, we do not fly with a crew chief on board, and that is a difference, of course.
And Pat 25, obviously by nature of Army regulations, they're required to have a second crew member in the back. You mentioned yesterday that there was a documented conflict that was raised in 2017. So that goes back 8 years, and you've been there that whole time, correct?
I have not been.
Oh, okay, but you've been there for a period of time.
I have. The same pilot, and I want to correct that record. I provided it to to Dr. Bauer this morning. It's 2016, not a significant difference, but that pilot is still here, works for me, and was a UH-60 pilot.
Oh, great.
So it is an example. So it is part of the pass down. When I got here, I was briefed by the people who've been here for decades on everything related to airspace, including that.
Great, thanks. So I'm running out of time. My only question is, would you accept an invitation to come to the Pentagon to talk to the Army's aviation team and their standardization pilots to impart that knowledge with our team?
Beyond, absolutely. Whatever is a stronger word than that, yes.
Great, I appreciate it. That's
yes,
all
sir.
the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today, we will start with Member Inman on the Board of Inquiry.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the witnesses and everyone else. I know it's been a long day, but it's been a long day coming also. Mr. Allen, I'm seeing you're getting a drink of water. I hope so. You've had a lot of questions asked.
Yes, sir.
But I want to follow back on something, an exchange we had yesterday. I asked you at that time, is there anything we haven't asked you that you think is important that we know? And I realize you're up against an issue where you're working in a tower. Some of these people, after you get done with this testimony, you have to go back and work with every day, correct?
Correct.
So I'm hopeful that you can feel that this is an opportunity to just give an unvarnished, open commentary on what we need to know.
So the little bit of time I was awake last night, I did think it over, and I have continued to think that question over. And what I would like to do, and if you find acceptable, is continue. I am on panel 5, so I'll be here tomorrow as well. And follow up then once we've completed everything and I have a holistic view around everything that was covered and what wasn't covered, and have that discussion.
Fair enough. And I'm going to try to hold everybody that panel 5 will be tomorrow. It's a little bit of a joke. Okay.
Maybe Monday.
I didn't have the opportunity yesterday, but Mr. Lehman, how many years you been with the FBA?
37,
Little long in the tooth?
very long.
As someone who's probably at the highlight of their career, who may not have as many years left as Mr. Allen, I didn't get the chance to ask you this yesterday. What should we know? What is the issue? What have we not asked? What do these people need to know to make aviation safer?
Well, I will say that well, thank you for asking, and I think there's
Can you
two
pull it a little
things-
closer, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think first of all, thank you for asking, but I think there's two things we need to talk about. I kind of following Mr. Dressler's, regrettably, I'm going to talk about it, but I think it's important to talk about. When I go back to the arrival rate memo that we wrote, when this is really a statement. If the Potomac Air Traffic Manager comes to you with a formal document, and I'm talking to management in general, and says we need to readdress the arrival rate because I'm finding all sorts of issues, and it says in our regulations that the TRACON, which would be me, the air traffic manager, and I did this in collaboration with my entire facilities, from controllers to traffic management coordinators to managers, just didn't come from me. But when I come to you and say that this needs to be readdressed, we need to listen. And it says directly in the 7210.3 that I have the right to talk to the DDSO, the Deputy Director of SysOps. And in this case, we didn't listen. We took that. I used my protocols that I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to give it to my district manager first. And at some point, and I truly believe she had other conversations with other people, it died right there. And I hate to use that word. That was not a good use of words. But we need to remember that if a facility is coming to you with this type of information, I didn't do it lightly, and that it needs to be addressed, and we didn't address it.
Has it been addressed to this day?
No.
So you're telling me today they're still flying more operations than what you recommended in 2022, 23?
Yes. I've had multiple conversations, and multiple conversations have gone nowhere.
And what you raised as that manager at that time, you felt was a safety issue related to arrivals into DCA?
Yes. I have a second thing also that I
Chair,
think is important.
Can we
but
extend the time for his answer at least?
Yeah.
Please go ahead. The time's yours. Don't worry about the buttons or the lights. What I want to hear is, I think everybody wants to hear.
The second thing is, and I have discussed this with multiple entities within the FAA, just about anyone that would listen, but the Air Traffic Safety Awareness Program is obsolete, it's ineffective, and it reduces accountability of individuals. And no one wants to readdress it. I used to go, previous years, 2022, 2023, I would go around and I would say that we need to go to ATSAP, which is its acronym 2.0. Since the crash, 2.0 won't do. We need to completely redesign the program or get rid of it and come up with a better program. That being said, I've offered to sit on whatever board, whatever way we want to readdress it, to give my points of view and listen to everyone else's for that matter. But that has fallen on deaf ears also.
Mr. Lehman, are you worried about the safety of the airspace, the NAS?
Yes.
Do you want to be that next person that has to sit here again?
No.
What can we do to fix it?
We can start listening to the facilities a little bit more, and we can take the ATSAP program, which is from 2009. When I say it's obsolete, there may have been a few years where it was a good program. It is not anymore. We need to readdress it. We need to completely change the way it is done. Me personally, I was a controller for 19 years when we didn't have ATSAP, and I know some of the things that we did to address safety issues, to address performance issues. Do I want to go back to exactly they were in 1990? No, there were some things that weren't very good about that now, and we did readdress it, but we need to readdress this program also.
Okay, I'm actually going to come back to this, but not right now. Mr. Fuller, FAA Order JO7110.65 Alpha Alpha prescribes air traffic control procedures and phraseology for use by personnel providing air traffic services. We've been talking a lot about visual separation, and I want to make sure the families and others understand what we're talking about here is regarding air traffic control procedures. So, Chapter 7, Paragraph 721 outlines the procedures and phraseology for applying visual separation. This was pilot-applied visual separation, correct?
Yes,
versus tower applied.
Correct, ma'am.
All right, so under the standard operating procedures, pilot-applied visual separations requires 1, ATC must maintain communication with at least one of the aircraft involved and ensure there is an ability to communicate with the other aircraft. That occurred, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2, the pilot sees another aircraft and is instructed to maintain visual separation from the aircraft as follows. ATC must tell the pilot about the other aircraft and include position, direction, type, and unless it's obvious, the other aircraft's intention. The phraseology for that is PAT 25, traffic, you provide the clock position and distance, direction, type of aircraft, intention. That's what's in the standard operating procedures. So I just want to go to the transcript of this event. At 2046-01, the local controller said PAT 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge, a CRJ at 1,200 feet circling runway 33. I don't want to say is that standard phraseology because most people don't even don't understand what that means. So is that in accordance with ATC policy?
It's consistent with air traffic policy.
Right. It's consistent. It complies.
It complies. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. ATC is then supposed to obtain acknowledgement from the pilot that the other traffic is in sight. So at 2046-08, PAT 25 said, I got the traffic in sight, request visual separation. ATC is then told to instruct the pilot to maintain visual separation from that aircraft. If the pilot reports the traffic in sight and they will maintain visual separation from it, the pilot must state both. The controller may approve the operation instead of restating the instructions. That occurred. The local controller said visual separation approved at 2046-11. At this point in the standard operating procedures, it says pilot-applied visual separation between aircraft is achieved when the controller has instructed the pilot to maintain visual separation and the pilot acknowledges with their call sign or when the controller has approved pilot-initiated visual separation. At 2047-38, a minute and 27 seconds after the local controller approved visual separation, a collision alert can be heard and the local controller says, PAT 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? 4 seconds later, the collision alert can still be heard in the background, PAT 25 passed behind the CRJ. 2 seconds later, PAT 25 responds, PAT has the aircraft in sight, requests visual separation. 3 seconds later, visual separation approved. That was the quote. Was that standard phraseology according to the standard operating procedures?
It wasn't 100% standard phraseology. Again, by our handbook, he should have notified Blue Streak 5342 that visual separation was being applied, and he should have told the aircraft the targets were likely to merge.
Yes, so because the standard operating procedures state if aircraft are on converging courses, inform the other aircraft of the traffic and that visual separation is being applied. That would be Blue Streak, 5342, traffic, clock position and distance, direction, type of traffic, has you in sight and will maintain visual separation. At this point, they would be telling Blue Streak, 5342, that the aircraft was on approach to, or that there was a helicopter, I'm sorry, I clearly need more coffee, it's been a long day, that the helicopter would maintain visual separation and where they were on the route, correct?
Correct.
So, and what are merging target procedures? Is that it, that they would tell them?
Merging target procedures are exactly that. If the targets appear likely to merge, that's what you would tell the aircraft. Pat 25, traffic appears likely to merge.
So the standard operating procedures, in fact, say advise the pilots if the targets appear likely to merge. It says, note, issue this advisory in conjunction with the instruction to maintain visual separation, the advisory to the other aircraft of the converging course, in this case Blue Streak, or thereafter if the controller subsequently becomes aware that the targets are merging. So were any traffic advisories or safety alerts issued?
No safety alerts.
Should the local controller have let the PSA crew know that there was a helicopter there?
Yes.
And then one last question, if you don't mind. But during the minute and 27 seconds when the alerts were going off, when you can hear the conflict alerts, what was being done at that point?
Again, I was not in the tower at that particular instance, so it would be unfair for me to say. I believe...
Yeah, don't speculate.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. Mr. Allen, do you know?
No, I was not in the tower, and I did not conduct any interviews.
Does anyone on any of the previous panels know? Okay, was there an aircraft departing at the time? Actually, do you mind if I, just really quickly? So in the last 6 minutes, last few minutes, he was dealing with they were dealing with 6 different aircraft. In fact, over the period of the last 10 minutes, 21 different aircraft, including many coming in, 1 departing, several other military helicopters. With that, I'm going to turn to Member Graham. Thank you for that flexibility.
You bet, Chair. And I got a couple questions on that, so hopefully we can put the visuals up to rest here for today, maybe. Maybe. So the controller should have alerted the CRJ of the traffic. Yeah, we've come to that conclusion, it sounds like here. Is it uncommon for a controller to have to come back and issue an advisory? And this is for Mr. Fuller and Mr. Allen. Is it uncommon for them to have to come back a second time to give a visual separation that's already been given to a pilot, have to alert for or give an advisory for traffic, like this case?
In my experience, it's uncommon, but I was an en route controller. And en route, typically, it's a radar environment. When the aircraft report themselves in sight and they're maintaining visual, it's typically in a climb descent profile, and normally you don't have to go back through. There are rare occasions where a pilot may say, I lost the aircraft, can you give me traffic again? And you would repoint out the traffic to them. It's not that common, but it does happen.
Does that? Mr. Allen?
As far as a DCA, with the times of high volume, high complexity in a dense area, it is common that a local controller would follow up to ensure that the aircraft still sees the other one, is going to maintain visual separation.
Sure, totally understand. Been there as a pilot myself. Sometimes I lose somebody. It happens. And a matter of fact, looking at some of the studies and some of the docket we have, it's not uncommon for a controller to come back not just twice, but sometimes 3 or 4 times in this case. So let me ask my 2 pilots in the back row, Mr. Dressler and the Chief Warrant Officer, if you're given visual separation from another aircraft, what is it that you can do at that point when given visual separation, you have the traffic in sight? How can you maneuver your helicopter? Mr. Dressler?
You can slow, you can stop, you can turn, you can climb. helicopters, especially in general, descend far faster than they can climb. So you have all sorts of maneuvering that you can provide. In the case of, I think most helicopters operate at close to max gross weight, at least in our environment, and certainly in the medevac environment with a patient on board. So I may not necessarily be able to come to a complete stop midair, but I could certainly travel at, say, 20 miles an hour, what's called above effective translational lift. I can do that all day at 20 miles an hour. I can make very tiny circles. There's all kinds of maneuvering we can perform.
Anything different, Warrant Officer?
No, sir. Based on my experience, though, in that area, I cannot recall a time where I had to maneuver my aircraft to maintain visual separation. When I requested visual separation, it was from an aircraft that was no factor, and I could continue on my course. I didn't have to maneuver.
Okay. Mr. Fuller, as a pilot myself, fixed-wing pilot, when I'm given visual separation, what is the minimum separation distance I must maintain from the aircraft that I'm visual on? And have told them that I will maintain visual separation from that aircraft. What is the minimum, statutory minimum?
Ultimately, the pilot is the authority for the safe operation of their aircraft. I don't believe there's a statutory minimum required distance other than the pilot.
Correct. There is no stated minimum distance horizontally or vertically. But I must maintain separation on that aircraft safely. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm finished with this line. I'll come back.
Member Inman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lehman, I'm just going to go back again for a moment. You wrote that memo in 2022 stating that the arrival rate should go to what number?
It was 2023, and at the time we said 32 north because it's different because of airspace constraints especially, and there's many other constraints, but 32 north and 28 south. In other words, north being runway 1, south being runway 19.
Okay. And after the FAA reauthorization, as I understand it, 5 additional slots were created. Whenever you hear 5 slots, does that mean operations?
No. I mean, in reality, the slots didn't matter to air traffic. You can have the slots. I'm just going to tell you, you can have what I wanted, 32 when you're landing runway 1 and 28 when you're landing. So you can have as many slots as you want as far as I'm concerned, as long as we regulate the number of airplanes that go in there.
So how many airplanes are currently operating in and out of DCA?
Currently, after we have adjusted the rate, and when I say we, I wasn't involved in it, but it is right now the rate is at 30 north and 30 south.
So I'll go to Mr. Fuller. With that reduction, would that tend to lead to where there would not be as much pressure for controllers to need to offload traffic to 3-3 to get them off of 1?
Again, I couldn't say it. I haven't worked there. Obviously, yes, it reduces the rate there. The real challenge, and is what they've all spoken about, is we have to balance the flow so that even if it's 30, they're even throughout the hour and not in the last half hour. And we've worked with the airlines, and we've been monitoring it consistently to make sure that that 30, whether it's 30 or 32, it's even and it's nice and smooth.
Mr. Allen, your thought on that?
With the lower rate that we're currently operating, or potentially the rates that were discussed in the memo of 2023, obviously if you reduce the volume, you reduce risk, and you reduce the need to utilize additional runways.
Okay, and I'll go back to, would that mean that you would need a less reliance on trying to offload traffic to 3-3 while helicopters may be in the area, or you're trying to get traffic off of 1?
Yes, sir.
It should, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to read you a commentary, and I apologize, it may not be in the docket, so it may be your first time, but I just want to get your impression on this. Controller asked us to maintain 170 knots, leading us 3 miles out of traffic in front. We heard the tower ask an aircraft in front of us on the approach if they could circle to 3-3. and warning multiple aircraft of helicopter traffic at 7 to 800 AGL. At 1642 Zulu, as we were on approach at 5 nautical mile Fowler, controller in a rushed manner told an aircraft holding short of runway 1 they may be able to depart before inbound. Controller then asked if we were able to circle runway 33, told my first officer we were unable to circle due to weight and reduced performance and higher outside temperature. And he said as much in clear terminology in the responding radio call. Despite this, the tower controller hurriedly responded back that our landing clearance for runway 1 was canceled and we were cleared to circle runway 33 and cleared to land. I immediately made a radio call firmly reiterating we were unable to runway 33, and the tower recleared us to land on 1. The aircraft behind us was then cleared for the circle to land runway 33. Approach was normal. However, on the landing rollout, as we'd slowed to exit on taxiway in, and having cleared an aircraft to land on it, the tower controller then said to contact ground and they would tell us where to exit. They were actually, I'm sorry, they told us instead to exit on runway 33 earlier. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Does that sound like a normal day for you?
Yeah, utilizing runway 33 as a taxiway does occur.
But them trying to push in multiple times, get them to take 33 while they're trying to get out on 1, and then changing the clearance?
Usually if a controller hears that they're unable runway 33, they understand that and clear them to land runway 1. This may have been a scenario where the controller potentially may have not have heard it or misunderstood. But they wouldn't pressure a pilot like
Sorry?
that. They wouldn't pressure a pilot like that if they said they were unable to runway.
Okay. As a captain, I view this event as unacceptable. Complacency, expectation bias, and task saturation at DCA led to a drastic increase in threats to my passenger and crew. The only reason I bring this up is we now have pilots that are on the planes that we're flying are saying, can we talk to you afterwards? This was my and my wife's flight last month, 30 days ago. Said, I'd like to tell you what happened because I don't feel like anyone's listening. Does that concern you?
It's concerning if no one's listening.
It is me too. See, I'm over time, Chair.
Thank you. Actually, picking up on that, Mr. Fuller, earlier you said, my question is actually for Mr. Allen, but earlier you had said that the pilots of commercial aircraft can choose whether to take 3-3 or not. That's true. And I believe, well, what I'll say is, I'll point to our interview. We asked, how often does ATC ask you if you're willing to take 3-3? This was a PSA pilot that we interviewed. We interviewed several. And this individual said, I will say out of, I don't know, let's say out of 10 times, well, like I will say 6 times out of 10 or 5 out of 10, it all depends on the day, how busy they are. If you have a lot of departures and a lot of arrivals, if the time of the day, it's, you know, it's in good weather conditions and it's visual. Usually if they have a lot of departures, they will ask mostly regionals these days. The regionals before the Embraer 175s and us, they go like, if you're able to do 3-3. I've been doing this approach for more than 3 years. I know that the aircraft is capable of doing it. Either the 700 and the 900, both of them are capable of landing 3-3. Obviously, we send for the data, and we make sure that we have the data to land 3-3, and most of the time, we know it helps ATC. So earlier, there was a conversation of, well, they can choose to take it or not, but there is some pressure. At least the pilots that we interviewed did indicate that they want to be helpful to ATC by trying to take it if they can. The flight before 5342 did not, and in interviews said that their colleague was not comfortable with landing on 3-3 and didn't question it at all. So they went ahead and landed on runway 1. I just want to go back, and I'll come back to that later. I want to go back to the minute 27 seconds and the controller and the circling at runway 33. The local controller said, and others said in their interviews, that they are taught to work their way in and out. I'm not a controller. Mr. Allen, what does that mean? You're taught to work your way in and out.
I don't know that.
It was a common phrase. Mr. Fuller, do you know?
Again, that's not a phrase that I'm familiar with. I see Mr. Soper with his hand up. Perhaps he can provide
I'm
some
going to
clarity.
guess it means you're working your way on the ground, then back out. Is that true? On the ground and back out. But several controllers said this. We were taught to work in and then out. So this controller said, well, gave them visual separation. They said they'd maintain visual separation. Whose responsibility is it to maintain visual separation when you say you're going to maintain visual separation?
When you're utilizing pilot applied, it would be the pilot.
The pilot?
Yes.
The aircraft, in this case,
Yeah.
Pat 25. So there's a lot going on. At this point, there's an American Airlines taking off from one of the runways, and I can't remember. Was it runway 1? Yep, okay. How often do you all have to use how often do you say takeoff, no delay on takeoff, or cleared for immediate takeoff without delay?
Frequently.
Why?
Because the airport frequently has compacted demand, whether it's arrivals or just departures or a combination of both.
Yeah, in fact, at that night, the helicopter crew had said, boy, they got them really stacked up tonight, coming in on runway 1. So I'll come back to that in a second. What assistance is available to the local controller in times where the local controller believes there's heavy traffic in the tower?
If they're concerned, when you say traffic, do you mean the fixed wing traffic or the helicopter
Everything going
traffic?
on at that point.
If they felt that if the local and helicopters were combined and they felt that maybe they're having too much fixed wing traffic, that they can't manage a helicopter or something, they can turn to the supervisor and ask for the position to be split off if needed.
Can I ask you one question on that? Assistant local controller, the responsibilities according to the standard operating procedures by FAA is to alert and assist the local controller, surveillance of local traffic pattern, when the local control and helicopter positions are combined, help monitor the helicopter frequencies. In the operating procedures dated June 1st, 2024, it says for the assistant local controller, this position is considered essential to the operational integrity and safety levels required to minimize the potential for surface errors, and landover incidents. What was the assistant local controller doing that evening, and were they present? Mr. Fuller.
To my knowledge, the assistant local controller was present and working their position. Now, as far as specific activities, I don't know.
Does anyone know? Does anyone that we've called know? Nope. Okay. Thank you. I'll come back to that. Member Graham.
Dr. Allendorfer, I think this one's for you. You seem to understand the conflict alerting system. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is as far as, is it a program within a system in the tower?
Conflict Alert is part of the STARS system, Standard Terminal Automation Replacement System. There is a display, a STARS display in the tower cab. The alerts, when they occur, they appear on that display. It's part of the software of all STARS systems. And it was in the ARTS, which was the system before the STARS.
Okay. So what sensors feed that system, or what sensors do the algorithms look at?
It uses what's called a fuse track position. Fuse track position brings in whatever sensors are feeding the STARS system. So if you have some short-range radars, a long-range radar, ADSB, whatever sources are available, The fuse track position, for lack of a better word, is a weighted average of those positions. So in the case of DCA, where there's very good radar coverage, the fuse track position is predominantly the radar, the short-range radar target, but it actually is a combination of all the sources that it receives, weighted by the quality of those sources.
Okay, so it's looking at radar data and it's picking up what transponders out there of aircraft?
Correct.
Correct, okay. So it's going to give a conflict alert when it determines that two aircraft are converging at some point from what it's tracking.
Correct. The algorithm that's known as a linear conflict, which is the name for it is LinCon. It's one of the sub-algorithms of conflict alert. What it does is it projects into the future, and based on the current speed and heading, projects both aircraft where they'll be in that period of time. If they are below certain thresholds, it will activate. One of the other sub-algorithms of conflict alert, which is called a proximity conflict, known as PROCON. PROCON is about, it doesn't project into the future, it is what's happening right at the moment. So if two aircraft are currently too close, PROCON will activate and conflict alert will activate.
So the night of the accident, the system was tracking both aircraft, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there, since the military helicopter didn't have ADSB out, did that inhibit this system from working any quicker?
The fuse track position would have been using, in the track for the helicopter, it would have been just based on radar. Close to the airport, the radar coverage is very good, so the alert would activate at the same time it would have if the coverage were not as good, then that would be a different story. But in this case, the radar coverage is very good.
So in this case, the ADSB out, not working on the Black Hawk, didn't matter in this situation. Is that correct?
If it did, very, very little, sir.
Very, very little. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. For Mr. Allen, in the case of this accident, the local controller called the traffic to Pat 25 basically after they turned over the tidal basin, it looked like, and the CRJ was just south of the Wilson Bridge, and I think we determined about 7.5 miles between the two aircraft. Is that correct?
Yeah, approximately that's correct.
What would the controller been using to want to make that call for the traffic at that far out?
I mean, with calling traffic, you want to call it early and often. You know, if you see the potential for a conflict or a situation to develop, you want to issue traffic as soon as possible and get the pilots looking in that direction to see each other.
So he would have probably been looking at the radar and maybe his own situational awareness, knowing where both aircraft are. Is that would have?
Yeah, similarly to like I described, I think it was earlier today, controllers develop a scan where they're scanning out the window, they're scanning the radar, they're grabbing bits and pieces of information, processing what is happening, and then working from there in the priorities that are occurring at that moment.
Okay, great. Let me ask you, I still have a couple of minutes here. The chair here was talking about how many aircraft the local controller was handling at that time. And the way I added it up, it looked like about 10 aircraft. I believe there were 4 helicopters. There were 4 on frequency, I think, somewhere during the approach. And then there were, I believe, 2 planes on the ground on frequency ready for takeoff. Is that a normal load for a local controller at DCA?
Yes.
Yes. Is there any concern of that number, or is that just standard?
I would say that's standard.
Standard. Okay. Thank you.
Member Inman.
So I want to go back to earlier, and I apologize because we've had a lot of different topics. So I'm going to pose this to just the FAA to start with. TVFM, right? Is that the correct acronym? Somebody?
Yes, that's a correct acronym.
Okay. in this situation, we're talking about this capacity issue and what was needed to do to try to help regulate better planes coming into DCA. This would make that DCA much safer if this system was implemented. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who is that?
That's myself.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes.
I would say if it works as designed, yes.
Okay. Mr. Allen, would you like to have this?
100%.
What's stopping it?
It's currently being implemented.
How long is it going to take?
I believe I'll defer to Mr. Fuller.
It's expected to be in by late February, early March for it to be activated.
Of 2026?
2026.
So a year after this accident?
Correct. To install a system like that is not just as simple as putting the equipment at DCA. It only functions if the adjacent facilities feeding DCA also know how to apply the software. And so in this particular case, we have to deploy the software and train the employees of 8 different, maybe even 9, en route control centers, along with the employees at Potomac TRACON and DCA Center. And so there's a waterfall schedule to make this all happen.
Okay. I don't know if you were here for the testimony yesterday, but I mentioned something to the Army. Could you hurry it up?
I understand, and we are doing it as fast as we possibly can.
Is it, Mr. Lehman, have you done this implementation before, Mr. Lehman?
No, the equipment has been at Potomac for approximately 7 years.
Whoa, stop, go back, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
The equipment has been at Potomac for approximately 7 years. But I need New York Center and Washington Center to be able to, for the most part, the TRACON doesn't do anything. We just accept what the centers do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and what I said earlier was, for whatever reason, and I don't have all the details, but New York Center and Washington Center, and I believe it was because of the size of their sectors, which is a real issue, have said that they can't do it international. I don't know why they can now.
Are you optimistic with the most recent funding that was advocated by the Secretary into the latest bill that it would help accelerate this project? And I'll just pose it to anyone.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just a few other things, and I apologize. I'm going through my notes from earlier, so I may jump in and out of some questions. Mr. Fuller, earlier you mentioned that your air traffic controllers are doing everything they can to move everyone as safely as possible. Does that sound correct? Because I wrote it down in
Yes,
quotes.
that is correct.
Okay. Do you feel that you're needing to compromise on safety because operators are pressuring you to move more aircraft through the system than what it can currently hold?
In full transparency, again, I've only been in this position for about a month. I will tell you the conversations I've had with our administrator and the Secretary of Transportation, we don't feel that pressure. Our whole mission and everything we base it around is safety first. And all I get is let us know who we have to have the conversation with if you're not getting what you need. So I don't know what happened beforehand, but I can tell you right now I don't feel that pressure at all.
Mr. Allen? Same question.
There's no pressure from the operators to continue to move traffic. I would say any pressures that are applied to the traffic volume at DCA are applied because no one's listening, such as the memo discussing the arrival rate, things of that nature. And I lost the other part I was going to say.
It's okay. I can move down.
apologize.
It's okay. We can always come back. Mr. Lehman?
Direct pressure? No.
Indirect pressure, any type of pressure.
I don't get a chance to talk to the airlines directly. I've never met Mr. Silverman till today. Do I feel the pressure from the command center? Yes, I do feel the pressure from the command center. And I want to add to that. I feel like our ratio of safety to efficiency has gone slightly too far towards efficiency.
Mr. Allen, you had your finger kind of raised for a moment.
I had a moment, I remembered. I was going to say the pressure would be internal to the agency to maintain the status quo and move the traffic, and unless you have a good reason why not to.
So I guess the question would be, we talked about COVID or not, maybe a few seconds over. I mean, at this point, we were kind of this size before COVID, and now we seem to be going this way. I see a few head nods. Have we pulled the rubber band too tight to what we can currently accept? Ms. Chindy, feel free.
Thank you. So, DCA has a problem with scheduling. DCA is still handling the number of operations that it had before COVID. Whenever we get the chance to apply a ground delay program for DCA, the operation goes well, no issues. The issues that my colleagues bring up are those time frames when you have a large mix of arrivals and departures. You know, taking the operations are times to like 76, 78. I mean, we've even seen, I've seen it where the total operations, and I'm talking arrivals and departures, where it gets up to like 80, right? And that certainly is more than the airport can handle. And of course, in a time frame like that, a traffic management initiative needs to be put in place. We certainly need more than mile and trill at that point. We more than likely will be going into a ground stop and then coming out of a ground stop into a ground delay program. When we have those implemented, it goes well. TBFM, or time-based metering, that would actually work like us having a ground delay program all the time for DCA. There were a few things that we were touching, and if I could just get the chance to talk about.
Please, we want to hear.
Okay, thank you. The arrival rate at a 32, the way Mr. Lehman has mentioned, we are talking about using the main runway, the single runway, runway 1. Now, that works if we're ignoring the fact that there are alternate runways. Since this incident has taken place, we've actually had periods where we've simply utilized runway 1 and landed 32, and actually had periods where we've departed 34, 35. We've only done that because we've utilized the secondary runways. What I'm saying here is there is capacity with the other runways. That's why when they brought up the document, we looked at it and then worked on what is it that is not happening that should. And it was the fact that runway 33 was not being utilized. Of course, if we're talking about not utilizing runway 33, totally makes sense for us to drop the rate. And if that's the posture that we're getting into, then it totally makes sense. I just wanted to clear that up so it doesn't look like we're not listening to the arrival rate discussion.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to go back to my previous question. Was an assistant local controller there, Mr. Fuller?
To my knowledge, yes, an assistant local
Yes.
controller with staff, yes.
Okay, thank you. Where were they in the tower?
I don't specifically know that. I would assume at the assistant local control position, which is right adjacent to the local control position.
Yes, okay. So, and then all communications at this point, so the helicopter position and local control position were combined, and all communications at that time were on speaker, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Is that standard? Do you do that when they're combined, or you do that just generally? So you could,
The local control position, according to the DCA SOP, is required to be in speaker.
can you speak up a little?
Yeah, the DCA standard operating procedure requires that local control be in speaker for
Okay.
the general tower awareness.
So they're combined, so everyone in the tower can hear communications with helicopter and local control and the civilian aircraft and local control, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm again wondering what assistance is then provided for a local controller that says for them, and back to Mike's point, you mentioned that it's pretty standard to have that amount of traffic, and we just use different time frames for how many aircraft they were handling at that time, that it's pretty standard to handle that level of traffic. But in this case, that controller said that they felt it was a heavy workload, a 4 out of 5. Others felt it was a 2. So is anyone providing assistance at that time? You're all listening for the local controller to point out there's converging traffic.
So the local controller, each controller has their own set of skills and abilities and what those limits may be. If a controller feels that they are overwhelmed or it is too complex or there's too much volume, they can speak with the supervisor who's directly behind them and ask for additional assistance, whether that's to open another position or, you could call out to Potomac and say, we need to stop arrivals or whatever remedies you deem necessary in that specific situation.
Yes, and thank you for that. And again, I'm not blaming anyone at all. We're just trying to figure out what was happening. And no one has been able to answer what the assistant local controller who is there to help with surveillance, what was happening. How does nobody do you know, Mr. Fuller, what that individual was doing at that time?
So I've not had the opportunity to interview that employee. I've only read the statements from the NTSB interview, where I don't believe the employee in that interview specifically stated what they were doing.
Yeah.
And so therefore I haven't had the opportunity to definitively say myself. What I will tell you is, from a leadership perspective, regardless of whether there was one aircraft that could have been split off from the helicopter position, my expectation is that one helicopter should have been getting the best service possible from the helicopter controller if we have available resources. If we don't, that's a different conversation. So we've had that conversation with our managers, and we expect them to push that down. Utilize the resources you have available to take off that workload. So if that controller felt that they were at a 4 or 5, even if it was only pulling off one aircraft, we should have pulled off that one aircraft.
Okay, and well, that leads to another question then on the helicopter position and the combining and decombining. We had a very different response than we anticipated by air traffic controllers about whether there were disadvantages of keeping them decombined. Are there advantages to combining them?
Yeah, the advantages to combining them, if you're the local controller with helicopters combined, you can develop the overall picture in the plan and how things are going to go. You can develop it your way. You don't have to rely on another controller that is operating in your airspace executing their plan. So you can have a holistic view, you can execute a plan that you've drawn up, and it also cuts down on coordination back and forth.
And along those lines, just two questions. What would have to happen if they're decombined? How does one communicate? How does the helicopter control position communicate with the local control position? Does that take time? How do they coordinate those two? And then what happens with radio communications if they're separate?
Yeah, so as far as the internal communication, the helicopter controller would input scratch pad entries that are listed in our SOP for the facility and use the STARS automated function to do a point out, or they could communicate verbally with the local control the intentions of what the helicopter is doing and get approval. As far as the frequency portion, if they are decombined, local control would just be listening to 19.1 and 257.6, and helicopters would have UHF and VHF 134.35.
So the helicopter control position would be communicating with the helicopters, and local control would be communicating with civilian aircraft.
Correct, with the fixed wing.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Member Graham.
I'm going to stay with that. When did DCA split frequencies for helicopter and fixed-wing aircraft? Does anybody know on the panel?
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, when did DCA split the frequencies for helicopter and fixed-wing aircraft? Do we know what year?
I don't know. As far as I went back to 2013, they had a helicopter position, so I don't know when it was prior to that.
Do we know why this was done initially by any? Do we know anybody know that on the panel?
There was some direction by the director, approximately 2015, 2016, the director of air traffic operations, that required the position to be open from 8 to 8 at the time. That was the direction. And
that came out then?
That's correct.
Okay, that's where I wanted to go here. So DCA's air traffic control tower helicopter control position staffing standard operating procedures underwent several major changes in the 10 years leading up to this accident. In 2016, the change required staffing the helicopter control position separately during specific hours on each day of the week, including from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday. This procedure was reiterated in 2020. So do we know why this change was made, and why were those specific hours chosen? Does this panel know that?
I don't have direct knowledge of why those hours were chosen.
Okay, I was wondering if it might have been because maybe there was an increase in night helicopter traffic, possibly, but it doesn't sound like anybody this panel knows.
I can speak to one of them.
Okay.
The most recent one, can you give me the year again?
I'm sorry, say again?
What was the year for the most recent change you were referring to?
2020. It was reiterated in 2020.
2020, whenever we looked at that, we looked at our staffing numbers. We looked at the historical data of when helicopters typically depart, and when we had increased volumes, and adjusted those hours accordingly.
Okay, thank you. That helps. In 2023, the standard operating procedures changes, they changed to remove the requirement for the helicopter control position to be staffed, and instead said it must normally be decombined during a different set of hours each day, including this time from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday. Why was this change made?
I'm sorry, when I spoke just a minute ago, that's the change I was referring to, where we evaluated the hours, the historical data of when helicopters we looked at the traffic count for a period of time and determined it. It was on that last one you
Okay,
just
so
spoke
there was
of.
probably more helicopter traffic at that time of night through that time?
Yeah, we had recognized that the helicopters, for their morning training missions and flights that they do, did not incur until later in the morning. So there was no need earlier in the morning. And then we had discussions about how helicopters potentially, at times later in the evening, would conduct their night flying.
Okay, that makes sense, but I'm wondering why was the requirement removed and why were the hours, well, I know why they were shifted to later, but why was the requirement to must normally be decombined, where before it was required to be separate?
My recollections from the discussions we had at that time was to allow the person, either the operations supervisor or the controller in charge, allow them to effectively manage their shift and be dynamic with resources. For example, right now we're in swap season, severe weather avoidance program with bad lines of thunderstorms. It's been a bad summer so far. Having helicopters open during severe weather when there are no helicopters does not make sense when you can take that resource and reallocate it to ground control, where flights are getting backed up, there's heavy amounts of delays, so on and so forth. You can reallocate that resource to provide more breaks because there's going to be a whole evening of heavy volume and heavy complexity due to weather. Or if we're in a de-icing operation, to be able to assist with that. So it just allowed the controller in charge or the operations supervisor to effectively manage their shift based on the constraints that appeared at that given time.
Okay. So the question is, on the night of the accident, do we know why it was combined? Those that you just talked about weren't an issue, but there was considerable helicopter traffic and there was much more considerable fixed wing traffic.
So prior to the accident, we had conducted training, and they were debriefing. So the resource was allocated to training.
And I know earlier you said they could have been called up there if they saw fit.
If deemed necessary. I believe at the time there were approximately 3 helicopters. One was landing a hospital out to the west. There was no impact to the operation. Another one was not in the immediate vicinity, and the third helicopter, Pat, was the only one approaching the immediate vicinity.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Yep.
The the hearing officer has texted me saying lots of people are asking for a break, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, come back at 5, and start with Member Inman.
It's went up, actually, with those. So it used to be 36, 32, 28, and now it's 36, 34, 32, and 30. And I mean in the Nord configuration.
Can you just define 36, 30, those numbers for me? I know it's parlance and air traffic control language.
All right. So in VFR conditions, it is 36 arrival rate. In marginal VFR conditions, it is 34 arrival rate. In what's it next? IFR conditions, sorry, it is 32, and in low IFR conditions, it is 30. So before, it was 36, 32, 28.
So it went up.
Correct.
Mr. Lehman, for your staff, whenever it went up, did that increase the complexity or the issues that you were having to deal with? I guess, is it much easier to expand the number or to contract the number?
Well,
can you pull the mic to you?
Yeah, sorry. Trying to think of how to answer the question. I think it's easier on paper to expand the number. It is harder to then figure out how we're going to go down to 32 or a 28 rate when we were at a higher rate.
Can you give me or Ms. Johnny?
Could I actually explain? Okay, so we did not take the maximum arrival rate. We didn't change that. It was more with the weather conditions. We increased that rate. So the overall, the main rate stayed the same.
But in inclement weather, you could accept more into DCA?
Correct, correct.
Was that based upon an analysis that was done, or was it based upon?
It was based upon an analysis that was done.
Okay. Who would request that analysis? What would be the impetus to get the rate to go up?
So every year we do a review of the operations, traffic management-wise, in collaboration with, of course, NATCA and for the TRACON and the tower.
Would this also be industry that would ask for this increased capacity and demand on a slot, or excuse me, on a controlled?
No,
airfield?
industry. No, it's it's all FAA.
Okay. When we're talking about slots in general, can we just turn to slots for a moment? And I don't know who will be the right person for the FAA. In regard to slots, how many airports in the United States are regulated by slots?
There are 5 in the level 3 category that you're speaking about, constrained.
There are 5 that are constrained?
Well, the slot program it has 3 different levels, 1, 2, and 3. There are 3 that are the level 3 is what we call constrained airport environments. Those are the ones that are mentioned in the CFR, and it's 5 of them.
Okay. Does the FAA set the number of slots? Do they determine that based on the CFR at those 5 airports?
Correct.
At all 5?
At all 5.
So when the FAA reauthorization bill occurred and 5 additional slots were created, was the FAA the decider of that? How did that come about?
We provide input, but ultimately is legislation, but we do provide input.
Is there legislation also on the other, is this just DCA, or does the legislation also affect the other 4?
So they're each addressed individually, but they're all in the same section of the CFR.
And so in each time there's legislation, the CFR would control the number of slots, and the FAA, you say, is consulted?
We provide input, yes, and if we have a recommendation, we make recommendations or considerations for certain airports.
Did the FAA make a recommendation in regard to the slots for DCA?
I believe one was made.
Okay, and was it successful, or was it implemented?
It was considered, and the original, I think, plan was for an increase of potentially, and again, I was not in this position, so I don't have it memorized, but I think the initial plan was to approve 12 slot pairs or 24. After consultation with the FAA, it was down to 5 slot pairs or 10 total flights in a day.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Mr. Jarvis, following up on that, you noted in review of the, and this is in the docket, of the traffic on final leading up to the January 29 event, Potomac Tracon had been feeding DCA Tower the arrivals less than 4 miles apart leading up to the event. And shortly before the event occurred, Potomac Tracon called DCA Tower supervisor to ask to decrease the spacing on final. Is FAA aware, Mr. Fuller, of times where DCA Tower will call, or Potomac Tracon will call DCA Tower to see if they can decrease spacing between aircraft on final? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Jarvis, do you want to talk about the impact of that in relation to this night or any others?
Yes.
And I have 5 minutes and a lot of questions. So.
Thank you. Leading up to the event, there was less than 4 miles all the time. One was down to 2.67.
Between aircraft.
Between aircraft. And, you know, at one point, I think it was 7 minutes prior to the event, a call was made over to the tower from the Tracon asking to, can we go less than 4?
Which was approved.
Which was approved very quickly. Not sure what went into the decision, but it's like, oh, now you're going to ask.
Did anyone raise concerns about it at that time that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
There were concerns raised by somebody in the tower according to that person's interviews. I want to move to this. What's a CISR, Ms. Chendi? It's a systemic issue review, I think, review report.
That's correct.
Okay.
Although QC may be better at answering that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, what it is, but for this CISR, I was a part of it.
Okay, so I'm just going to read the CISR. At the DCA tower, I believe the tower, raised some concerns that that DCA tower was averaging a loss of 1.017 miles from the transfer of control point to the runway threshold. Then the 4 miles in trail compliance rate drops from something like 90% to 63.13%. The data reflects that runway 33 was used 645 times for arrivals, with Potomac Tracon feeding over 4 miles in trail 90% of the time. Due to the average loss of 1.017 miles from the transfer of control point to the runway threshold, runway 33 inevitably has to be utilized to maintain throughput and avoid surface congestion. So in other words, you were losing 1 mile. DCA Tower wanted 4 miles to threshold and was getting 4 miles to the transfer of control point and losing 1 mile. So what you asked for, or what somebody asked for, was 5 miles in trail to make up for that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To provide more spacing coming in.
Okay, so when the tower makes a request for miles in trail, it's miles in trail to the runway threshold. Mm-hmm. So in order for the aircraft to land, they have to slow down. So the Tracon has to accommodate the compression that will take place for them to slow down, which is why in any document that you read pertaining to an aircraft landing or spacing for the tower, it tells you to the runway threshold. Okay, and so they're using runway 33 is being used to maintain throughput. They're putting them on 33 to offload traffic, and you're asking for 5 miles, or the tower's asking for 5 miles in trail to get more spacing and reduce workload, correct? No, the 5 miles in the document, you're talking about 5 miles to the transfer control point, which will essentially lead to 4 miles to the runway threshold. Right. But that's why you're asking.
why somebody was asking to reduce workload.
So basically, the tower was not getting what they were asking for.
But why are they
only-
asking for more? Mr. Allen, why is the tower asking for more spacing?
For more spacing to, I mean, like we discussed previously today, operations have to be prefaced with an immediate or prepare for an immediate departure or be spooled up or utilize the off runway. And it's because we lose the spacing interval on final.
Right. And so I'm just going to ask this one question and move to Member Graham. What's the status of this request? It said concur and elevate. What happened to it?
When we completed it at DCA and concurred and elevated, it went to the Eastern Service Area, and that's all the more knowledge I have.
Who's here that represents the Eastern Service Area? Okay.
So whoever the specialist was at the time, which wasn't me, would have worked with our NACA counterpart, and they're here, and would have determined, can we work this issue out? If not, then we elevate it to headquarters.
And that's where it just, that was it.
I don't know what the status is
Okay,
today.
we'll come back. Does Mr. Stowe know at all? Or does anyone else? Yeah. Okay. All right, hold on. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. What's the primary duty? I think this is for Mr. Allen here. The primary duty and responsibility of the helicopter controller at DCA Tower. What is our primary duty or responsibility?
To separate helicopters.
BFR special or BFR helicopters from landing and departing traffic?
Yep.
At DCA?
Yes, sir.
So, so the local controller, what's their primary responsibility?
Their primary responsibility is to separate the fixed-wing aircraft arriving and departing the runways.
Okay. So maintain their separation and ensure you get traffic in and get traffic out, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So, and I was looking, and most of them, it looks like the most important duty for everybody is ensure separation of aircraft, looking at those responsibilities. So when you combine the local controller with the helicopter controller as one, what takes priority? I mean, obviously ensuring separation, but is it getting aircraft in and out or keeping the helicopters? Is there a priority there, or is it just do all of it?
It would be situational, so we train to work runway out. Working on your runway separation, looking at the intervals on final, your departures, and also scanning your helicopters. So it'd be situational on where the priorities would fall.
Okay. And that night there was a assistant local controller.
Correct.
Would that controller be helping with both of those duties also, or just the local control position?
No, they would be assisting as well.
Assisting well. Okay, thank you. We talked a lot about a deconflicting aircraft on Route 4 already, but I've got a little bit of concern looking at the number of close calls north of the airport. It looks like there were a lot of close calls, Memorial Bridge up in that area to the north for maybe different flow of traffic, landing 19. What are controllers doing to deconflict traffic, helicopter traffic on Route 1 at the north side there?
One of the mitigations from the safety data that we had within the facility, when we made the helicopter chart changes in 2023, I believe it was June of 2023, was we amended the boundaries of Zone 1 and Zone 2, as well as Zone 5, to have helicopters operate further from the final approach course for runway 19. And in addition, we added the Cambridge transition, which is further northwest up the river, to allow the helicopters or the controllers to issue an alternative route to move traffic from being in the close, dense area of the immediate vicinity of the airport out further.
Has that been effective?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Thank you. Chief Warrant Officer Van Vechten, you talked about picking up traffic when you're coming down Route 1 to Route 4 with or without MVGs. I'd like to know how easy is it for you to be able to pick up traffic at, say, Memorial Bridge, and if there's traffic just south of the Wilson Bridge?
At Memorial Bridge, I'd be at 200 feet. So aircraft landing runway 1 would be high on the horizon, so easy to silhouette upon the sky. Depending on how much traffic there was, you could see 5, 6, 7 stacked up in the distance. So it would be relatively easy to see traffic landing runway 9.
Okay. So silhouette, can you tell aircraft type?
No. By silhouette, I mean put the light of the aircraft above the horizon where it's not blended in with the ground lights.
Okay. So you're just seeing lights out there at that distance?
Correct. And if there is 4 or 5, I cannot tell which one is closer. All I see is a cluster of lights.
You see a cluster of lights. Okay. That's good to know. And that's with or without goggles?
No, without goggles, it's very difficult. I might be able to pick up an anti-collision light, but it's much more difficult to acquire targets without goggles.
Okay. Looking at the tape and everything of the accident flight, it looks like when the call was made for the traffic from the tower to Pat 25, it looks like the helicopter was heading a easterly heading, somewhat towards the tidal basin.
I mean, if it was easterly, it'd be only momentarily. It's a primarily southern route. So, I mean, you would have to turn the aircraft east a little bit to the right, and then a western turn to the left. But it's very minor. It's almost a due south heading. So,
when looking for that traffic, what position would you be saying? Out to the right side, 45 degrees? In vicinity of where again, sir? When they make that turn towards the tidal basin from the Memorial Bridge? It'd be the 1, 2 o'clock high. 1 to 2 o'clock high. Okay. All right. And as you proceed down the wharf area towards Haynes Point, would it be any easier to break this traffic out with goggles and without? Yes, it would be, definitely easier with the goggles, but it would be easier after I rolled out on the wharf because now I'm in a level, flat profile, and now I'm not in a turn because it is harder to detect targets while in a turn. Okay. Now, if there's traffic off the left side, there's some elevation change there also of the city on the east side of the river. The lights would come up a little bit. Is that a factor? That's correct. There is rising terrain in vicinity of JBAB, Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Okay, so would that make it more difficult to pick any traffic off the left side then? Yes, definitely, especially at that altitude because of the rising terrain. Okay. And let me go back to picking up the initial traffic call. It would be probably picked up first by the instructor pilot in the right seat. How easy it would be for the pilot in the left seat to pick up that traffic? Whereabouts are you talking, sir? At Cabin John? Turn when it's the first call. At Cabin John, relatively easy. You're not. Okay, but at the tidal basin, that's when the call of traffic. At the tidal basin, it would be much more difficult for the pilot on the controls to identify aircraft in the distance because a majority of their concentration and focus is maintaining heading, altitude, and airspeed. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm way over. Thanks.
Member Inman.
Thank you. I'm going to go back and actually go back a little bit further even in my notes, but I want to make sure we can clarify something for Mr. Dressler. Give you a chance to realize you're up. You said earlier, you mentioned that the U.S. Air Force and the 12th Battalion concerned you the most in regard to other helicopter operations in the DCA area. Is that correct?
That is a
recounted?
correct statement, yes.
Is that taking into account their unique mission in the DC area, or is that just because they're not good pilots, don't have good equipment? Can you define that statement a little further for us?
It certainly incorporates all of the mission set that all of our DoD members fly. So our group's composed of everybody. I'm not saying I speak specifically for Coast Guard or First Heli, but we have had plenty of conversations about mission set. And I'm certainly not saying anything about bad piloting or good piloting. I would say that there, as we talked about yesterday, there are some gross misunderstandings of the airspace. And historically, the group used to hold, or still did, quarterly fly-ins, for example, at the College Park Airport, hosted by Prince George's County. And at that time, 12th Aviation participated. Subsequent to a battalion commander change, 12th Aviation stopped participating in those meetings. And the overwhelming purpose of those meetings was to share knowledge from people like the PG County chief pilot who has 38 years of experience and so forth. And to really train, I think it's important to train military members who permanent change of station rapidly, and they don't get the chance, they don't get the seasoning here to really truly understand how the airspace works.
Okay, thank you. And again, I may be jumping through different topics, so my apologies. Earlier you were asked, I think by Brian Soper, Mr. Allen, you kind of hesitated a little bit when asked if the supervisor the night of the accident had performed their duties correctly. And I just sense it, so I'm not going to ask you to state on that. My question, I guess, is in regard to the staff that are working in there that you're managing and training, do you have the ability to select, move, change, or are you just handed by the FAA certain employees to work in that tower? How much actual input do you have in the people and your ability to either coach them up or coach them out?
As far as like during a shift and assigning positions,
No, I'm sorry, not shift. I'm talking about people that are assigned to DCA.
People that are, so if somebody wants to come to DCA and they're selected, in the NSEP process, we can rank folks, and we do that in collaboration with the NACA counterparts within the facility. And then that ranking is then determined by the priority placement tool in the NSEP program, whether we receive them or not.
What's a priority placement tool?
It, Nick, do you want to provide more info on that?
It's basically a tool that we have that determines the greatest need for employee placement. It captures authorized staffing, on board, number of trainees projected to certify, average time to certify. It gives us a ranking of what facilities have the greatest need for support.
Okay. And you actually, Mr. Fuller, mentioned earlier that DCA Tower had been, I don't want to use the word adequately, but it had been historically very well staffed based on the numbers that it was approved for.
Correct. At the time of the accident, DCA was authorized 28 controllers. They had 25 CPCs, which are certified professional controllers, and additional 3 were in training, and 1 was pretty close to certification. I believe it's still expected to occur next month.
So of the 25 that were on board, how many were actual operational?
To my knowledge, there was only 1 that was not at the time.
Okay. So my next question is, I guess in this regard, why is there so much on-the-job training that's Mr. Allen had talked about, this constant need for on-the-job training? Is this recurrent training? Because we noted a lot of people that were ITs that were in training or that had not been fully certified with the positions. I guess my question is, how much churn, while they may be meeting the number, you know, certain employers may say we have 100% turnover. That's because they may hire somebody 3 or 4 times for one position in a year. How much churn was happening at DCA?
It's Traditionally, the controller workforce is a little different. I would say, and I'm probably dating myself a little bit, you start at a facility, you work there your entire career, and you retire from that facility. Now you've seen it's not just controllers, but with the workforce in general, people are more willing to move to different locations, try out different cities. And so it has led to an uptick in the specific number of trainees where maybe someone lives here for a while and they want to go to New York and try and work in New York for a little bit.
And I realize that maybe for the NAS, but Mr. Allen, you've been there 10 years?
12.
12. Have you seen the amount of churn increase, decrease?
It has increased over time. Initially, when I got there, there was a group of controllers that were approaching retirement age and in the process of retiring. And with that, we had received new controllers to backfill for that. But as time continued, we've had people have jobs before they were even certified to go to another facility. We had people that certified and they were already released to their next facility. So there has been a frequent movement once folks get certified.
Does that increase operational risk for that tower?
You lose the, we do have a fair amount of controllers that have spent a majority of their career there, 10, 20, plus years. And you lose that institutional knowledge, you lose that institutional experience, and that evolution that just comes with time.
Oh, no, we're not going anywhere. I'm going to, I was reading, as all of us were, the NTSB's ATC group chairman's factual excellent job, folks, which said on page 33, quote, "There's considerable confusion and a series of corrections and updates from FAA regarding the staffing numbers at DCA Tower, both authorized and on board at the time of the event. In fact, there were changes we received for 6 months on how many people were actually in the tower, who was in the tower, how many were, how many CPCs were authorized and on board, how many, certified professional controllers were authorized and on board, how many traffic management coordinators, operations supervisors, operations managers, support specialists, and air traffic managers were authorized and on board and operational, which changed frequently, and all we wanted was at the time of the accident. I don't understand why that's hard. So on the day of the accident, certified professional controllers authorized Mr. Allen 28, operational 25. Do we know?
If I could see the list of names, I could.
Oh, I don't have those. I don't look at them. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, that's what was reported by the air traffic facility and confirmed through the IM.
Okay.
So the latest numbers, certified professional controllers. So January 29th, authorized 28. July 20th, so I have authorized now are 30, correct?
That's correct.
On January 29th, operational 25. Mr. Allen, is that right? Oh, well, Brian just said it.
Yeah.
Today, we got 19 operational. We have several out on training, of course, but 19 operational. I'm trying to understand why, again, we have, looks like seven or eight out on training, maybe. So it'll be higher. I'm just trying to figure out why we're at less controllers than we were on January 29th.
Without getting to the specifics of each individual controller, there are several that are out on various forms of leave.
Well, what does that do for the workload and safety in the tower?
It increases the workload, and we've increased the number of employees inbound, we've done a solicitation for former DCA CPCs to return because they'd be obviously quicker certifications, and we've pumped up the number of supervisors on board as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm just managing my. On January 29th, authorized 3 traffic management coordinators. Today, we have 0 because 2 are out on training. Operations supervisors authorized January 29th, 6. Authorized 8, operational on January 29th was 2 traffic management coordinators, 0 today. Operations supervisors, 4 operational on January 29th, 4 today. Operations managers, 1 operational January 29th, 2 operational today. 1 less support specialist, 1 more support manager, and the same number of air traffic managers. In total, we have less people than we had on January 29th. So, with that said, Ms. Chendi, you said it's in the works earlier. I just wrote this down. It's in the works to reassess the arrival rate.
Yes, it is.
Can you talk about that?
Okay, so currently the arrival rate was adjusted, of course, after the incident, as mentioned by Mr. Lehman earlier, it's down to 30. So that's where it is, I would say, temporary until we do another assessment. And that assessment, again, is going to involve the all the runways that are going to be used, the capacity, and again, our fleet mix. What are the pilots? Are we using runway 33 or not? All of that is going to go into account before we come up with the arrival rate.
And would it go down or up?
Okay, so permanently, the rate without our temporary adjustment is 36. So more than likely, if we are not using runway 33, it would be going down, not up.
Okay. So, and are you going to do a safety risk management panel on that specifically, on arrival rates?
Well,
So-
normally.
I'm sorry, that would normally fall into my wheelhouse, which is why
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And then
So-
I'll turn.
We wouldn't typically do a safety risk management panel on the rate if we are using a defined process that we've already done a safety risk management panel on. So since we already have a process for how we determine arrival rates, we wouldn't do a risk management panel once we're using that clearly defined and approved process.
Which is a calculation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll come back to this. Member Graham.
The offloading to runway 33, I know we talked a lot about that. Is that purely at the discretion of the local controller to offload to 33?
Yes, that would be their prerogative unless the pilot requested.
Okay. And is that just for trying to fix the incoming and outgoing sequencing and separation issues, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Chief Warrant Officer Van Vechten. Sorry, I get your name right.
It's fine.
I wrote it down wrong, and I keep saying you got to change it. Can you tell us a little bit about, I think it's called the Risk Common Operational Picture document that is used before you go on a flight, and how NVGs play into that risk assessment?
Sure. A risk assessment is completed prior to every flight. We try to assess as many risks and hazards as we can and mitigate them to the lowest level.
And how does NVGs play into that?
Night vision goggles is a risk mitigator when we're flying at night. It'd be a higher risk to fly night. Night vision goggles is a lower risk because of our increased invisibility.
How does cultural lighting play into that?
It's increases the risk. I forgot the number off the top of my head. We have a numeric value 1 through X. I think it increases by 1 because of the complexity with the cultural or city lights.
Okay, so during the risk assessment, taking the MVGs is going to lower your risk rating, but knowing that cultural lighting may be an issue, especially in this area, it could increase the rating there. Is
Well,
that correct?
I think we're talking two different things, because if I'm flying down to Quantico to go perform landings at night, it would be a much higher risk if I didn't have goggles.
Okay.
Flying through the DC area, it would be an increased risk because of the cultural light that could negatively impact a pilot's ability to see other aircraft.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I'm good, Chair.
Member Inman.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Mr. Van Vechten for a moment. In what other places in the United States do military U.S. Army operations coexist with commercial operations while running training missions with night vision goggles? Do you understand those three parameters?
Yes, sir. So the term training mission, I'd like to clear up something a little bit if I could.
Yeah.
So if a flight is not in support of combat operations, imminent danger, a ferry flight, a service support mission, or maintenance test flight, it is a training flight. So all of our, an A part, and the readiness test is a mission that is a training flight, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So there are several places where commercial, and sorry, Mr. Clark.
It's okay.
Lean forward or back up.
You're fine.
So specifically New York City, SFRA, Special Flight Rules area, there's a high concentration of civilian aircraft, and that is in the exclusionary zone. So LaGuardia and Newark have overlapping Class Bravos, and there's an exclusionary zone with a high density of civilian traffic that we operate in on a CTAF frequency. So that would be one area. I was stationed at Fort Irwin, California, so I flew the Los Angeles helicopter routes quite regularly for 3 years, so that's another area as well.
So there's 3 locations in the United States, or there may be a lot more?
There's a lot more. Those are just 2 very specific ones that I can think of that relate to helicopter routes.
Where you would be flying night vision goggles co-located with commercial traffic?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assumption? Is there any discussion about an evaluation of night vision goggle use in correlation around commercial aircraft?
Yes, of course. I wish we had the type of mission set where we could go point A to point B and avoid all civilian areas and just go down in Quantico's training area or AP Hill's restricted MOA area. But unfortunately, what's that?
MOA?
MOA, that's right. Military Operations Area, sorry.
I'm just trying to get you past the acronym.
But unfortunately, our mission requires our crews, their crews, I'm no longer part of the unit, I PCS last summer, requires their crews to be intimately familiar with their routes because they are forward deployed to their battle space that they're expected to operate in the worst of conditions. And the worst of conditions is night NVGs in a highly densely populated area.
Understood. Understood. Like I said, I'm going to jump through a couple different categories. Can we pull up the, I know, Kat, you had this at one point. Mr. Fuchs, can we pull up the notification, Kat's notification? We're going to go back to this if we can. This is, I think, I say Kat, she had been asking about this drug and alcohol testing. And I think, Mr. Fuller, you explained that when is it determined that it's actually an event that would require drug and alcohol testing?
So there are certain parameters. Again, obviously, a fatal accident, significant damage. We even have parameters for an employee being injured or some. There are a few categories.
So it's after that occurs that you determine if these guidelines are supposed to be.
Correct.
Okay. When was the determination made that it actually required drug and alcohol testing?
I believe it occurred, looking at the time frame up there, just after midnight, 12:15.
My question is, and you've seen all the materials we have, how do you reconcile with that, with the survival and the response? And I apologize for the families that are here. It's in the docket, but I think it's important we talk about it. The first 2 victims were identified as fatal within 20 minutes after the crash. It's in the logbooks. It was reported through the NY Operations Center. It's coded in CAD. So 20 minutes after the crash, 2 victims that are fatal are already recovered. We have our first investigator on the scene who was close to the proximity as we all rushed there, was on the scene, I believe, at 9:45. Roughly within the 1 hour, and at that point there were already, I believe, 10 fatalities confirmed. I know the chair and I were on the 33 runway, and as I said before, I had to look over 21 body bags right then. How can you tell me that you released those controllers at midnight, but you didn't know a fatality occurred?
So we in the air traffic organization don't have access to the same information that you do on scene. We rely on...
We're standing on the runway.
Yes, but we were not there in the air traffic organization. We were not.
But your controllers, your staff, and your management are there.
Our controllers were there. We had one manager inbound there, but we're not there. Where this place, the decision made, the director for Eastern Service Area Air Traffic Operations is based in Atlanta. He's not present here currently to make that decision, and so we rely on official notification. When that official notification, then we schedule that telcon. Part of that telcon entails us pulling radar data, voice data, all different things to make a determination on whether we need to do drug and alcohol testing for this employee.
And I realize we sometimes have lessons learned, because, and I give you credit, we have not dealt with this in a long time. But was this the type of response that you would expect?
Absolutely not, and we've taken steps to correct that.
So it requires someone in Atlanta being brought to the facility if this accident occurs somewhere else? I'm just trying to figure out what lessons learned, or if we need to make recommendations, will it be something that the FAA will actually adopt?
So part of it was in an effort to be helpful. And let me explain the way it works. We have a call center at the command center in Warrenton, Virginia. They take all the calls on significant accidents, incidents, occurrences. They're also the ones who would typically coordinate to get drug and alcohol testing going on. In this particular event, when we were notified of a crash here in the Washington, D.C. area, some of those investigators that would normally handle those duties went out to the facility at DCA to help with the immediate on-site data collection. And so in the transit time, getting to the facility, collecting data, doing all those different things, they weren't in a position to then coordinate drug and alcohol testing and going through all the checklists that we typically have. And so once they got the call scheduled with the director from Atlanta, that's when the determination was made to have drug and alcohol testing. However, those employees had already left the facility. Some of them, again, haven't been there for 11 or 12, 13 hours.
Alrighty. What are the two triggers, Mr. Fuller, for applying safety risk management?
Safety risk management is something we apply all the time, but primarily it's when you introduce a new procedure or equipment, or you have identified an existing hazard within your current procedures or equipment, or something is identified through some of your SMS practices. Okay,
so I'm looking at FAA's safety risk management process. E, page 9, FAA order 8040.4C, triggers. There are two basic triggers for applying safety risk management, SRM. The first is planned changes that control, generate, or affect an aviation hazard. And the second is the discovery of potential hazards or ineffective controls from the safety assurance process. So if there are planned changes to something, do you think reassessing arrival rates? I understand you have how you calculate it that's laid out in your orders. Why would you think you would not want to assess to look at any potential safety risk caused by changing the arrival rate?
Again, I think the important thing is we've identified that the process of setting these rates has proven to be safe. And since we've identified that process has been proven to be safe, and it correctly identifies any hazards and risk, we wouldn't therefore need to do a subsequent additional SRM.
I'm wondering if others along the line here, maybe maybe not you, Kenneth, you might not have a view here, but others, do you have a view on that? The process is a calculation. Go ahead, Ms. Chendi.
Okay, yes, the process is a calculation. If I could just say this about the rate. We could go through the process right now and come up with a rate of 20 for DCA. We could say that, but it would not do anything for the number of flights that come into the airport unless we actually put in traffic management initiatives to manage that demand. So I say that to say we talk about the rate. Really, the tower is concerned with the spacing that the TRACON provides them.
And do you believe that's where the focus should be?
Correct. And I mean, I
Back
read.
to miles and trail.
Say that again.
Did you say miles and trail?
Correct, miles and trail. And actually, the rate that my colleague provided as far as 4 miles and trail was what the tower requested. And that night, they weren't providing 4 miles and trail to the runway threshold. I reviewed it as well. And
Can I stop you right there and
Sure.
ask, what were they provided that night?
less than that.
Like 2.5,
okay.
3?
Well, they never went below 2.5. So it was more like 3 miles, 3.5. However, after about, I'd say like 15 minutes, you noticed they actually started providing the 4 miles in trail to the threshold. So they made the adjustment, providing going to 5 miles in trail to that transfer control point, which with the compression then goes to 4 miles to the runway threshold. And after a while, that phone call did go into the operations supervisor, and they went back to providing less than, of course, the tower had approved the request of them not providing that 4 miles.
Okay.
Now, if
Go
I could
ahead.
just finish, okay. So I actually reached out to the TRACON and I asked, I was like, there is something interesting about what was happening here. What is different? The operations manager looked into it and he said, well, starting that flow, they had literally just opened the final position at the TRACON. So the controller was sitting trying to get used to what was needed, what they needed to provide the tower. From them reviewing it as well, they realized, okay, they got comfortable, and then they were able to provide the tower to what they needed. And that's how you notice they were providing what the tower needed. And after that, I'm guessing resource management by the operations supervisor at the TRACON, then from what was shared, the position got combined, the TRACON, and the restriction got canceled by the tower. Just trying to provide that
Okay.
extra insight there.
Thank you. Member Grimm.
And just a couple quick questions here. Mr. Allen, do they ever offload to runway 4 or 22 at DCA?
No, runway 4 is for departures only.
Okay. 22 ever?
No.
Too hard to come around. I noticed that runway's closed right now till the end of December. At least that's what the NOTAM says here. I guess it just says to landing on runway 4, but takeoff and landing on runway 22.
So runway 4 is only used for departures. Runway 22 is not really used.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at the NOTAM right here for today through December 31st, according to this. Assuming my application is right. I'm just curious.
It will continue after in December. Then they'll just redo it. It'll remain a departure runway only and only runway 4.
Okay, so it won't be taken into account to the arrival review, right? Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. I'm good.
Member Inman.
So I'll tell you what, Nick, you raised your hand. Mr. Fuller?
Thank you, sir. I think I could help clear up something because I think it's a little bit confusion about what the arrival rate means. When we establish an air...
Please don't. We know what it means. You.
But-
Thank you. Go ahead.
But I will say, I don't want anyone thought that we've not given them a chance to have their say. We've all sat here, so Mr. Fuller, tell us what you want in the record.
The arrival rate is the calculation on the average maximum that airport can handle. It does not mean that that's what we're going to deliver every hour. It does not mean that that's what's scheduled. It's just a broad, perfect conditions. This is what the airport can handle. So for DFW, the arrival rate is 114. We may only schedule 80, but it's still advertised at a 114 so that everybody knows the best peak conditions, this is the max that airport can handle. So I just don't want people to think that we're jamming it by creating this arrival rate at DCA. We will still, if they need a ground delay program where they only need 24 operations per hour, that is what we will schedule, 24 per hour. It will still be advertised as the max arrival rate is 36, but the program will only be for 24.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing it up. So we'll go along with your line of questioning, Mr. Fuller. You talk about their needing that. So this is in 2022, and what I'm citing is, it's actually in the docket, it's an industry affairs memo to the air traffic organization. I guess it's a big group. They had done an analysis in regard to the FAA reauthorization. The DCA had the 5th largest number of ground delay programs and ground stops in the NAS. The surrounding airspace, which includes DCA, is complicated in part due to a high volume of VIP and military operations. However, DCA received 69% more ground delays and ground stops than BWI and AID combined. Additional flights at DCA would likely have a negative impact on operational performance and passenger experience. They also go on to cite a lot of other things in regard to model delays, annual service volume, things of that sort. I think this is FAA's own government affairs were indicating that there shouldn't be that many airplanes coming in because of what you just mentioned, which was ground stops and ground delays. And that was 3 years ago?
That's what got DCA to be it's a level 3 constrained airport. We recognize that there is a specific and a finite amount of aircraft that you can fit into this airport. So yes, we agree. We understand that we can't continue to overload the airport, and that's why we have several initiatives and programs to make sure we balance that.
I'll ask you again, could you hurry it up?
Duly noted, sir.
So in regard to training, Mr. Allen, you've had a few minutes break. Congratulations, you're back. You talked about training, and you talked about using simulations, and that's a part of the overall training for IT or in-training controllers. Is that correct?
Yes, it follows the classroom training.
Okay. Do you think that's an important part of a controller's development of being able to understand the DCA airspace to get them up to speed?
Yes, 100%. It allows us to develop a foundation prior to them going upstairs and training on position live.
Okay, and I take it you probably already maybe know where I'm going with this.
I don't know where anyone's going at this point.
Well, neither do we, even though we may act like it occasionally. Is it troubling to you that whenever we came and visited the tower in May, your simulator had not been updated and could not accept new updates due to a programming issue for a vendor for over 4 or 5 months?
You're referring to this past May, like 2 months ago? We had received a new simulator, and there were initial bugs and stuff that were worked out of it. And as we continue to develop it, and there are software upgrades and stuff, they do run into trouble at times.
Trouble? Okay, so I guess we're in the DCA, a level 3 airspace, where we already know controllers have a complex. Why would it take 4 months to get a vendor to come out to fix your simulator to train those controllers? I'm not saying it's your problem. I'm saying, is there an issue systemically with getting the right equipment for your controllers to be trained to get these passengers safely where they're trying to get?
The simulator is maintained from contract support. It's not maintained by FAA personnel. So I would have to defer to what the contract states. I'm not technologically savvy in that and in the contract world.
I'm giving you a layup here. Do you need more equipment? Do you need better response to make sure your controllers are trained?
Any facility would want more equipment, more response, and more person.
But your facility would probably be more important for you, right?
100%.
Okay. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. Do Mr. Allen, Mr. Jarvis, maybe Mr. Lehman, do arrival rates matter if you're stacking them in the last half an hour of an hour and the first half an hour of the next hour? If you're stacking flights in?
To an extent, in my opinion. I mean, I guess I could scratch the surface, but if you're compacting the demand, you're compacting the demand.
Mr. Lehman?
So one reason that we want TBFM is because right now, miles and trail are an unscientific, we come up with them unscientifically. TBFM is more of a scientific way of looking at it, a much more significant math problem that it uses equipment. Right now, when we're going to get busy, we just say there's 5 fixes that they're coming over. We're going to put 20 miles in trail on each one of them. Now I got to get 4 miles at the runway. What TBFM will do, or what lowering their ground, the arrival rate will do, is create more ground stops so the airplanes can't get in the air. Because once they get in the air, the pressure comes to Potomac, well, first to Washington Center, and then to Potomac, and then to DCA to get those airplanes on the ground. So, to answer your question, I believe lowering the arrival rate would make a difference, because this allows the command center to start putting in more strict miles in trail or ground stops to slow the problem down.
Mr. Silverman is just waiting for his chance to answer a question today.
Bated breath.
It's your moment.
Yes, I'm here, by the way, all day. Yeah, just want to get to the TBFM discussion. We are a big supporter of it. We have it utilized at a lot of our hubs. Mr. Lehman is correct, along with Ms. Chenji. It is very granular, much more exact than mile and trail. From my perspective, it's about predictability. It smooths out the volume. It uses analytics, trajectory analytics. So from my perspective, the quicker we can get it installed at DCA, the better. So I just wanted to throw that endorsement out. Thank you.
So February is the target? Or what is?
March.
Oh,
March
March
2026. However, you never know. It could be February.
Okay, good. I'm going to go back a little bit. I just want to ask, is it common for DCA Tower to tell helicopters to pass behind an aircraft?
Yes.
Yes. That's what we found in our other interviews. Mr. Van Vechten, we saw radio communications where there were mic clicks that interrupted ATC communications. And are you aware of pilots reporting at all that there's pressure to call to respond right away?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, you might want to take a look at some of the interviews.
Can you clarify what you mean, respond right away?
To get on the mic right away and not maybe let air traffic control finish.
No, I've not heard of that pressure.
Okay. Would you be surprised if someone we interviewed said that that's kind of the norm here?
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Okay. Are there concerns about communications in with the tower, Mr. Allen, or anyone else with communications between DCA Tower and PATS? Any communications issues?
I believe there has been ATSAPs filed.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I believe there's been safety reporting, the voluntary safety reporting ATSAP
Of communications?
Of communication issues that have occurred in the past.
Do you have any information on what those are?
Not specific, but they should be in the program.
Okay, we'll look. Do you want to ask a question on that? Oh, the ATSAP report. We can't see those, even when they're de-identified. Member Graham.
I have no further questions, but I want to thank all the witnesses in this panel today. Thank you very much.
Member Inman.
I want to follow up something the chair had just a few minutes ago, and this was, I know we identified, I believe earlier, that the protocol would have dictated in the PAT 25 and the Blue Streak that because they were on a merging path, that traffic should have been advised to both airplanes. Is that correct? Sorry, the airplane and the helicopter.
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask a little bit of a hypothetical, so I hope you don't have to speculate, but it kind of looks indicative of this. Had the Black Hawk been 1 or 2 seconds slower, and if they were told immediately to pass behind, would they have received wake turbulence from that RJ? See, Mr. Van Vechten, do you want to take that one?
Yes, wake turbulence would definitely be a concern being that close to a fixed-wing aircraft on final.
So in this instance, had it been 1 or 2 seconds different, we would have been talking about 3 fatalities instead of 67 possibly?
That would be speculating a little bit.
Okay.
It really depends. I mean,
Was there a risk of a catastrophic event passing directly behind a CRJ?
Yes, definitely.
And so my question would be, even outside of the merging, if you're going to put someone in that wake turbulence, if I understand it, according to 76.0, well, there's another thing on wake turbulence and order in that regard. Is that right, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, there are wake turbulence applications.
And so in a wake turbulence, it would have also indicated there should have been an alert regarding wake turbulence instead of a merge, or it should have been both.
Both would have been applicable.
Mr. Van Vechten, do you have something you want to add to that?
No, just trying to turn off my mic.
Okay, sorry, I just can't see you behind Mr. Allen sometimes. It's okay. Thank you. Okay. Just going to go down to a couple of other questions here. I'm going to pass for a moment, Chair, while I look something else up.
Sure. I am going to go to Mr. Van Vechten. And who was the pilot in command for, not who, instructor or pilot flying? Who was the pilot in command for this flight?
For this flight, the pilot in command was the instructor pilot.
Okay, and who was, by position, who was the pilot on controls, and what does that mean?
Pilot on the controls is the pilot flying the aircraft.
Okay. And when they're flying the aircraft, they're looking outside?
Primary focus should be outside, that's correct.
Okay. And so the instructor pilot in this situation is responsible for monitoring the altitude and airspeed, as well as clearing aircraft and monitoring for the tower and making radio calls.
Yes, the pilot on the controls will also cross-reference their altitude, but the pilot not on the controls typically will be making the radio calls and maintaining airspace surveillance. But it's not unusual for the pilot on the controls to be doing both.
And what are the responsibilities of the crew chief?
Crew chief's primary responsibility is to maintain airspace surveillance and assist the pilot in command or the pilot with any other duties that may be necessary, such as completing a fuel check or possibly even making a radio call.
Okay. And between the pilot on controls and between the instructor pilot and the pilot flying, who is responsible for scanning for traffic?
Both would be responsible.
And who's responsible for making sure the helicopter is staying close to the east bank?
Close to the what?
The east bank of the Potomac.
It would be both as well.
Both. Okay, I'm going to pause while I pull something up and move to Member Graham. Member Inman.
So, Mr. Van Vechten, I'm going to ask you, you've read through most of the transcripts and the materials we pulled together?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. In the flight for the PAT-25, at one point, and I want to make sure I'm getting the right terminology, I'm going to call it left seat and right seat. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sure.
The left seat is flying, and they're coming down to a transition point, and they turn right instead of going straight. Do you recall that?
Yes, vicinity of Cabin John.
At Cabin John, they took a right, but they were supposed to be going straight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Also, at one point during the CVRs that we downloaded, the left seat indicated that that person had a little bit of dizziness during that flight. So, do you recall that?
I don't remember reading about dizziness.
I got dizzy for a moment, I believe.
I don't recall that part.
Recorders, do we have that?
I'm not saying it's not there. I just don't remember that.
Okay, if you'll check it. I want to make sure because I don't want anybody reporting that we said that.
Sure.
But whenever you read in the next of kin, the familial relationships, the left seat operator, we were told at one point had a case or had an issue with vertigo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that concerning to fly night vision goggles with someone who is having vertigo or had vertigo in the past? Does that create an additional layer or an additional complexity for that person to operate?
Yes, if they continue to be affected by the spinning sensation of vertigo.
Would that be something, if you're in the right seat and you're evaluating, if you see these things start to happen, you're making a wrong turn, would you suspend the flight during that out of safety?
I mean, it's situationally dependent, depending on how bad it is. But if I've flown with pilots before who've thrown up while performing combat maneuvering flights, so I take the controls and terminate the flight.
Okay. What about if they were to go goggles up?
Why did they go goggles up?
No, if they would go goggles up, does that terminate the flight?
I mean, if you announce, hey, I'm going unaided for a minute, which I will sometimes do on the DC Hela routes, I wouldn't do it on Route 4 because it's a much lower altitude, but in a zone transition, possibly I'll flip the goggles up just to get a little night unaided time and visual acuity. But that wouldn't terminate the flight if they had a reason.
Was there an expectation bias that they needed to run this entire mission with night vision goggles, even if they were getting into a traffic area? Would that have had a detrimental outcome to the flight itself?
No, typically for A-part evaluation, specifically the MVG standardization combination flight, I like to log a little bit of night unaided as well so that I get all modes of flight during the evaluation to evaluate the pilot.
Okay. At any point during this flight, did you hear them go goggles up?
I don't remember reading that.
Okay, I think we've read it. We never saw that, which would have been an indication that NVGs were not in use. Had they would have announced someone, right, goggles up?
And I only read it from Cabin John to the incident.
Okay. I think we can check it a little further, but it will be in the transcript. Sherry, do you want to go back to your question?
Yeah, Mr. Van Vechten. And again, this is very sensitive, so but we do have to talk about it. Does the Army have any evidence, or have you seen any evidence in our docket that the Black Hawk pilot who was flying failed to heed a directive from their pilot instructor to change course?
So the wording and terminology that I'm assume you're referring to is they want us to come a little bit more left?
Sure.
So that statement is much different than come left. So it would not be uncommon to have a discussion in the cockpit to query each other to see what ATC is talking about, especially when you receive a confusing radio call such as, do you see the CRJ? They were probably saying, yes, I see the CRJ lining up on runway 1 for landing. It's no factor. Why are they questioning me again? And so then it is possible that the instructor pilot said, well, maybe they want us to come a little bit more left to clear up, to get further away from the final approach course of runway 1. But that's much different than saying come left.
Right. So what happened actually at 204741, Pat, DCA Tower says Pat 25 passed behind the CRJ. Pat 25, because of a mic click, here's Pat CRJ. And then says Pat, DCA Tower says, actually, you hear Pat 25 has aircraft in sight request visual separation. DCA Tower visual separation. Then you have the pilot instructor, and I'm trying to take out words here about individuals, so I'm not stating who it is. So the pilot instructor says, all right, kind of come left for me. I think that's why the local controller is asking. And then the pilot flying says, sure. The pilot instructor says, we're kinda, and the pilot flying says, okay, fine. The pilot instructor says, out towards the middle. And then that's it. Is there any evidence to suggest so far that the pilot flying failed to listen to that directive from the instructor?
It sounds like the response was not immediate enough, and flying over the middle of the river is not typical. We typically hug the shoreline, so I don't know why they were a little bit further west than the route that we normally fly, hugging the shoreline. So they probably just didn't respond fast enough to the commands.
So it's actually 2 seconds. That entire that was 2 seconds.
That's not that long.
It's not long.
It's not at all.
The reason I'm asking is there was an article that said in the final seconds before impact, the pilot instructor told the pilot flying that the air traffic controller wanted them to turn left. And again, I'm trying to take out. Turning left would have opened up more space between the helicopter and flight 5342, which was heading for runway 33 at an altitude of roughly 300 feet. But there is no indication that they ever turned left. Instead, the helicopter flew directly into the jet. I think, you know, I have real concerns about an article like that. Those are a lot of assumptions. And families are devastated by this. And what that article did was put out in the public speculation.
I have not heard the actual audio. I think tone, I would need to hear the actual audio and hear the tone and the voice. But to me, it just sounds like normal communication, and there would be no reason to hard bank to the left. It was just, hey, I think they want us to come a little more left. And we don't know when they were about to turn left, but it just wasn't within the 2 seconds, which is not a long period of time.
You think the New York Times had access to the CVR audio? Nope.
I have no idea.
Member Graham? Member Inman?
Thanks. Mr. Folks, do we have that pulled up? So I wanted to just bring you back, and we're actually looking at the CVR that's in the public document. This is coming from Exhibit 12, Helo A. And I'll drop you down to right at 1953. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little dizzy, like looking down and around with the winds or whatever it is, but not too bad. Is that coupled with a wrong turn at Cabin John, two factors that would cause concern as an instructor pilot?
Yes, it would heighten my sense of awareness for sure.
And I don't want you to speculate on it, but that coupled with knowing additional medical information about vertigo could be concerning?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to switch gears for a second and talk about ADSB in and some of our recommendations at the NTSB, we've had recommendations on ADSB in for nearly 20 years. I was on scene for one midair collision that killed several and injured. It killed 4, severely injured 10, and we recommended ADSB in then for specific high traffic areas. Certainly for air tours, it's a little bit different. But the response from FAA on June 26, 2023, when we again, after numerous years, recommended ADSB in and out, actually, said, we determined that our current ADSB requirements adequately address the needs of aviation safety and will not pursue any additional ADSB requirements at this time. So for about 17 years, if not more, we have FAA not requiring ADSB in, pushing back. So I just want to ask the FAA, and again, that was 23, so we're in a different place now. So, Mr. Fuller, do you know, does the FAA support requiring newly manufactured aircraft registered in the United States be equipped with ADSB in?
I don't feel I can speak for the entire FAA. I'm here representing the Air Traffic Organization. And so certainly for Air Traffic Organization, ADSB in and out helps us, but I don't know from the AVS side of the house or what their position would be.
Is there anyone here from the AVS side of the house?
No, ma'am.
Does the FAA support requiring that any aircraft manufactured as of today be required to be equipped with ADSB out when operating in an airspace, also be required to install and operate ADSB in? Does the FAA support requiring ADSB in on all manufactured aircraft as of today where there's ADSB out required?
Again, I can only speak for the Air Traffic Organization. We support any technology that will assist us in separating aircraft.
So you don't know if the FAA supports requiring these two?
I cannot speak on rulemaking, flight standards, aircraft certification, and I'm not knowledgeable enough in those kind of requirements to speak on their behalf.
Okay, maybe you can respond in writing.
I can certainly help facilitate that discussion. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Member Graham. Member Inman.
While you're facilitating a discussion, I just want to have one follow-up from Mr. Allen. Can you take it as a do-out that we would like to know the percentages and the amount of times that the helicopters' positions were combined and decombined?
Is there a specific time frame?
Mr. Soper would probably say since its inception, but we will be happy to parse it in. Mr. Soper, what would be helpful for you?
I have to check. We have some of the data already in our documents.
Okay. I just want to get an assurance. We don't want to make you do a lot of work for no reason, but I think it would be helpful for us to understand the frequency. So I'll just leave that as kind of an open item if it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Mr. Jarvis, I always try to announce if you haven't spoken a little bit. How many years were you an air traffic controller?
I've been in the business 41 years.
A little long in the tooth, too?
A little bit.
So your job the last 6 years with Leidos, why is Leidos hired to do quality assurance and to help the FAA?
I was doing the job in quality control for 5 years prior to retiring. So it's a heavily tasked job. And at the time that I came on board with Quality Control Group, we were the on-call specialists when an event happened, like the one that happened, we were the ones that would set up and organize and run the telephone conferences, things like that.
Okay. But why is Lidos, why does an outside entity have a contract? Is it just another check on the FAA that they purchase themselves? Are they mandated to do it? Why would they have you there?
It's contract support.
Okay. It's a pretty vague term.
Yeah, I'm here on my own.
I know you're here on your own. I'm asking Lidos, the company, why would they, what do we gain by having Lidos or a similar firm that the FAA doesn't already provide in regard to quality control?
Historical knowledge.
Historical knowledge. You're somewhere where the folks can go and try to pass on some of that information to the younger operators?
To coach air traffic managers. In many instances, we develop processes. We go into facilities like DCA and help them get through difficult situations.
I know you indicated earlier that you had been talking for several years about additional support that was needed, and you were finally just told to stop it?
Yes.
What else have you been told to stop?
Well, in June of 2023, I was managing or supporting DCA and DC Metro facilities. And in the dark of the night, I was removed from those duties. When I asked why, I was not provided an answer. I had managers calling me, asking me why, and I just couldn't give them an answer because I didn't know why. I had my Lidos manager asked why, and that conversation got difficult, I'll say, and we never got an answer. It was important to me. I had made progress with DCA. My Lidos manager used to be high up in the agency, the FAA, and knows how difficult this facility and this region has been to maintain. And we all felt like we finally had a good connection and we were moving the needle. And for us to stop moving that needle, all of a sudden, for no apparent reason, wasn't a good move. It was a bad decision. After I left, I was assigned other duties. I watched the facility backslide. And it was apparent from NTSB showing up 2 or 3 times, since July of 2023 till time now, things started to slide back, and it broke my heart to watch this go down. And I really was frustrated. Again, as a contractor, they didn't want to hear from me. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Can I recall Mr. Stowe and ask, I do want to come back to that and just ask what the status of the scissor is?
Sorry, I don't have the status of that.
Oh, okay. Can you give it, can we get that for the record too? That would be helpful. Beyond concur and elevate, what you're doing to, in response.
So the sister was about the miles and trail. And while we currently have the arrival rate reduced, we can't evaluate the sister. So the sister remains open. And what Mandy was speaking to earlier is we have a commitment to pull together the same entities that would evaluate the arrival rate, the procedures between Potomac and DCA, And at that point, then we would come back and put some kind of findings into the SISR.
Okay.
So right now, it's still with headquarters, SysOps Command.
Thank you.
Could I just add?
Oh, yeah.
That since the incident, we've done a review of the miles and trail that the TRACON has been providing the tower when the tower does make the request. And we are at 90+% of the time.
Okay.
They're getting the miles and trail they're requesting. We have done that review.
Whatever they're requesting, or the 4 miles?
Whatever the tower is requesting from the TRACON. So we've done it with 4 miles, and there are times when the tower has requested 5 miles in trail.
And are they getting into the threshold or to transfer?
It's always the runway threshold. I know we talk about that transfer control. It's always the runway threshold. Yes, to the runway threshold, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm wondering about, and I just have 2 more questions here. Can each of you first talk about how you feel about communications across different portions of the FAA, whether it's across different parts of the FAA? We just heard that you're ATO, you don't do AVS. I mean, how's the communications, coordination, whether it's bottom up, across different portions of the FAA? I know it's a very large organization, so that may not be fair.
We coordinate well with the relevant lines of business. And so for us in the air traffic organization, our regulator is on the AVS side of the house. So we meet with the Air Traffic Safety Oversight Service on a regular basis, rulemaking on occasion, AGC if needed. But we don't typically in air traffic know or have very little concern about aircraft manufacturing. So a large portion would be the aircraft certification, the flight standards, the CMOs that operate the Part 121 operators. We don't have a significant amount of interaction with them unless we're talking about pilot deviations or some kind of wake turbulence standards, things of that nature.
So as Deputy COO, there's no cross conversation about what an entity is doing?
We talk about large-scale organizational policies. If there is some interaction, budgetary, things of that nature, yes, we interact, but I wouldn't talk to them particularly about an airframe design or something of that nature because it just wouldn't interact with my line of business.
Well, right. I'm just wondering why ATO wouldn't know that the administrator of FAA went to a press conference in support, and the secretary, in support of the language I just read, asking if you'd support it, which happened this week, or, yeah, Tuesday. Okay. Mr. Allen, Ms. Chendi, Mr. Lehman, maybe Mr. Allendorfer, do you feel that you are adequately supported by your leadership at all levels, including executive leadership up to the COO? Who wants to start? We'll just go down.
I get the mic first. Personally, direct leadership, we're kind of open. I mean, I personally don't have any issues in that regards. I mean, but when it comes to funding for things, wish it could be better. I just want to say that before I pass it on.
I join you in that. Mr. Lehman,
I believe in the last 10 years, this is my opinion, that as traffic management and the command center has become more and more the face of the FAA, they have listened to facilities less and less. And that is a problem. We're told to report up, and that is we are taught to report up. What I want to say is I'm not sure that we listen up so well.
Mr. Allen.
I would say that we need to get back into the facilities, listening to the facilities, nurturing them, supporting them in a productive manner, not just, attempting to place a policy in place or have stuff driven from the top down. The folks on the ground that are in the facilities every day, that are conducting the operation every day, are the key to the success. And we could find better ways to support them and nurture that process and make it flourish.
Mr. Jarvis, I know you're not there, but from your time there.
Yes, thank you. They need a lot more administrative staff. The district shared services, I think, works in a couple of districts on the eastern service area, but not in all. That's not to say that some coaching in that field couldn't be done to produce a better product, but if you're going to add people to the district, then they need to go where the help is needed, and that's it for me.
And we'll keep going down because Mr. Fuller, you have leadership too. So we'll go with, just keep going.
We're a little bit different. We're in the next gen organization. So our job is to do research and testing to support air traffic and support AVS and the Office of Airports and the other lines of business. We have two challenges. One is finding out what is needed from the other organizations. We can't do research on the right topics if we don't know what's happening. So trying to get consistent support from the operational side to tell us what are the questions you have, how can we help you, what information do you need from us. That has been a challenge, not just now, but for many years, as long as I've been there, really. But we also have a challenge in the other direction, which is that when we do a piece of research or come up with a result from a test, trying to make sure that that information gets to the right people and trying to make sure it's used for its intended purpose. I think the AVS organization is probably more successful in that than air traffic, unfortunately. I work in air traffic, so I work on behalf of air traffic and I work in air traffic. So over the years, there have been many cases where we have done a piece of research often on behalf of air traffic, but by the time the research is completed, it doesn't get over and doesn't have the effect that we hoped it would, either because of a management change, priority change, just a communication problem, those sorts of things.
So,
Mr. Fuller.
Yes, I do feel supported, of course. I do think the biggest challenge we face traditionally in the air traffic organization, especially when it comes to deploying systems, things of that nature, is clean, consistent funding. The Big Beautiful Bill obviously helps us out, and the reason why some facilities didn't get certain pieces of equipment is we had to make decisions based on budgetary constraints. And so having the ability to accelerate deployment of some of these safety enhancements certainly is a plus.
Thank you. Member Inman.
I just want to I'll go back to Ms. Chindy real quick. I just want to clarify something. You indicated your analysis, 90% of the time they were getting their miles and trail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
90% of what time? Is that a 24-hour block? Is that during their pushes? Is that, how do you, because I can come up with the fact that I'm dressed really great 90% of the time. My wife could tell me it's actually half the time because I'm considering when I'm asleep or something.
Okay. So we did a review starting in March of this year until, what month is this? July. And we made the request, or we did the review when the 4 miles in trail, when the tower is requesting 4 miles in trail from the TRACON.
When it's a request from the tower?
Yes, to the
They get it
TRACON.
90% of the time?
Correct. The same, it's essentially the same review that was done that said 60% of the time the TRACON was providing 4 miles in trail to the tower. So basically, initially, where you all got the results from was we did a review from September to January 29, right? And we were reviewing the timeframes when the tower requested miles in trail from the TRACON. So since then, we've now done another review, of course, after the incident, after we've made.
Sure. And I also want to clarify, a lot of your discussion earlier was about the capacity at DCA is when they would actually, when they would use runway 33.
Correct.
The utilization of 33. Okay, so I'm going to go to Mr. Silverman. You still back there?
Right here.
Do you ever evaluate your pilot's use of a runway or whether they accept or do not accept?
Well, I can't speak to that within my role as ATM. I can just look at general use across the board at DCA for all of industry. I'm going to defer to the individual pilot groups on the, acceptance rate and use of offload runways.
Because, okay, and earlier we were told that any pilot can reject runway 33. Is that correct, Mr. Allen?
Yes, they don't have to accept it if it's requested.
And everyone's brought in on 1. They're never brought in on 33, correct?
If the pilot requested the GPS to 3.3, then they would be given that approach. But typically they're sequenced to runway 1, and then the tower will offload to 3.3.
I'm going to go back to Mr. Silverman. You're not done. You're actually a little better off than you probably were at the start of this day because of the length. So I'll just go with that.
All good.
Not really. But you evaluate that. Would that ever be a metric from an organization that you would tell your pilots or start using to say we need to get more acceptance of 3.3?
I wouldn't say, well, first, I closely coordinate with each flight department. I think there's a general understanding of the efficiencies of runway 33. But again, I leave it up to each flight department to message that and to implement it at, their will. So I think there's a general understanding from all of industry on the efficiency game of it. But again, it's up to each individual flight department to decide how they message that, and then ultimately it's up to the pilot.
So I'm going to go with this last question. I guess, Mr. Allen, if every pilot that's flying into DCA decides they're not going to start taking 3.3 because they don't feel it's safe, is that going to fix part of the problem?
No, that'll create additional problems.
In the miles and trail or in general or more ground stops?
If we weren't able to utilize runway 33, there'd be multiple avenues that could be impacted. The ground congestion would increase. If you're not able to get as many departures out, that would increase.
I'm sorry, on arrivals. So go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, please.
Oh, no. Can you repeat the question again?
It's okay. If all pilots started saying that they did not want to accept 3.3 for an arrival, is that going to create more safety issues? If every pilot stacks up and comes in and your controllers are saying, can you take 3.3, and everyone for a day or a week or a month says no because they don't feel safe or they don't want to,
then we'd have to slow the problem down.
If I could actually add, so there are times when the runway is closed. There could be some reason that's actually a constraint in the system, right? And so because of that, we will lower the arrival rate.
Okay. I want to, again, Mike, to the panel and everyone, I know you didn't expect to be up here for this amount of time. We didn't expect this panel to be that long. And for everyone, the start of the day with the heat takes a lot out of you. So we truly appreciate it. We said this from the start. We're going to take as long as it takes. And we'll continue tomorrow, I guess, Chair.
Yep, they're not done yet, though.
Okay, let's go with them.
Don't go anywhere, especially you, Mr. Silverman. Poor guy. I'm turning it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Lehman and Dr. Allendorfer, so everyone else can take a sip of water. All right. Dr. Allendorfer, and I apologize if you said this, there's been a lot of testimony. You talked about that there had been some recommendations for changes to STARS that had been put forth, but I don't recall if you said what those recommendations were.
The recommendations I think you're referring to were are not necessarily specific to STARS, but specific to conflict alerts in general.
Yes, thank you.
In air traffic systems. There are a number of them, some of them related to the presentation, so how to present it to controllers, how to present audible alerts, and so on. The ones that I think are the most important, one is that the alerts as currently presented do not communicate urgency in any significant way. An alert that may be for a situation that's going to happen 30 seconds from now, 50 seconds from now, that looks and sounds the same as an alert that is for a situation that is currently active. So we made a recommendation that the alerts be what are called graded, which is as the urgency changes of the situation, that the alert presentation will reflect the urgency. So, for example, if you have an audible alert where a less urgent alert might have a slower beep, and as it gets more urgent, the speed or the tone of the alert starts to increase to communicate urgency. It's a very common thing that's done in alerting systems. The other big one, and this one is specific to STARS, is that right now the alert system does not really know much or anything really about what the aircraft are doing. It takes the current speed and heading, draws two straight lines into the future, and then looks to see how close they're going to get. A system that understood more what a pilot understands and what a controller understands about where those aircraft are actually going to go would be able to alert to not alert in situations where we knew, for example, the aircraft was going to turn when it reaches an outer marker or something like that. There are conditions where the alert, as it is today, alerts unnecessarily because it just doesn't have the information about where the aircraft are going. All it knows is that the aircraft's here, it's at this speed and heading, and the other aircraft is here and at this speed and heading, and it can't really make a good decision about whether it should alert or not. So incorporating more information, the system, the en route system does have more of that information. So specific to STARS, adding more information about where the aircraft are going. Some people refer to this as intent information into the system. If that were more available to STARS, the alert could be improved.
And do you know the status of those? Is it something that's being pursued? Have you received any feedback on that?
The recommendations that we made a number of years ago, they are I've written about and published them many times. They are not, as far as I know, under consideration by the STARS program to include. STARS does have other alerts that they are working on, but not those specific ones, recommendations that we made a while back.
And just to follow up on that, your recommendations came out of research that you've done. So you've done some research on the possibility of these